Chapter 1 obtained a love assist system. Ding dong! The love assist system has been activated, and the love game starts. The player guides the designated target and can get a lot of game currency rewards. The system can only scan the full information of the S-level goddess. For girls with A level, B level, and even lower ratings, only basic information can be obtained. Complete temporary system tasks and get appropriate game currency rewards. Game menu has been activated. Exclusive mall has been activated. Current game currency 0. System loading has been completed. You can choose whether to uninstall after 3 years. I wish you a happy game. Be in love with all your heart, do not confess actively. Once the host is found to have violated the rules, the system will automatically correct and punish it. Shengu looked at the light blue game menu panel that suddenly appeared in front of him, his mouth opened wide, and he couldn't believe it was true for a while. Just a few minutes ago, the 20-year-old had just sent a WeChat message to Yang Qian on his mobile phone and asked Yang Qian if he had socialized with other boys besides him. And Yang Qian, under his repeated questioning, went from being perfunctory at the beginning to telling Shengu when she became annoyed. Do not you upset. You are just a spare tire. In the future, Shengu could no longer reply. The corners of the eyes are slightly moist, but not to the point of large tears. After all, he is a man. For Yang Qian, because she has always been lukewarm, although Shengu likes her very much, but now she doesn't want to beg for it, begging her to keep a distance from other boys, and really associate with him seriously. Yes, he looks plain and his family is average. There are 2 other subjects hanging in university courses. Such him, facing the pretty Yang Qian and using him as a spare tire, he should have been mentally prepared long ago. Until the phone suddenly blacked out, then a line of glowing blue words flashed again, do you want to get the love of the S-level goddess? As long as you are willing to confess to any girl in 3 years. Then there are only 2 words far apart on the screen, yes and no. At that time, there was only Shengu in the dormitory, because the other 3 roommates had gone out to date with his girlfriend on this Friday night. Shengu felt a little scared for a while. But when I thought of some of the system flow novels I had read, I finally ran away without abandoning my mobile phone through gritted teeth. Just as I am, what's the use of confessing to whom? He tremblingly pressed his right index finger on the word yes. Now Shengu has indeed obtained the dating assist system, and after a brief period of disbelief, ecstasy followed. Because he really had enough of the ordinary and humble, despised days before. After the protagonist in the novel obtains the system, he will get various benefits one after another, and soon he will rise to the pinnacle of life. I don't know how my love assist system will change my life. Thinking of this, Shengu couldn't wait to choose various functions in the game menu. The first function is to view the current status of the host. After clicking on it, Shengu saw the following basic information. Host, Shengu. Age, 20 years old. IQ, 80. Charm, 60. Body, 60. Item, none. Skills, none. Game currency, 0. R-Coin. 3055. R-Coin is the universal currency in the world where Shengu lives. The reason why he has this money now is because he has saved Yang Qian in the past few months. What does this body mean? Shengu raised an incomprehensible question. Body is a shorthand for physical fitness. The higher the physical fitness value, the higher your strength, speed, resistance to injury and other physical functions-related abilities will also increase. The system immediately answered Shengu's questions. Look at the mall for the next feature. Shengu guessed that the items and skills in his personal information should be available in the mall function. However, after opening the mall, he was stunned. Because the mall was empty at this time, and there weren't even a single item of merchandise. Mall will list related products in time according to the current needs of the host. Please don't worry about the host. At this time, 2 more system prompts sounded intimately in Shengu's mind. Shengu murmured a little speechlessly in his heart, "What I lack most now is the many R coins available in reality, but will the mall sell it? What you want, as long as you work hard on the task, you will get it. Please don't worry about the host." These 2 system prompts made Shengu immediately stand upside down, because he just complained in his heart just now and didn't say anything at all. This shows that the system can read his heart. Because I have lodged in your brain, it is normal to know. Please don't worry about the host. When such a system prompt sounded in Shengu's mind again, Shengu knew that he had completely lost his privacy in front of the system. Especially the sentence "please don't worry about the host," in Shengu's opinion, the more you listen to it, the more worried it becomes. Okay. That's the end of the matter. Tell me which target I want to tackle. Couldn't it be Yang Jian who just said that I am a spare tire? Shengu already knew that the system could read his mind, but he didn't simply say anything, he joked about the system on the spiritual level. Of course not. Yang Jian can only be regarded as an A-level beauty, the target I selected for you will only be an S-level goddess. Now release the first strategy target, Suziking in Class 2 of the 3rd year of East Morning University. At the same time release the first temporary task, take the initiative to sit behind Suziking in the first class tomorrow morning and strike up a conversation with her. The number of words should not be less than 20 words. After hearing the task, Shengu was a little confused, because Suziking was not only his classmate, but also the most famous school flower in the school. That's not to say, she is still Yang Jian's best friend in the dormitory, and she always sits with her in school. As for Shengu, who has not been explained about the spare tire before, he has been restricted by Yang Jian's temporary confidentiality relationship request. During class, he must sit at a distance of more than 5 meters away from Yang Jian to avoid being too close to the class. Classmates doubted. Boyfriend status is mainly proved by occasional chats and more occasional off-campus dates. The dating place is also designated by Yang Jian in advance, either a hidden coffee shop far away from the school or a hidden Western restaurant far away from the school. Dating content is also all about listening to her telling about the depressing things she usually encounters. When she finishes venting, the date is over. As for the other things college couples can do off-campus, Shengu didn't even think about it. After the date, he couldn't even take the same taxi back to school. Regarding Suziking, the school flower of Chendong University, Yang Jian rarely mentioned it to Shengu when she was dating. Even if it was mentioned, it was all words like "she is so good looking, even I have to be compared with helplessly." There is no more detailed information about Suziking's daily life hobbies and behaviors. Anyway, for the rest of tonight, I'll think about how to strike up a conversation with her tomorrow. That's the best schoolgirl in the school, even the goddess who is rated S grade by the system. Shengu turned on the phone that had returned to normal and typed the 8 words "how to successfully strike up a goddess" in the search engine, hoping to get good advice. Chapter 2 Asking Questions from the Goddess of Swiba. Although there are so many kinds of methods to strike up a conversation with goddesses on the internet, not many can be summed up as daring, careful, and thick-skinned. One more thing, you'd better pay more. And Shengu has never been a person who dared to strike up a conversation with girls. Even Yang Jian, who had determined the underground love relationship before, first added friends through the class group and chatted carefully online for more than half a year before reluctantly let Yang Jian agreed to get along with him first. So far, Yang Jian has indeed hinted to Shengu what she likes in a subtle way, but those things are too expensive for Shengu. He had saved money for several months, and wanted to give Yang Jian a small amethyst pendant worth 2,999 for her official confession on her birthday a few days later, in order to end the long-term underground relationship. But yesterday when he went to the Jiking Road Mall in the city center to buy pendants during the day, he inadvertently saw Yang Jianzheng with an ugly man from outside work through the transparent glass wall when he was passing by outside a grilled fish shop in the mall. eat grilled fish talking and laughing together. The thin-skinned Shengu didn't even have the courage to rush in and question loudly. Because the ugly man named Jiao Huang is a well-known rich student on campus. He has luxury cars available when he goes out. I heard that he has changed 5 or 6 beautiful girlfriends in 3 years of university. He was afraid of rushing in, and Yang Qian used his conditions to compare Jiao Wang's financial resources, so it was him who would be humiliated in that way. That's why after I went back at night, I used the letter W to question and got the second tragic result of "you are just a spare tire." Ugh! Thinking of this, Shengu couldn't help but sigh a little depressed, and thought in his heart, if I can directly get a system that gives me a lot of money, and become a prince of gold, I still use it here to find out what methods to strike up a conversation. Naturally there are many. The beautiful girl jumped straight over. Shallow. Knowing the system of Shengu's heart movement, he immediately despised him extremely strongly. Can I get all the goddesses I like if I have money? Not all goddesses worship gold, okay. Many goddesses do not value money, they like men who can fit their hearts. Heart fit? This term is too illusory. The stunned Shengu replied in his heart with some dissatisfaction, in this world where most things need money to solve, what goddess can talk about spiritual fit? Not fully grown up. How not? The system immediately said a name. Su Ziking, she is a girl who values spiritual fit. As long as you are willing to work hard, tomorrow is the beginning for you to gain her favor. Shengu couldn't refute this claim of the system for a while. Because he knew that one of the limited information related to Su Ziking was, not only did she study very well, but she also had a good family background. She refused public confession from a few rich students in Chendong University several times, saying that she had no common language with them, and it was not rare for the other party to have money. You are right. In the end, Shengu showed weakness to the system for a while, and then said to it in a requesting tone, "Can you give me some information about her likes in advance? Now I know too little about her, I really don't want to think about it tomorrow." How to strike up a conversation? Cannot. The system rejected him without hesitation. If you want to get information about her, I will only give it to you tomorrow if you take the initiative to strike up a conversation and complete the temporary task. Okay. It really doesn't work, I can only do it tomorrow. Shengu can only comfort himself, anyway, it's just a conversation, not a confession. Even if the other party is not happy, it shouldn't be too embarrassing. The first class on the second day is World Economics. In order to get a good position to strike up a conversation with Su Ziking, Shengu came to the lecture hall 15 minutes earlier. He found a side position in the 7th row first, because Su Ziking usually sits in the 6th row to listen to the lecture. It is said that she did not sit in the first row to take care of her best friend Yang Qian to do other things conveniently. Anyway, sitting in the 6th row will not affect the study of this student bully at all. And every time she asked the teacher a question, she had to touch Yang Qian with her arm lightly, so that she would listen carefully for a while, and wait until she finished asking the question before doing anything else. Students from Chendong University generally like to crowd into the classroom about a minute or two before the class bell rings. And Su Ziking and Yang Qian usually sit in the classroom 10 minutes in advance, and first browse the content of the teacher's lecture. This also gave Shengu the opportunity to sit behind her. When Su Ziking and Yang Qian entered the lecture hall on time, Yang Qian saw that Shengu was actually sitting in the 7th row, and her complexion was very bad. But she didn't say anything to Shengu. After telling Shengu that he was a spare tire last night, seeing that Shengu did not reply to the W letter for a long time, she simply deleted Shengu's friend. If Shengu doesn't beg her to add it back in the future, he will not even make a spare tire for him. Come on, Shengu. Isn't that just to say a few words? You can. After Su Ziking and Yang Qian were seated in the middle of the 6th row, Shengu cheered for himself in his heart while walking from the side of the 7th row to the middle position. Although Yang Qian is regarded as a pretty girl among girls, she still looks a lot inferior when she sits next to Su Ziking, as if the stars are no better than the bright moon. The reason why he didn't sit in the middle of the 7th row at the beginning was because he was afraid that Yang Qian would think he wanted to repair the relationship in front of Su Ziking when he saw it, and temporarily took Su Ziking to sit elsewhere. And now that he didn't go to the middle of the 6th row and sit next to Su Ziking, he felt that doing so was too presumptuous, for fear of arousing strong disgust from the other party. "What are you doing here?" Yang Qian, who did not do pre-class preparation like Su Ziking, saw that Shen Gu came over and sat directly behind Su Ziking, and immediately frowned and turned to Shen Gu, who was behind him, to express his dissatisfaction. "I have a question I want to ask her," Shen Gu said as he took out the book World Economics from his backpack, turned to a theory the teacher said in the last class, and asked Su Ziking for advice. This method is the method of hitting up a conversation that Shen Gu thought about it all night last night. He believes that since the other party is a tyrant, then use the way of asking questions to strike up a conversation, the probability of success should be higher than other methods. What is the problem? Su Ziking also turned his head at this time, smiling and doubting. Of course, this smile only represents a kind of politeness to the classmates, and does not mean that Su Ziking has any good feelings for Shen Gu. The host language is detected to get the effect of chatting. The word count is 11 words. There are 9 words to complete the current temporary task. At this time, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded from Shen Gu's mind. After hearing this, Shen Gu was also delighted. Because the question he wanted to ask was less than 20 words, he was ready to continue asking after the question. Now it seems that there is no need to risk being bored and asked once. 9 words are enough for the current question to be asked. Chapter 3 It's okay to like plank. Originally, a beautiful S-rank like Su Ziking, smiling and talking to Shen Gu at such a close distance should make his heart beat faster. But now Shen Gu doesn't feel any worried. Maybe it's the relationship that the system limits my feelings. Before Shen Gu thought of binding with the system, he once agreed that I will never fall in love with anyone in 3 years. However, as the saying goes, if there is gain, there will be loss. At this time, Shen Gu didn't have time to think, and immediately asked Su Ziking the question he had prepared for a long time: "Do you think gold and silver will lose the world currency function sooner or later?" Detected that the host has completed the first temporary task. Reward game currency 100. Activate women's picture book function. Activate the automatic scanning function of women's information. Scanning range is within 5 meters. 2 women's photo books have been obtained. Please go to the girls' photo book function to view them. A series of system prompts quickly sounded in his mind after consultant Shen finished this question. Originally, Shen Gu wanted to ask these 17 words. No matter what Su Ziking answered, he added another sentence: "I still don't understand." In this way, Su Ziking may further explain to him, or let him study it again. In short, say anything to make the 5 words "I don't understand yet" take effect. But at this time the system had prompted him to complete this temporary task, so Shen Gu didn't care much about Su Ziking's answer to him. Under the current situation in the world, gold and silver have long lost the function of the world currency in name. It's just that many countries have reserved a large amount of gold and silver to resist financial risks that may arise in the future. You want to ask this question: when will they lose this reserve value? Su Ziking thought about it for a while, then gave Shen Gu the above answer, and further confirmed the accuracy of the question to him. Yes, I just want to ask this. Although the temporary task had been completed, Shen Gu responded in the affirmative to Su Ziking out of politeness. After all, his first target of strategy was her, and it would be good for him to be able to talk a few more words to increase his level of familiarity. I think the value of the reserve should continue for a long time. As for the specific length, I am not very good at estimating this. It depends on changes in the world situation in the future. including factors such as wars and the evolution of digital currencies. Just when Su Ziking wanted to continue to talk about her thoughts for Shengu, Yang Qian, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help it. What do you mean by Shengu? Do you want to take a circuitous route? Yang Qian turned her head angrily and said to Shengu, I warn you to stay away from my girlfriend, don't try to change my mind through her. You and him. Su Ziking didn't seem to know about Yang Qian's secret relationship with Shengu before. After showing surprise, he immediately turned around to see Yang Qian. Seeing that no other students in the lecture hall had come in, Yang Qian immediately put her mouth close to Su Ziking's ear and whispered, he chased me before, and I didn't agree. Please ignore him. Although the voice was not loud, it was not so small that Shengu could not hear it. If Shengu still likes her now, he will definitely feel very embarrassed. He even suspected that Yang Qian deliberately used this kind of desire to realize the voice, deliberately let him hear it, and embarrass him. However, the embarrassing effect Yang Qian wanted was obviously not achieved. After Shengu heard those words, although he felt embarrassed in his heart, his face was calm. He did not deliberately control the expression on his face, but the embarrassing expression that should have appeared did not appear at all, as if the muscles on his face were not under his control at that moment. Is this also the effect of not falling in love with anyone? Because I don't feel any more for her, even if she humiliates me, she won't show embarrassment and sadness. Shengu sighed in his heart, because he couldn't even make a sigh now. When Yang Qian saw the unexpected calmness of Shengu's performance, she was also taken aback for a while, feeling self-demanding boring cold snort, and sat upright and stopped looking at him. Shengu saw that Su Ziking also turned his attention back to the content of the preview book because of Yang Qian's words, and simply prepared to open the newly added Women's Picture Book function in the system menu to see how much information about Su Ziking was scanned for him by the system. Character, Su Ziking. Age, 18 years old. Height 165 cm. Weight 49 kilograms. Face value, 97 points. Body, 95 points. Temperament, 99 points. Comprehensive score, 97 points. Number of close contacts, 0. Rating, S grade. Intimacy 0, Note 1. S level Goddess Extra Label, Swiba, Note 2. Preferences, talking about plank-related matters with people, Note 3. Whether to reach a specific event, No, Note 4. Remark 1, if the intimacy is 100 and a specific event is reached, the strategy is successful. Note 2, additional tags will be automatically determined by the system as the host gains in-depth understanding of the target. Note 3, the amount of target preference information acquisition will gradually increase as the intimacy between the target and the host increases. Remark 4, specific events can only be released if the host and target intimacy reach 99. What is plank? Shengu saw these three words, a question mark in his head. There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out. The system didn't solve Shengu's own confusion, but prompted him with such a message. Shengu opened the mall function again and saw that there was a new product in it. Name, Plank-related knowledge book, 1 day. Price, 90 game coins, 10% off novice period. Type, knowledge. Quality, normal. Function, contains all the information about Plank known in the world. Note, you can use it to pretend Plank's hardcore fans for a day. It can only be used for 1 day. Shengu immediately felt a pitfall when he saw the price of 90 game coins. Because he completed the first temporary task, he also earned 100 game coins. Don't feel bad, you think it's expensive because you earn less now. And considering that you are in the novice period, I gave you a 10% discount. The system's natural accent made Shengu curl his lips slightly. This 1-day installment means that it is valid from the day of use, or is it valid within 24 hours? Before purchasing, Shengu confirmed this to the system in his mind. But in fact, he knew very well that even if the system response was valid on the day, he would buy the only item. After all, the function of this commodity was exactly what Suziking liked. Valid on the day, if you use it at 23:59, the product will also expire at midnight. The systematic answer did not give Shengu a better result. Although Shengu was a little disappointed, he didn't say anything more, and directly chose to buy the product in the mall. The new product you purchased has entered your inventory, just click to use it when needed. At this time, other students have begun to enter the lecture hall one after another. Shengu knew that Yang Qian was there, and it was difficult for him to chat with Suziking about plank in the limited time before class. However, he was not in a hurry, because there was no class in the second class of the third year this afternoon. And Yang Qian almost never goes to the library to study on her own. Chapter 4 Take the exam with you, I really can. Shengu also obtained Yang Qian's picture book of girls after the system automatically scanned it. With a curious mind, he also opened the illustration book during class. See Yang Qian's pictorial information like this. Character, Yang Qian. Age, 20 years old. Face value, 88 points. Stage, 91 points. Temperament, 85 points. Comprehensive score, 88 points. Number of close contacts, 0. Rating, Grade A. Intimacy 50, Note 1. Remark 1, if the intimacy is negative, it means that the other person's affection for you is not as good as that of strangers. The higher the negative value, the more you hate you, and the more likely it is to do something unfavorable to you. Compared with Suziking's, this pictorial book lacks the S-level goddess extra label, and there is no preference information, and there is no item of whether a specific event has been reached. Shengu thought that the system had said before that it would only allow him to attack the S-level goddess, and he also understood why Yang Qian lacked the 3 pieces of information. Unexpectedly, I tried to become a lover with her before and failed, but now my intimacy with her is not as good as that of strangers. Because there is already a love assistance system, Shengu's mood at this time is just a bit emotional about the cruelty of the world, and there is no more sadness. After all, he has hoped that the target of the raiders is the school flower of Morning East University, and the system rated S-level goddess level beauty. He is no longer the ordinary college student who used to this is also mediocre, that is also mediocre. However, in the column of the number of close contacts in Yang Qian's message, the number is actually 0, which still surprised Shengu. Maybe she hasn't gotten to that point because she just got on the focal point. Shengu guessed like this, naturally feeling better in his heart. At least I didn't get that color before officially severing the relationship with her. At 1:50 in the afternoon, when Shengu estimated that Suziking had gone to the study room of the library, he also started to pick up the backpack on the chair and prepare to leave his own bedroom. Where are you going, Shengu? I want to play a game with you later. Zhang Yu, who was in the same bedroom, asked him. Yeah. Wait for the 4 of us to form a game together. We have been with me on weekends and have no time to play with you. Another roommate Wang Ning also questioned after Zhang Yu. I'll go to the library to read a book. Shengu who said this, his face was slightly hot. Because in the 3 years of university, he never went to the study room of the library to rush only a few days before the final exam. No way. Shengu, what's your nerve? Now there are more than 2 months before the final exam. Liu Hao, as Shengu's last roommate in the 4-person dormitory, also exclaimed. Oh, didn't I still have 2 subjects? Work a little early this semester and try to fill in the holes at the end of the semester. When Shengu said this, his face became even hotter, he involuntarily accelerated his pace, and left the dormitory almost escaping. No. This kid must have a problem. Zhang Yu, the most 8 trigrams in the bedroom, immediately stood up from his chair and said, I saw him blushing badly before leaving. This kid shouldn't be going to the library for a date. Bar. Why don't we go and check it out? Wang Ning immediately became interested. Let's be careful not to let him find out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Lu Howard felt that the games on the computer were already unattractive, and he stood up and said with excitement. Shen Gu, who was focused on preparing to wait for a conversation with Su Ziking, so that the two of them could chat for a long time in the plank aspect, did not find anyone following far behind him before entering the library, and tried to hide behind other students. 3 roommates. After entering the library, Shen Gu first borrowed a book called Plank Biography from the librarian. This is what he hopes to attract Su Ziking's attention in the first time. After that, he began to look for targets in study rooms one by one. In addition to the book display area on the second floor in the library of Chendong University, there are more than a dozen separate study rooms on the 3rd to 4th floors for students to use. Shen Gu found the outside of the 306 study room, and through the transparent glass on the door, he saw Su Ziking sitting under the window on the south side wall in the 3rd row. Because there is still a long time before the final exams of this semester, there are only 3 people in the self-study room sitting far apart. With so few people, it is more suitable for Shen Gu. He stood in front of the door to stabilize his mind, and first used the plank-related knowledge book, one-day installment, in the game menu. After the item was used, a small light blue virtual screen appeared immediately in front of Shen Gu's left. As long as the host meditates on the questions related to plank in his heart, it will answer you in time within the validity period. After hearing such a thoughtful prompt from the system, Shen Gu comfortably held the plank biography and gently pushed the door into the study room. What a coincidence! Shen Gu, who deliberately walked to Su Ziking and sat down, pretended to accidentally meet Su Ziking here, and put the plank biography in his hand on the desk in front of him with the cover facing up. You. Su Ziking frowned while feeling a little surprised. Then she glanced at the other 2 students in the far distance of the study room, and whispered to Shen Gu in a somewhat unhappy tone, "You don't really want to make peace with Yang Jian through me, okay? I can't do anything about the 2 of you. Yang Jian won't let me get in." When Shen Gu saw Su Ziking's expression, he immediately realized that Yang Jian might have told her about him and Yang Jian separately after the morning class was over. But this is not important anymore, after all, he is not going to attack Yang Jian. Thinking of this, Shen Gu pointed to the biography of Plank on the desk and said to Su Ziking with a smile, "You misunderstood. I just always liked Plank. I want to read his book again today. Biography, I happened to meet you here. Read it again." Shen Gu saw Su Ziking's eyes flashing light immediately, but the light only appeared for 2 seconds before disappearing. Seeing her, she took the plank biography in front of Shen Gu, and then casually turned over one of the pages, and asked Shen Gu, "Planck's constant, it marks the change of physics from a classic larva. It became a modern butterfly. May I ask if its original name fundamental quantum of action was?" Planck publicly expounded it to other scientists on which month and year. Shen Gu couldn't remember so many words that Su Ziking had just asked, so he recited the key points in his heart silently. "If you can't answer such a simple question, it means that everything you just told me is lying." Su Ziking saw that Shen Gu didn't give the answer right away, thinking that he really wanted to relax the relationship with Yang Jian through himself, so his face was very ugly. "Yes, December 14, 1990. Shen Gu, who had obtained the answer from the light blue virtual screen, answered Su Ziking as if trying to remember. "Is that right?" Su Ziking said with a surprised look, "Generally, it is difficult for college students majoring in economics to know about a physicist. No, I have to take you one more question." Su Ziking did not turn the book this time, but instead asked Shen Gu a question about Planck based on his own knowledge. Einstein's special theory of relativity was because Planck used its influence to help him promote it. "May I ask where that is?" "1 year. It's 1905. Because the number of words in this question is less, Shengu's answer is faster than before. Chapter 5. She loves to play games. That's right again. It seems that you really know something about playing. I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Suziking looked incredible and returned the book to Shengu. Is this weird? You are not an economics major, and you seem to know plank very well. After the articles were really effective, Shengu became more confident than before, and spoke more calmly than before. Me. Suziking smiled and shook his head. I study economics as an arrangement at home. Anyway, liking someone does not necessarily have to do the same thing as him. And everything about plank, I have already been in high school. I basically know everything, and you may not learn new things about him when you study physics. Detected the intimacy between Suziking and the host ascending. New content has been added to the favorite column in the Suziking illustrated book. Please check the host in time. When Shengu heard this, he immediately opened Suziking's picture book in the game menu with his thoughts, and saw that the intimacy of the two had gone from 0 ascending to 10, and he liked this as well as adding new content. Preference 1, talking about plank-related matters with people, Note 3. Preferences 2. Preferences to play the flying plane game, Note 5. Flying. Shengu was taken aback at first, and then quickly remembered a paper game he often played in high school. However, in order to avoid being different from what he thought, he patiently showed, Note 5, to the end. Remark 5, 2 pieces of paper for each person, draw a 10 by 10 coordinate grid. One set 3 planes in the area, and the other one gradually marked the possible positions of the opponent's planes in the game. The area occupied by the planes is head 1, 5 tails 3. The two took turns reporting the coordinates, shelling each other's aircraft, hitting the body of the aircraft, being reported as centered by the attacker, reporting empty by the attacker, reporting empty by the attacker, and reporting dead by the attacker. The first to shoot down the opponent's 3 aircraft wins. It seems that there is no difference from the rules I played in high school. Shengu felt confident after reading it, and felt that he could compete with Suziking with his own true skills. What are you thinking? Suziking, who was next to him, felt that Shengu had been in a daze for a long time, and could not help but reminded, you'd better sit a little farther away from me. Otherwise, we will sit together and be seen by Yang Qian. You should think you want to let her and you through me. Don't worry. I won't like her anymore. Shengu said this sentence, and he was so naturally stunned after he said it. Suziking also narrowed his eyes because of what Shengu said so simply. But she didn't say anything, just continued her previous steady state, as if she wanted to use silence to let Shengu sit elsewhere consciously. Maybe it's not because the system restricts the relationship, I shouldn't say so easily. After all, Shengu had really liked Yang Qian, and when he felt emotional in his heart, in order to avoid thinking about him and Yang Qian, he immediately cited the topic of hitting a plane with Suziking. I just suddenly remembered a game called Flying Planes. I haven't played it again since graduating from high school. I miss it. Suziking's original handwriting on the study notebook. After Shengu finished saying this, immediately stopped. Do you like to play this too? When I was in high school, none of my classmates could play with me. Suziking turned his head very interested and said to Shengu. Shengu secretly thought that this system was really powerful, and all the pieces of information provided to him could have a one-hit-and-hit effect on the target. Thinking of this, in order to encourage Suziking to play this game with him, he even bragged to each other, "What's in the class? This game, no one in my high school can play this game with me. Is it so powerful?" Suziking put down the pen in his hand and immediately expressed doubt. "If you don't believe it, let's play. If I lose, I will leave here immediately and not bother you. If I win, you won, besides helping you chase Yang Qian, as long as it is a reasonable request, I can promise you one." Suziking seemed to have aroused fighting spirit, and while speaking, he tore off 2 pages of lined paper from the back of the study book. A word is settled. Shengu was delighted when he heard it, and opened his backpack, and took out the pen and study book he usually used in class from it. But we are playing here, we have to use the smallest voice later, and don't delay other people's learning. Suziking glanced at the other 2 people in the study room and found that they were actually playing on mobile phones now, and couldn't help but laugh a little. Shengu smiled after watching Suziking's gaze. However, he still agreed to Suziking's suggestion of don't influence others, and suggested to her in a low voice, it's better to add 1 more piece of paper to each of us and write it on the left to show the other party. If we hit, we will check the back. If you missed it, you typed the wrong number at the end. If it hits the nose, draw a 5-pointed star at the back. After Suziking finished speaking, he tore a piece of paper behind his study book. So the flying plane game between the 2 will soon begin. We guess who will attack first. Suziking stretched out her right hand and asked Shengu in a low voice. If there are girls who are willing to play games like this with Shengu, Shengu will definitely show his demeanor and say ladies first. But at this time, this game was significant to Shengu. He hesitated slightly, and still agreed to Suziking's suggestion. He also extended his right hand and had a guessing boxing duel with Suziking. Scissors, paper, rock. Suziking produced cloth, while Shengu produced stones. Seeing that it was such a bad result, Shengu felt a bit disadvantageous for missing the opportunity in his heart. However, he still smiled and gestured you first, to Suziking graciously. It's okay, calm down, I can win. Shengu played this game really well when he was in high school, otherwise he wouldn't have made that promise with Suziking without hesitation before the game. In order to win Suziking, so that she could agree to a request. Shengu also had a 12-point spirit, determined to prove that he was better than the student tyrant in this game. However, only about 10 minutes later, as Suziking wrote down the coordinates of 7 to 3 on her attack paper, Shengu had to sigh in his heart again, and drew the second 5-pointed star on this piece of paper behind 7 to 3. This is her 7th attack. Is Swiba playing games so exaggerated? Shengu knew that if he hadn't spent as much time thinking as he could before each attack, he might not be able to hold on to the current 10 minutes, because Suziking's thinking time was too short each time. At this moment, he has already shot down 2 planes by Suziking. As long as the other party finds the nose position of his 3rd plane, then he will lose in this showdown. Chapter 6: Obtaining Precise Coordinates. There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Shengu's mind suddenly. New products on the shelves at this time. Shengu's first reaction was that this product should be related to the current flying plane game. But I only have 10 game coins left, unless the system's product can only be sold so cheaply for me. Shengu thought while using his mind to open the mall function in the game menu to see what the new product was and what the price was. Name: the precise coordinates of Suziking's paper plane. Price: 30 game coins. Type: intelligence. Quality: broken. Function: provide you with the precise coordinates of Suziking's paper plane once. Remarks: although this information is only available once, only you have money, and this product can be supplied in unlimited quantities. 30 game coins at once. On Shengu's radar paper at this time, there were only 3 records of hitting Suziking's body, and the other 3 were all hits in the air. This time the new product is teasing me. The system clearly knows that I only have 10 game coins. He felt very speechless about the selling price of accurate coordinates, not to mention that even if there were 30 time coins, it could only provide Shengu with the precise coordinates of the paper plane once. I didn't tease you. Now that new products are on the shelves, we will definitely provide you with affordable opportunities. The system that knew Shengu's inner thoughts immediately explained Shengu, and then sent him a new temporary task. Now release the second temporary task. immediately walked to the door of the study room 306, and loudly denied that they were chasing Suziking to the 3 roommates who peeped outside the door. This temporary task rewards 200 game coins. When Shengu heard the words peek, he immediately looked at the door of the 306 study room. He saw that his 3 roommates were looking to this side through the transparent glass on the door, and after being discovered by himself, not only did he not back away, but laughed and made a strange expression. Who are they? Because of Shengu's actions, Suziking also looked at the door. Seeing 3 unfamiliar boys like this, she guessed that she knew Shengu, so she frowned and said to advisor Shen. They are my roommates, the game is suspended first, I'll deal with it. Before Shengu, like Suziking, he focused on guessing the position of the opponent's aircraft head, so he didn't find a roommate who didn't know when he appeared outside the door. At this time, facing the newly released temporary mission of the system, he immediately buckled his own airplane map for the mission reward of 200 game coins, got up and walked quickly to the door. Ha 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 ha, I said how did the sun come out from the west today? I also lied to us to learn, it turned out to be dating a goddess. Seeing Shengu opened the door of the study room, Liu Hao laughed at the first of the 3 roommates. Why is it ridicule? Because he deliberately added an accent on the word dating, his tone was obviously mocking instead of a normal sigh. Shengu, your kid is really amazing. Even the schoolgirl dares to strike up a conversation. I'm not afraid that those rich second generations who pursue her will line up to bring you down. As another roommate of Shengu. Although Wang Ning was also teasing Shengu, he laughed more directly than Liu Hao. I said you don't want to do this. Among the 3 roommates, only Zhang Yu's expression was more serious, but what he said next was more powerful than the other 2. I saw him step forward and pretendingly said to Suziking in the classroom, School flower, when you 2 announce the relationship, I will invite you to dinner. Ha 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 ha. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, the 3 roommates of Shengu laughed in unison. Don't make trouble here. I just happened to meet her here, and I didn't mean to chase her at all. Seeing that Suziking's face was very bad, Shengu quickly pushed the 3 roommates outside, rushing to follow the system requirements and said denying that he was chasing Suziking. Detected that the host has completed the second temporary task. 200 bonus game coins. With the sound of the system prompt, Zhang Yu also greeted the other 2 with a laugh and left, and said loudly, Okay. Let's go, don't delay your desire to eat swan meat here. Seeing that the 3 people quickly disappeared on this floor, Shengu was not in the mood to care about them now, but quickly returned to the study room and closed the door, and apologized to Suziking for the matter. Because he was a little worried at this time, Suziking would stop the flying plane game with him because of the trouble with 3 roommates. Sorry, my roommate joked too much. While apologizing, Shengu walked to Suziking's side, pointed to the aircraft map on the table and said in a pleading tone, even if you want to drive me away now, please after this game is over. Why should I drive you away? Because the other 2 in the study room were not studying at all, Suziking did not deliberately lower his voice. They make trouble, they are not your fault, I am quite reasonable. After speaking, Suziking motioned to Shengu to sit down and continue the game. While Shengu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, he naturally increased his affection for Suziking. She felt that she was not only good-looking and good at learning, but also had a much better personality than some beautiful girls. Now I have a 2-0 lead, and I have the confidence to guess your third nose position within 5 times. When Suziking's attention returned to the match, Shengu found that her eyes flashed a different kind of light. Now I can only hope that she will not arrive in Inner Mongolia twice. Because it was Shengu's turn to make the 7th guess, he had 210 game coins, and in theory, he could rely on new products to win the 9th guess. He bought 3 new products in one go. After using the first one, the system immediately reminded him. The precise coordinates of Suziking's first paper plane are 3 to 1. It turned out to be here. Shengu pretended to glance at own radar chart and saw that there was a hit when reporting 3 to 3 before, and he understood that it was the tail of her plane that hit at that time. But all this is no longer important. When Shengu reported the 3 to 1 coordinates, Suziking was slightly surprised, but he immediately admitted, "Dead. It's not easy. It's the 7th time. I just shot down your plane." While Shengu sighed in his heart that the new products were so powerful, he had not forgotten his duty as an actor in front of Suziking. Next. The coordinates of Suziking's report also hit the leftmost wing of Shengu's third plane. Shengu didn't dare to be careless, and this time quickly reported a system prompt of coordinates 7 to 7. Because he was afraid that it took a long time to pretend, Suziking would also have more time to guess the position of the nose of his third plane. Chapter 7 One Day Girlfriend. Has the nose hit again? After hearing the coordinates reported by Shengu, Suziking looked surprised. "You obviously didn't hit any part of my second plane before, so how can you guess the position of the nose?" "Maybe it's my luck. I tentatively guessed the location of your plane, but I didn't expect it to hit the nose once." It is naturally impossible for Shengu to tell Suziking that he bought precise coordinates through the system, so he can only explain it with good luck. "Anyway, it's a 2 to 2 draw. It seems that I have to cheer." Suziking began to show a serious look different from before, and the time spent thinking with the radar paper this time was longer than before, which made Shengu feel a little nervous in his heart. After all, although the probability of Suziking guessing the nose of his third plane at one time is not great, it is not impossible. 8-3. As Suziking reported the coordinates, Shengu immediately secretly said in his heart that it was dangerous. Because this coordinate hits the middle of the fuselage of his third plane. If her coordinates are reported further down, that is, 9 to 3, then I will be embarrassed to admit defeat. When Shengu thought of this, he said center to Suziking, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I have already guessed the approximate location of the third plane, but you seem to be very happy." When Suziking was sitting on the marker on her radar chart, Yu Guang also caught this expression of Shengu, and asked in a puzzled way. "Of course I am happy. Because you didn't get me out this time, it was my turn to win." Shengu, who was determined to have a chance to win, had no pressure at this time. So when he answered Suziking, he seemed very calm, as if the victory of this game was already in his pocket. "But you still don't know where my third plane is? Do you think you can get lucky once and miss the position of my nose once?" Suziking said very seriously, "After my mental arithmetic, the probability that you can guess my nose this time is only 1 in 76, which is less than 1.32%. No matter how small the probability is, there is the possibility of encountering it once." While smiling, Shengu used his third precision coordinate product with his mind, and immediately got that the nose position of Suziking's third aircraft was 7 to 6. The nose positions of the two planes are actually placed side by side. He was surprised and admired Suziking's ingenious setting in his heart. At the same time, he did not waste too much time and deliberately said to her, "Look at whether the goddess of luck can still take care of me this time. I will guess a 7 to 6. This." Suziking, who originally didn't believe that Shengu Neng had been blinded all at once, opened his mouth slightly in surprise. "Did you guess it right?" Shengu pretended to be surprised. "You guessed it." Suziking handed her aircraft location map to Shengu without playing any tricks. "This is incredible." She shook her head slightly and said to Shengu in disbelief, "It's unscientific to be able to hit the nose position of my two planes twice in a row. Maybe there are some things that cannot be explained by current scientific theories." After Shengu finished speaking with a pun, he had already begun to consider what request he should make to Suziking. "If I let her be my girlfriend for a day, would that count as a confession to her?" Shengu thought about his three roommates making fun of him before, so he asked the system in his heart. Confession is to have a long-term and stable relationship with the other party. If the game wins and requires the other party to be a girlfriend for a day, it can only be regarded as a certain agreement that the other party is required to fulfill after winning. So your request is not a confession. Then if I ask her to be my girlfriend directly because of this agreement, and if it succeeds, is it a confession? Although Shengu knew that this possibility was almost zero, he still wanted to take this opportunity to explore the bottom line of the system. As long as you actively ask the other party to form a long-term and stable relationship with you, it will be regarded as a confession. The system will automatically block keywords and punish the host depending on the situation. It seems that it is not feasible to take advantage of a certain form agreed upon before the test to take a shortcut. Although Shengu was a little disappointed with this, he was also mentally prepared for it, and it was not a blow. Well, now you can make a reasonable request to me. At this time, Suziking had also returned to normal from the previous surprise, and with a good character, he took the initiative to mention the previous agreement to Shengu. Since one day is fine but not long-term, why not try to compromise? Thinking of this, Shengu boldly said to Suziking, I hope you can be my girlfriend for a week, okay? Hey! Suziking was obviously surprised that Shengu would make this request. Didn't you tell your roommate before, didn't you mean to chase me? After the accident, she also immediately misunderstood the purpose of Shengu's request. Suziking sat inward slightly, and while pulling away from Shengu, he asked vigilantly, you weren't lying to them at that time. In fact, you wanted to approach me deliberately and try to catch me. Be your girlfriend. And you didn't do it because you liked me. Instead, you want to prove to Yang Qian that you can chase a better girl to be your girlfriend by chasing after me, so as to alleviate your grievance that she was used as a spare tire. When Suziking said this, the vigilant expression on his face had turned into an angry expression. Shengu was said a little didn't know whether to laugh or cry, because he really didn't think so far now. He wants Suziking to be his girlfriend for a week. In addition to wanting more time to stay with her, in order to further attack her, he also wants to take this opportunity to discourage the arrogance of 3 roommates laughing at him. There are only so many for the time being. As for if one day, Suzi Halal became his girlfriend, Shengu knew that Yang Qian would be very unhappy, and would do everything he could to destroy the relationship between him and Suziking. But those are things for later, and he only wants to achieve the above 2 goals for the time being. So he took the second purpose as a reason for asking for a girlfriend of the week, and patiently explained it to Suziking. It turned out to be like this. Suziking's expression was a little slow after hearing Shengu's explanation. After all, when Shengu's 3 roommates laughed at him, she was there. It's not that I can't understand your feeling of trying to get face back in front of your roommate. As long as you don't use me to embarrass Yang Qian, I can consider it. After Suziking finished speaking these words, Shengu's heart was overjoyed. But a week is too long. One day is enough to fight for face, and you can't make any intimate actions that will take advantage of me. Before Shengu was happy, Suziking immediately shortened his girlfriend time to 1 day. How? I can only agree to this level. I can't do anything if I don't accept it, and I said beforehand that I can only promise you a reasonable request. Suziking's tone of this sentence was very firm and did not leave Shengu room for bargaining. I accept. Shengu glanced at the other 2 people in the study room without looking at it, and nodded without hesitation. Chapter 8 Class A Self-Defense Fighting Technique. For the other 2 people in the study room, Shengu always thought they were weird. Say they study in the study room, but they spend most of their time on their mobile phones. They said that they were playing mobile phones in the study room, but they showed no attention to the 8 trigrams that appeared continuously in the study room. You know, Suziking is a famous school flower of Chendong University. Even if they weren't interested in Shengu's roommate mocking him before, there is no reason to be so calm about Suziking's promise to be Shengu's girlfriend. Don't they know Suziking at all? But even so, with such a high profile, she promised to be my girlfriend for a day, she should get some attention from them. Shengu, who was puzzled by this, did not take it too seriously. Because then Suziking took the initiative to add his W letter, telling him that the rest of the matter is said in the W letter, maybe it is also considering the relationship with other people in the study room. In the W letter, the time for the two to make an appointment for a girlfriend one day starts at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After that, Suziking asked Shengu to leave this study room now, because if he continues to stay, she can't help but want to play a game of fighting a plane with him. If you want to play, just play another round. Because Shengu still has 120 game coins, he is not afraid to play another game with Suziking. Moreover, in the W letter, he offered Suziking an invitation to fight another round. In addition to having enough game currency to purchase 3 precise coordinates, the last game victory did not allow Suziking to ascending his intimacy, which is also important. Reason: he remembered that he had answered Suziking's 2 questions about plank in succession before he got the intimacy ascending. Therefore, it is guessed that in the flying plane game, it is very likely that you will have to win Suziking twice in a row to get the intimacy again ascending. However, Suziking immediately rejected him on the W letter. The reason is that if she plays again, her study plan today will be affected. Tomorrow afternoon, we can fight again. Anyway, I was your girlfriend for one day at that time, or I want to stay with you. After refusing Shengu, Suziking then issued an invitation to fight tomorrow. Additional tags for the S-level goddess in Suziking's illustrated book. At this moment, Shengu suddenly heard a system beep in his mind. New extra label. He immediately opened Suziking's picture book of women with his mind. Sure enough, 2 new tags have been added in this column. The first one is super self-control. The second one is competitive. It seems I don't have to think of a way to convince her to play games with me again today. The word super strong immediately made Shengu make the right choice. See you tomorrow. He said these 4 words to Suziking. After speaking, he packed his things and prepared to leave the study room. See you tomorrow. Suziking smiled slightly at Shengu, her smile as beautiful as a white moonlight. Then she lowered her head and opened the book she had read before, and began to study seriously. Detected the intimacy between Suziking and the host ascending. This system beep made Shengu a little surprised. Because I didn't persuade her to continue the game. Is she ascending to me? Shengu, who opened Suziking's picture book with his mind, saw that the intimacy of the 2 had gone from ascending from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Although I didn't add much, it also provides a new way for me to increase the intimacy of the 2 in the future. Realizing that there are other situations that can increase the intimacy between the goal and own besides committing to what he likes, Shengu is also a little happier when he leaves the study room. But when he walked out of the 306 study room, closed the door of the study room, and walked to the stairs. But there I met 4 strong boys, and their faces blocked his way. Man, I have something I want you to talk about. The appearance of the headed person is considered middle and upper, and the whole body is full of famous brands. Shengu knew him and his name was Wu Ji. Like Jiao Huang, who had previously dated Yang Qian, he was a very rich man of the wind in Chendong University. It is said that his parents became stars when they were young because they sang nicely, so they gave him this name. But he did not force him to go to an art school when he chose a university, perhaps because he felt that his family had made enough money, and there was no need to let Wu Ji suffer from being an artist anymore. Although Wu Ji was very polite to Shengu, the other 3 had already surrounded Shengu at the same time. There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out. At this time, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Shengu's mind. This new product does not seem to be directly related to Suziking. Shengu saw that the 3 people who surrounded him already looked like you will come hard if you don't want to, and he realized that this new product might be related to helping him defend himself. Okay, I'll go with you. In order to prevent the other party from doing anything immediately, Shengu agreed to the other party first, and opened them all with his mind to see what this new product was. Name: Class A Self-Defense Fighting Technique. Price: 100 game coins. Type: Skill. Quality: Normal. Function: After purchase, the host can have the self-defense ability of a first-class fighter. Note: it can only be used for self-defense. The fighting ability will automatically disappear after the threat is eliminated. In other words, after I buy it, I can't take the initiative to attack others. Although the function of this product is restricted, considering that it only sells for 100 game coins, Shengu also thinks it is acceptable. Precisely speaking, after the threat is eliminated, you cannot actively attack others. The system that can know what Shengu thinks. At this time, Shengu gave a more accurate explanation. Then how to determine whether the threat is eliminated. If I think that the threat is still there, but you decide that the threat is no longer there, will I have to suffer when I attack the other party? When a threat exists, the product will light up in your inventory. After the threat is eliminated, the product will be darkened in your inventory. At this time, Shengu and the 4 people who held him went up the 4th floor along the stairs and entered the study room 401 on the east side of the 4th floor. There were originally 2 people in this study room, but they all got up from their seats immediately after Wu Ji entered, and said loudly, "Angkor, you are here." I asked them to come here to clear the scene first, so as not to have idlers here to affect our conversation. When Wu Ji said this, he waved his hand and asked all his 6 men to wait outside the door. In case something happens, call us out loud. The last subordinate who went out, before closing the door of the 401 study room, gave Shengu a fierce look, and then said respectfully to Wu Ji, "Don't worry. You don't know my kung fu, and I don't believe him dare to do it here." Wu Ji waved his hand impatiently, and the subordinate who cared about him immediately nodded and said yes and went out. Chapter 9, known as Shengu. When there were only 2 people left in the 401 study room, Wu Ji didn't seem to want to waste too much time with Shengu. "Who I am, I think you must know. But who you are, I have never heard of it." Having said this, Wu Ji showed a mocking look at Shengu, "But if you dare to chase Su Ziking, I'm also interested in asking what your name is." "My name is Shengu." Before there were 7 people on the other side, Shengu did not hesitate to spend 100 game coins to purchase the A-level self-defense fighting technique in the mall to prevent any accidents. So he faced the oppression of the opponent's momentum at this time, and he didn't persuade him to say his own name either. "Shengu? Kidney Gu. Ha 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 ha. Your name is domineering. With this name, it's no problem to have several girlfriends at the same time." Wu Ji smiled and bent over slightly. "I knew someone before, and his name was Wei Teng. I thought it would be enough. I didn't expect you to be more ruthless than him." When Shengu saw that the other party actually made fun of his name, he couldn't help but get angry. However, his fighting skills can only be used for self-defense, and cannot be used first, so if he wants to vent his anger, he must first think of a way from the advantage of tongue. "Since you attacked my name, I'm not looking for your name too." Thinking of Shengu here, thinking of the identity of Wu Ji's parents, he immediately found a point of attack. He sneered at Wu Ji. "I heard that your parents sing very well, but they named you Wu Ji. You have been so untalented since you were a child. That's why you can make such a powerful couple. A singer is frustrated like this. You." Wu Ji suddenly changed his color and slapped the table next to him. He had a good voice since he was a child, but he hated the life of an artist very much. Although his parents did not force him, his parents' celebrity friends, whenever they saw him, would say that he would not sing and it would be a shame to take the path of an artist. And Wu Ji, who has been spoiled since childhood, gets very annoying whenever he hears these words. But the stars who said these things are not much lower than their parents, and some are even higher, so usually in that situation, he can only smile or leave with excuses. Now the shameless Shengu attacked him in this regard, and Wu Ji, who was hit by the pain point, suddenly became angry. His eyes were terrifying and scary. It seems that I was right. If what I said was not the truth, you wouldn't be so excited. I wish Wu Ji had acted Shengu first, and he was not scared by the other's fierce eyes at all. He not only acted calmly, but also added a fire to Wu Ji's heart by exporting. Originally, I just wanted to warn you and let you stay away from Suziking. Now it seems that it is time for you to taste the price of ignorance of current affairs. With this, Wu Ji has already made a fist with his right hand and placed it in the palm of his left hand. Suziking? When did he see me and Suziking sitting together? Since driving away the 3 roommates, Shengu has always paid attention to whether there are other people outside the door of study room 306, looking in through the door glass. I haven't seen him since he appeared at the door. Thinking of Shengu here, the Lakers flashed in his mind. Could it be that Wu Ji arranged for those 2 people near Suziking to monitor her at all times? No wonder they didn't learn much and didn't look like 8 trigrams. It turned out to be hiding their own identity, for fear that they would pay too much attention to me and Suziking and cause our suspicion. If those 2 people were really arranged by Wu Ji, then think of him now personally coming forward to warn himself. Shengu quickly came to the conclusion that Wu Ji was also chasing Suziking and would use private means to make the arrival of love disappear. But now I am different from before. Shengu sneered at Wu Ji without fear, and shrugged to show his contempt for him. I even thought with a little hope in my heart, come on. You have the ability to hit me. However, although Wu Ji is arrogant, he is not completely brainless. He saw that Shen Guming knew he had 6 helpers outside, but he was still unafraid. I was stunned for a moment, and then I stepped back to the door to open the door, greeted the 6 people outside to come in, and said to Shengu pretending to be disdainful, "Do it to you," for fear of getting my hands dirty. After speaking, he pointed to Shengu in the 401 study room and said to his 6 helpers, "Teach me a severe lesson, until he kneels and begs for mercy." In less than 2 minutes, there were only 2 standing people in the 401 study room. After hitting the 6th guy who shot him so hard to stand up, Shengu put his right fist in front of his mouth and breathed out gently. Then he said to Wu Ji, who was completely stunned, "How is it? The timid guy. Do you dare to do it yourself?" Seeing Wu Ji standing motionless, Shengu picked up the one-shoulder backpack that had been thrown on the ground and put it on his shoulders, sneered, and walked outside the door blocked by Wu Ji. "Do not come." Seeing Shengu approaching him, Wu Ji thought he was going to do something, so he jumped sideways in fright and let the door open. Obviously, it took Shengu before completely defeating 6 people in 2 minutes, and he had formed a huge deterrent against him who had practiced for a period of time. Shengu, who knew he couldn't take the initiative first, walked straight to the door, not caring about Wu Ji at all. But when he walked to the door, he stopped, turned around and said coldly to Wu Ji, "People don't offend me, I don't offend people. If anyone offends me, I will beat it hard." After speaking these 2 sentences, Shengu suddenly felt like a powerful male protagonist in certain novels. Sure enough, there is a system that is different. I am no longer the mediocre me who had mediocre conditions, mediocre abilities, and mediocre in all aspects. Thinking of Shengu here, he screamed to the sky. The howling echoed in the corridor on the 4th floor of the library, and even spread to other floors of the building. Suddenly, he was extremely happy, and after a long roar, he also speeded up his pace to leave the library. Because he couldn't wait to return to the dormitory, he had to announce to the 3 roommates who had laughed at him aloud that Suziking had agreed to be his girlfriend. However, when he returned to the dormitory, he greeted him with a ridicule from his roommates. "Dating so soon? Is the goddess not much time outside of study, so I can only date you for 10 minutes a day?" The first of the 3 to laugh at Shengu was Zhang Yu. He had previously made fun of Shengu at the door of the library 306 and said that he would invite them to dinner after Shengu and So Ziking officially disclosed their relationship. I guess he must have been haunting people with a slap in the face before. After being smashed by us, he was blasted out by the goddess in anger. Liu Hao, another roommate of Shengu, also sang and said in harmony with Zhang Yu. "Oh, don't you too?" The last roommate, Wang Ning, pretended to be Shengu's relief, but immediately said, even if the toad can't eat swan meat, he must be allowed to work hard. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 10. The second target is an English teacher. So Ziking agreed to be my girlfriend. At this time, facing the roommate's ridicule, Shengu smiled calmly and said this very explosive news for the roommate. And the three roommates who were laughing at him presumptuously were all stunned when they heard Shengu say this. They all have their faces full of disbelief. You kid wouldn't be talking nonsense for face, right? Liu Hao walked up to Shengu first, touched his forehead with his right hand exaggeratedly, and then continued to say in a teasing tone, "It's not hot either. If you don't believe me, you can accompany me to class tomorrow, and then I will sit next to her." Shengu gently pushed away Liu Hao's hand, walked to sit down at the computer desk under his bed, took out his mobile phone and shook the three roommates. "If I don't believe it anymore, I can ask her to eat out of school." Seeing that Shengu said so confidently, the three roommates Liu Hao, Zhang Yu, and Wang Ning began to be dubious. "Well, as long as you can make an appointment with her as a girlfriend, I will pay for the meal tomorrow." Liu Hao, the best family of the three, began to put pressure on Shengu. "That's what you said, so it's set at 12 o'clock tomorrow noon." Shengu, who was confident in his heart, agreed and immediately sent a letter to So Ziking, asking her to have dinner at noon tomorrow. In So Ziking's girlfriend relations before, only two people cannot have intimate affairs, but it obviously does not belong to them unless they eat alone. However, it has been 2 minutes since this letter was sent, but So Ziking did not reply to him. How? Did she agree? After Liu Hao waited for a while, seeing that Shengu hadn't spoken, he urged. She said no problem. Shengu didn't want to make an excuse to say that So Ziking might not read the letter while studying, because then he might be misunderstood by the three roommates that he didn't make the appointment. So he lied, and he felt that So Ziking would reply to him afterwards, agreeing to the request to have a meal together. Okay. Liu Hao came over and patted Shengu on the shoulder, and said in a tone of waiting for a good show, "Then I will book a location now, and I will order the hottest Hai Zhong Lao hot pot near the school. Waiting for you to come here with the goddess." As expected by Shengu, So Ziking was too late to reply to him because he had been studying without reading the letter. Later, she responded to a message asking why she wanted to eat with his roommate, and Shengu told her the purpose of proving her girlfriend identity. "Okay. I can promise you to eat, but you have to remember that I only have time to be your girlfriend in name, and only this day." This is So Ziking's reminder answer to Shengu. But Shengu didn't care about this. As long as So Ziking agreed to this invitation, he would be able to earn enough face in front of three roommates tomorrow. So he replied to So Ziking with a thank you letter emoticon, telling her to go to the Hai Zhong Lao hot pot restaurant not far away from school at 12 noon tomorrow. "You said only be my girlfriend for 1 day, but if you lose to me every time you flight, can I win more time together?" The source of support for Shengu's thoughts depends on his ability to continue to receive temporary tasks and complete them. But now he has only 20 game coins left. And he can't even afford a precision coordinate. I can only hope that tomorrow I can receive a temporary task that can earn game currency. Before going to bed that night, Shengu made a wish for the system tomorrow more temporary tasks. However, the system replied to him very ignorantly like this. The release of temporary tasks will be determined based on the host's future experience. So if you want to make more money, just make more interesting experiences by yourself. Interesting experience. With the word fun, it almost made Shengu think that night insomnia. The next morning, when Shengu sat next to Suziking in the small classroom to prepare for class, the other students in Class 2 of the third year were almost sensational at that time. Considering that Yang Qian had been sitting with Suziking before, Shengu actually planned to sit behind Suziking after entering the small classroom. But Suziking obviously does what it says. Since he promised Shengu to be his girlfriend for one day, he arranged for Yang Qian to sit behind her before this class. When Shengu entered the classroom, he took the initiative to beckon him. Sit next to her. Faced with such an unexpected arrangement, Shengu glared at him when he saw Yang Qian sitting behind Suziking. While this glance made Shengu's heart angry, he also understood that Suziking must have told Yang Qian in advance to be his girlfriend for one day. You don't like me, don't you want me to pursue others? With this in mind, Shengu gave Yang Qian a very cold smile. Then he unceremoniously sat next to Suziking, took out the book from his shoulder bag, and regardless of the sudden sensation in the classroom, he calmly opened the book to the page that he should talk about today. You give me the feeling that I am more confident than before. Seeing that Shengu was so calm, Suziking said to him with a slightly surprised smile. To be your boyfriend, shouldn't I be confident? Shengu smiled and responded to Suziking's words, although the voice was not loud, but it made the small classroom boiling immediately. No way. Suziking actually became Shengu's girlfriend. Where is he good? Did our school flower take the wrong medicine? I heard that there was a rich second generation who drove more than 5 million binlai. In the evening, he lit 999 candles downstairs in her dormitory and put 999 roses to confess to her that she didn't even go downstairs. For a time, the small classroom was accompanied by shocked discussions, and the whole classroom seemed to be more lively than the vegetable market. But Shengu was still unmoved, and actually began to perform pre-class preparations in a very calm manner, just like what Suziking did before class. Suziking felt incredible and shook his head slightly, and returned to the state of pre-class preparation, and also ignored the sensation in the classroom. Before long, the foreign language teacher for this class came in with the class bell. Everyone looks very excited today. Is there anything good? The English teacher named Zhou Yang has just graduated from graduate school, and he is only 26 years old. She is outstanding in appearance. In October, the season that has not yet become cold, she always wears a variety of small dresses with black silk high-heeled professional attire in class. Every time she goes to class. The boys in Class 2 of the third year are never absent, even though they are absent from learning during class. At this moment, Shengu, who had just raised his head to look at Zhou Yang, suddenly heard the system prompt. Now release the second strategy target, Zhou Yang, an English teacher in Class 2 of the third year of Morning East University. The third temporary task will be released at the same time. Get at least half an hour of one-on-one tutoring in English by Mr. Zhou Yang within 24 hours. After this temporary mission is completed, you will receive a reward of 300 game currency. Hey? Let me attack the English teacher? But the intimacy between me and Suziking is only 12. Shengu didn't expect the second target of the raiders to appear so soon, and was surprised, but also had such thoughts in his heart. It's okay. As long as you don't take the initiative to confess to the target, you can even attack 999 targets at the same time. 999. Although Shengu knew that the system was an exaggerated general reference, he glanced at the glorious English teacher on the podium, then turned to look at Suziking, who was not inferior in appearance and temperament, and suddenly realized that this happiness is too abundant. N.S. Chapter 11 Returning Game Coins to Zero. At this time, teacher Zhou Yang also noticed that the focus of other students in the classroom was on Shengu's body. Teacher Zhou Yang was also a little surprised to see him sitting next to Suziking, but Suziking's performance without dissatisfaction. So he said to Shengu jokingly, Shengu actually took the initiative to sit next to Swiba today. It seems that your English scores this semester are determined not to continue to fail. Zhou Yang, as Shengu's English teacher since his sophomore year, gave Shengu the 2 subjects he gave up during the second semester of his sophomore year. Of course, it's not scientific to say that. After all, Shengu's poor English is also a more important reason. The second reason is that Zhou Yang didn't pity him and gave him a pass. No, teacher. Swiba took the initiative to greet him to sit next to him today. The other classmates who had something good immediately shouted loudly in the classroom. Suziking took the initiative to let Shengu sit next to him? Could it be? Zhou Yang looked incredulous. Teacher, you guessed it right. Shen Gugong announced that Suziking is his girlfriend. In the second class of the third year where Shengu is, there is never a shortage of people who watch the excitement and not too much. Okay. Let's go to class first. Although Mr. Zhou Yang showed incomparable shock in his eyes, he still tried his best to control his own emotions, opened the English textbook, and signaled the students to calm down. This made many students in the classroom who wanted to watch the excitement extremely disappointed. On the contrary, Shengu, who was at the storm center of the incident, couldn't help but increase his respect for teacher Zhou Yang. Such an excellent teacher in appearance, figure, and professionalism, do I really have a chance to make her like me? Although after a day of experimentation yesterday, Shengu has very strong confidence in the system, this idea still appeared in Shengu's body involuntarily at this moment. Of course, as long as you work hard. Are you a little confident? How do I feel that you have been despising me? Knowing the system of Shengu's mind, immediately said in his mind at this moment. The tone of speech also quickly changed from encouragement to dissatisfaction. Okay. I will work hard. I am not the me before. Shengu exhaled deeply under the dissatisfaction of the system, sat up straight in the seat, and began to seriously think about how to get one-on-one tutoring from teacher Zhou Yang within 24 hours. Because of his current seat, the distance from teacher Zhou Yang has exceeded 5 meters. So he hasn't obtained her women's picture book yet, so he can only find opportunities in class or wait for teacher Zhou Yang to come by himself. On the other hand, Shengu automatically obtained 4 picture books of other girls in the class within 5 meters. In the women's picture book function of the system menu, the system also intimately divides these picture books from SD into 5 columns. In addition to the S-level picture book column with Suziking's picture book, the other AD grade picture book columns provide the function of clearing the picture book column or deleting a woman's picture book. In addition, Shengu can also use the no reception function next to his AD class picture book column. Once he uses this function, the corresponding picture book column will no longer automatically form a girl's picture book within 5 meters of Shengu. Of course, Shengu currently has few pictorial books in the women's pictorial function, and he has not yet used this rejection function. 2 of the 4 women's picture books obtained automatically are rated as B and 2 are rated as C. In this morning's English class, Mr. Zhou Yang will ask some questions about the knowledge she talked about in the last class as usual. Maybe it was because Shengu was too eye-catching today, so before Shengu thought about how to complete the temporary task, she was the first to ask consultant Shen a question. There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out. Just when Shengu thought he could not answer this question, the system prompt sounded in his mind again in time. Name, detailed explanation of related questions of college English knowledge, one-time installation. Price, 20 game coins. Similar, knowledge. Quality, broken. Function, after purchase, the host can get a standard answer to any related questions in college English. Note, although this product can only provide an answer once, as long as you have money, the product can be supplied in unlimited quantities. Seeing the 3 words unlimited, Shengu immediately thought of a similar mark in precise coordinates. But I only have 20 game coins left. This system will really look for opportunities to sell things. Whether to purchase is the freedom of the host. The system seemed to make Shengu free, and it made Shengu feel annoying. So he hesitated whether to spend game currency for an English problem. After all, in the English class of Mr. Yang last week, he often couldn't answer when he was asked. At this time, he didn't feel any loss of not being able to answer this time. However, at this time, Mr. Zhou Yang waited for a while. After watching Shengu still did not speak to answer, he felt that he had found an opportunity to link regular teaching with 8 trigrams. She immediately turned her gaze to Su Ziking and asked her to answer this question. Of course, such a problem will not be without any difficulty for Su Ziking. She stood up from her seat, took a look at Shengu, and said the answer to this English question very quickly. The answer is quite accurate. Teacher Zhou Yang has always been proud of having a talented and beautiful student like Su Ziking in the class. At this time, after making an affirmation of appreciation, she turned her gaze back to Shengu and criticized, "Although I don't know what method you used to get Su Ziking to agree to be your girlfriend, as her boyfriend, I beg you to study well like her, but don't you fail to answer every time I ask a question, okay?" The classroom burst into laughter. A large part of the boys' laughter is the intense jealousy that Shengu could become Su Ziking's boyfriend. Who said I couldn't answer? Shengu, who decided to give these people who laughed at him a fierce counterattack, spent his remaining 20 game coins. Then he said to teacher Zhou Yang, "I was just thinking in my heart just now. The reason why you were the first to ask me is whether it has something to do with me becoming Su Ziking's boyfriend. Now it seems to be the case." Teacher Zhou Yang, whose motive was pricked, was a little embarrassed. But she quickly turned the topic back to the question that Shengu couldn't answer. "Listen to you, did you know the question just now? Well, I will ask you another question again. If you can't answer it again, don't make any more excuses. Okay? As long as it is the scope of college English knowledge, you can ask what you want." Shengu, who has already spent the game currency, is now full of confidence. "But let me say yes. I will only answer one question from the teacher today. It proves that I can answer it. You don't want to see me answer it, and feel unwilling. You have to ask until I can't answer it." Shengu, whose game currency had already returned to 0, immediately restricted the question to just one question after releasing the boast of "ask you how you want." Lest teacher Zhou Yang sees him answer, and then add more questions, then he will have nothing to do. Chapter 12, A Wonderful Feeling. Unexpectedly, in this class, the student who said "let me ask questions" was not Su Ziking but you. Teacher Zhou Yang looked incredible. After teaching Shengu's college English for more than a year, she knew nothing about Shengu's English proficiency. At this time, seeing Shengu suddenly zooming in, she was more surprised than ridiculous. "In fact, I like to keep a low profile. If you didn't think I was worthy of her, I wouldn't want to show off." Shengu's serious appearance almost convinced him that he was a hidden academic bully. At this time, Su Ziking's eyes looked at Shengu and there was already light. This light was not worship, but a certain curiosity about a kind of mysterious, or ignited an interest in inquiry. "Well, now that you have said so, I will ask you a question that does not exceed the scope of college English knowledge." It is also the first time for teacher Yang Zhou to meet such a daring and even arrogant student. She thought for a while, and then asked a question that was slightly more difficult than English 4th level and lower than English 5th level. And after this question was asked, it was the first time in the class that all students were thinking carefully. Of course, most of the people here are not because they are eager to learn, they just want to know as early as possible whether Shengu can really justify himself or lose his face on the spot after enlarging the words. After Shengu answered this question, Su Ziking, who was sitting next to him, smiled. Not only that, she also slapped her palms with admiration. Detected the intimacy between Su Ziking and the host ascending. After the system prompt, Shengu opened Suziking's picture book with his mind and saw that the intimacy of the two had gone from ascending from 12 o'clock to 17 o'clock. Ascending 5 points again? It seems that it will be easier to reach 100 points than I thought. Shengu secretly said with joy in his heart. Friendly reminder host once, the ascension of the target intimacy caused by the same reason will decrease. The prompt sound of the system immediately reminded Shengu that after answering the plank question before, the intimacy between him and Suziking was ascending by 10 points. That said, it's not a question of 5 points. But the question about plank was an opportunity to increase intimacy. And this time I answered the English teacher's question, it was only once, the income dropped directly from 10 points to 5 points. Just as Shengu's brain was running fast, the unbelievable on teacher Zhou Yang's face still did not dissipate. Did he get the correct answer, teacher? No way. Swiba applauded, it seems a miracle has happened. If this kid really has this level, why don't he drop out for 2 consecutive semesters? Those who yelled and urged in the back row were all students whose English proficiency was not much better than that of Shengu. Although they have already seen the likely result from the expression on teacher Zhou Yang's face, they still hope that there will be a big reversal. After all, Shengu is a student who has dropped out of English subjects for 2 consecutive semesters. It really makes me feel a little unbelievable. At the urging of many students, Mr. Zhou Yang also realized his gaffe. Flap. She took a deep breath, and slapped her palm twice as hard as Suziking did just now. The answer is completely correct, it is completely the standard answer. The classroom immediately boiled. Most of the students who previously questioned Shengu's qualification as Suziking's boyfriend began to look at Shengu again. Only a small number of students who are still not convinced still whispered sour words like it's just a coincidence that he was blinded underneath. Shengu didn't care about those sour words at all. When sitting down, he also glanced at Suziking, who was smiling at him next to him. At this time, he had only one thought in his mind, it feels so wonderful to be a student. Especially when you don't have to study hard. After he used the detailed explanation of problems related to college English knowledge, one-time installation, a small blue virtual screen that only he could see was displayed next to the system menu. What's more beautiful is that the system may be afraid that he will not be able to read the pronunciation of certain words in the answer, and it directly comes with the pronunciation function. By using this function, Shengu can listen to the system and read the answer first, and then read it again by himself. In the subsequent English class, Shengu rejected any other English questions from teacher Zhou Yang on the grounds of speaking first. Of course, he can neither refuse nor refuse. Because he has 0 game currency now. When teacher Zhou Yang walked by him when he was teaching, Shengu finally got her picture book of women. Character, Zhou Yang. Age, 26 years old. Height 167 cm. Weight 52 kilograms. Face value, 96 points. Building, 97 points. Temperament, 98 points. Comprehensive score, 97 points. Number of close contacts, 0. Rating, S grade. Intimacy 10, Note 1. S level goddess extra tag, like to learn tyrants. Preferences, listening to piano music. Whether to reach a specific event, no. Remark 1, 10 points of intimacy are obtained by answering the English question before. The overall score is comparable to that of Suziking. Her appearance and temperament are slightly lower than Suziking, but her figure is better. Maybe Suziking is only 18 years old. I heard that Zhou Yang still goes to the gym after class. But the teacher is 26 years old, and the number of close contacts is still 0, which really surprised me. Is it because you have always looked too high? Shengu has been thinking about this for the rest of his English class time since he obtained Zhou Yang's picture book of women. There is also how to get Zhou Yang to agree to do extracurricular tutoring for him after class. After the English class in the morning, the time came to 9:50. On today's curriculum, there is no second major period in the second class of the third year. This also provided an opportunity for Shengu to discuss with Zhou Yang about extracurricular tutoring after class. There are still 2 hours before lunch. Do you want to go to self-study with me? Or we can play the game we played yesterday before self-study. Just when Shengu was about to speak to be separated from Su Ziking for a while, Su Ziking smiled and sent out an invitation to Shengu first. For this Shengu thought of Su Ziking's second goddess trait being competitive, and thought that he had no game currency now. After a short hesitation, she still refused her with a very good attitude. I want to talk to the teacher about my previous failure. And I will contact you after the talk. After speaking, he took up his shoulder bag and went out of the classroom to chase after teacher Zhou Yang in front of him. If I remember correctly, this is the first time I have seen you rejected by others since I knew you. As Yang Qian said such words behind Su Ziking's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Detected that Su Ziking has decreased intimacy with the host. Shengu, who was not far out of the classroom, heard the system prompt when he was about to catch up with Zhou Yang. Chapter 13 Extracurricular Tutoring by Beautiful Teachers. This is the first time that Shengu has encountered a decline in the intimacy of the target. Although after rechecking Su Ziking's picture book, she found that her intimacy towards Own has only dropped a little, but it also reminded Shengu that he could not simply refuse when facing the requirements of the target of the raiders. Of course, he has now caught up with the teacher Zhou Yang in front of him. Since the deduction of intimacy is irreversible, for the temporary task reward of 300 game coins, he simply rushed to a position parallel to teacher Zhou Yang, and boldly said to her, "Teacher, can I ask you something?" "What's up?" Zhou Yang was taken aback for a while, and soon guessed what she thought of Shengu's intention. If it were for me to give the green light on your English exam papers, it would definitely be impossible. Besides, since you can answer me in class with regard to that question, as long as the others are willing to study hard, make-up exams will definitely be fine. Shandong University's last semester missed exams will generally be arranged 2 months after the start of the new semester. In other words, the English credits that Shengu died in the second semester of the sophomore year will be retaken at the end of October this year, which is 1 day after more than 10 days. As for the English credits that he lost in the first semester of his sophomore year, because he failed to take the make-up exam in the second semester of his sophomore year, he will also have the opportunity to make-up exams at other times during the make-up exam schedule. At this time, Shengu heard teacher Zhou Yang mentioning the make-up exam. Although he didn't look for her this time for the make-up exam, he naturally asked for his own according to what she said. "You misunderstood the teacher. I just want to ask you some questions. As long as you are willing to tutor me, I can pass the make-up exam myself, and you don't need to give me extra points on the paper." Although Zhou Yang is only 9 years older than Shengu, in order to achieve the goal of obtaining game coins, Shengu deliberately replaces you with you when addressing each other, hoping to increase the probability of Zhou Yang's promise. "Well then. I happened to be in the school dormitory, so I went to my place to give you a separate tutoring for a while." As a young teacher, Zhou Yang heard Shengu Jing call her you and was very happy to face Shengu's request. After all, since she started teaching Shengu this class, there have been no other students except Su Ziking who are willing to ask her study questions after class. Moreover, the questions that Su Ziking asked naturally exceeded the scope of college English knowledge. This makes her sometimes difficult to cope, and she has never experienced the fun of tutoring students after school. However, when she brought Shengu into her personal female teacher dormitory, Shengu quickly revealed his true face. He said that he wanted to ask some questions, but when Zhou Yang answered him, he seemed a little absent-minded. The questions asked are already made after-school questions in the junior English textbooks, and they are not related to sophomore English at all. Even if you understand it, it is difficult to help the sophomore English make-up exam more than 10 days later. Let's do it. Next time you will bring sophomore English textbooks. If you only ask me questions about this book, it won't help you make up the exam. After patiently coaching Shengu in junior English for half an hour, Zhou Yang finally couldn't help but utter her thoughts. Enough, thank you teacher. 10 seconds ago, Shengu had heard the system telling him to complete the temporary task notice. The reason why he waited until Zhou Yang explained the current problem was also out of respect for the other party. At this time, he had received 300 game coins, and when he thought of the price of the commodity he had bought before, he felt comfortable and could calmly deal with all the things that might happen to the lunch dinner. Seeing you are so confident now, did you study sophomore English well during the summer vacation? Then I wish you a good result in the makeup exam at the end of the month. Seeing Shengu's expression at this time, Zhou Yang was very happy. He mistakenly thought that he had been confident in the makeup exam. This time he actively asked to be counseled for the exam after his junior year, so he didn't force him to come again. Shengu put the junior English textbooks into the single-room backpack, stood up and looked around Zhou Yang's teacher's dormitory. The whole dormitory was clean and tidy, and Zhou Yang secretly said that Zhou Yang would not be surprised to bring him back. Otherwise, if the situation is dirty, messy, and bad, how can you be willing to let own students see it? If I became her boyfriend, would I be able to do things with her besides making up classes here? Thinking of this, Shengu couldn't help but glance at teacher Zhou Yang's pretty face. Go back and study hard, you must pass the makeup exam, I won't send you out. Zhou Yang didn't know what Shengu was thinking at the moment. He turned on the computer on the study table, looking like he was going to play for a while after Shengu left. I will. Shengu nodded, and after going out, he closed the door of the dormitory for teacher Zhou Yang, and while walking outside the dormitory, he sent a W letter to Su Ziking. Now there is still some time before 12 noon, even if Su Ziking wants to play the airplane game again, he will not worry about not having the game currency to buy precise coordinates. However, Su Ziking may still be a little dissatisfied with Shengu's rejection of her before. Although it is not slow to reply to the W letter, it means that she will wait until 12 o'clock to meet at the scheduled hot pot restaurant. She wants to study for a while by herself. At this time, Shengu didn't know that Yang Qian spoke ill of him in front of Su Ziking after he left the classroom. He thought that in the study room yesterday, Su Ziking proposed not to play anymore. After he did not insist further, the other party's intimacy with Own ascending again, and this time he did not reply to the letter W and insisted to meet now. After leaving the teacher's dormitory, because there was still some time before 12 noon, Shengu simply planned to go back to his dormitory to rest for a while, and then make more preparations for the noon meal. However, when he was walking on the campus this time, some students he didn't know were already pointing in front, beside and behind him. Although their voices were so small that Shengu couldn't hear them when they were pointing, Shengu's own IQ was still able to guess these behaviors, which must be related to the announcement that he was Su Ziking's boyfriend in front of the class today. But even if they hear my name from elsewhere, they won't know what I look like so quickly. Shengu knew very well that he didn't know these pointing ons before, and he couldn't be said to be a man of the school like Wu Ji before today. This is really weird. It wasn't until he walked along the main road next to Sishun Lake in the school to the bulletin board of the largest student union in the school that his doubts not long ago were answered. Hundreds of Shengu's student photos have densely covered all the places on the bulletin board. Not only that, but a small gap under each student photo is marked with a white strip of paper. The marked content is: I pretend to be Su Ziking's boyfriend's toad without my own means. Chapter 14. Who did this? The first thing Shengu thought of was Wu Ji, who had a conflict with him in the library. Unexpectedly, this kid can't play with me clearly, so he'll play yin with me now. If it weren't for Shengu's A-level self-defense fighting skills that couldn't be done to people first, he really wanted to go to Wu Ji immediately and give him a good lesson. In this situation, Shengu could only tear down all his student photos on the bulletin board first, as well as the tags that made him angry just looking at it. What is self-defeating? One day, I will make Su Ziking my official girlfriend. While putting all the photos in his pocket, Shengu tore the label to pieces, and secretly decided in his heart. At this moment, a loud noise accompanied by cheers suddenly came from the direction of the school gate in the distance. Shengu heard the sound and found that many students had begun to gather there, not knowing what had happened. Because of the bulletin board incident just now, Shengu suspected that there might be another incident against him, so he walked over there quickly. If he guessed correctly, he must confront the mastermind who has been discrediting him. It's best to motivate the opponent to shoot him first. However, Shengu made a wrong guess this time. When he rushed to the school gate, he found that the cause of the sensation here was that the school had a popular female star in the entertainment industry. Wu Jiyi. Wu Jiyi, 22 years old, is a popular actress and female singer in Daxia. She debuted at the age of 9 and has acted in more than a dozen film and television works so far, 5 of which are heroines. This year is also expected to compete for the Best Actress in the film and television industry with The Corner of Tang Pomegranate in Tang Clan 16. Shengu did not obtain the above information through the love assistance system. The reason why he knows this is entirely because Wu Jiyi is too popular now. Shengu, who often watches film and television dramas and variety shows, knows this at ordinary times. Unexpectedly, she is so busy at school and work, and there is still time to come to our school today. It was the first time I saw Shengu, who was a real star, and felt a little excited. The negative emotions brought about by the slander just now have also been eliminated because of this incident. At this moment, Wu Jiyi suddenly appeared with several of his men. He walked straight to Wu Jiyi outside the school gate, and the bodyguards who had been blocking Wu Jiyi were also signaled by her, giving a little gap, let him walk in and standing less than half a meter away from Wu Jiyi. It seems that the rumors that Wu Jiyi is Wu Jiyi's parents and niece are true. Accompanied by the screams of fans around, some of Shengu's previous goodwill towards Wu Jiyi disappeared because of Wu Jiyi. At this moment, Shengu suddenly heard the system prompt. Now release the third strategy target, popular actress Wu Jiyi in the entertainment industry. At the same time release the fourth temporary task, let Wu Jiyi know your name within half an hour and leave a deep impression. After this temporary mission is completed, you will receive 200 game currency rewards. She is my third target of the raiders? This also appears too fast. I haven't gotten one of the first two. Although Wu Jiyi is Shengu's opponent's cousin, she is still very objective in Shengu's view that she is rated as an S-level goddess by the system based on her appearance, figure, and popularity in the entertainment industry. At this time, the bodyguard beside Wu Jiyi had surrounded a lot of fans. Shengu's current distance from her was more than 20 meters visually, and he couldn't get close to within 5 meters in front of her at all, so he scanned her information first. This task seems to be more difficult than asking teacher Zhou Yang for after-school tutoring, but the system reward is 100 game coins less than that temporary task. Feeling unbelievable, Shengu squeezed hard in Wu Jiyi's direction, but the more he squeezed, the denser the fans were and the harder it was to move forward. Until Wu Jiyi was about 15 meters away, with Shengu's current strength, it was really impossible to squeeze forward. I said the system. Generally, at this time, shouldn't there be new products in the mall? Shengu, who felt that she would not be able to attract her attention without squeezing in front of Wu Jiyi, said helplessly to the system at this time. The system does not detect that the current task is beyond the capability of the host. Please be patient and think of a solution. Come on. In the end, the word come on made Shengu feel very ironic, who was unable to take a step forward at all. Actually said that it is not beyond my ability. Now that there are so many fans of Wu Jiyi in front of me, I can't squeeze it through. How did you let me get her attention? After Shengu thought about these words in his heart, the system no longer responded. As if it felt like it should have been said to Shengu. At this moment, Wu Jiyi in front of Wu Jiyi seemed to have some disputes with her. Wu Jiyi's attitude towards her is not as full of smiles as when they first met. He even shook off Wu Jiyi's right hand that wanted to hold his arm with an anger, and said loudly, "I'm not going to see him. Even if you come, it's useless. Do you know how difficult it is to meet him? Do you know how hard your parents and I put in for this matter, do you know?" Wu Jiyi was very angry after being rejected. But after all, after staying in the entertainment industry for many years, I saw the fans around me were a little dazed, and some even started to use their mobile phones to record videos, and immediately adjusted their emotions to make myself seem calm. "Sister, I know you are doing me good." Wu Jiyi still seems to have some respect for Wu Jiyi, but I'm the one you grew up with. Don't you understand that I hate being in the entertainment industry and I just want to live a free life? Yes. What's more, he still wants to compete with me for school flowers, not reconciled to Su Ziking being my girlfriend. Shen Gu suddenly shouted at this time, and the eyes of everyone present were immediately attracted by Wu Jiyi. "Shen Gu." Wu Jiyi saw Shen Gu's face suddenly gloomy, and when he saw Wu Jiyi's face was not good, he didn't want her to talk about it in front of his parents when she returned. Angrily yelled at Shen Gu, "What are you telling my sister at this time? You want to use this to force me to withdraw from the competition? Don't you feel mean?" "Mean?" Shen Gu sneered when he heard these two words and walked towards Wu Jiyi, and everyone else made way for him wherever he passed. "Why do you deserve to mention the word despicable to me? What did you bring someone to me in the study room of the library? What did you do to me on the bulletin board by the Sishun Lake?" After Shen Gu said these words, he had reached a distance of less than 3 meters from Wu Jiyi. The several men Wu Jiyi brought had been very hard fixed by Shen Gu before, so they didn't dare to step forward to stop Shen Gu at this time. But Wu Jiyi's bodyguards don't know how good Shen Gu is. The person closest to Shen Gu had immediately raised his right hand, with a fierce expression on his face, making a no further forward gesture to Shen Gu. Chapter 15. Another person who wants to chase Su Ziking. "This kid can hit 5 by himself, don't be careless. I have personally seen Shen Gu's powerful Wu Jiyi." Seeing Wu Jiyi's bodyguard meant to do something, he immediately reminded him. And this sentence also made the bodyguard who was making a warning action to Shen Gu put away his contempt, and began to be fully on guard. Normally speaking, Wu Jiyi's bodyguard is definitely much better than the few college students under Wu Singer. However, Shen Gu's A-level self-defense fighting technique is still objectively enough to deal with them. Wu Jiyi's reminder was a sloppy attack and prevented his side from losing out first. It was also because Shen Gu's fighting skills could only defend himself now. He saw that Wu Jiyi had restrained first, and could not do anything about it first, so he could only continue to make a fuss about angering him with words. "Coward! You haven't answered me yet? Do you dare to be a man?" Wu Jiyi blushed at Shen Gu's questioning, but he glanced at Wu Jiyi next to him, and he couldn't resist it. "My cousin is here today, and I don't want to conflict with you here. I don't even know what happened to you thinking of Chun Lake, and I didn't do anything. I, Wu Jiyi, dare to do it. I dare to recognize it, and I've never done it. I don't want to explain to you either." Hearing Wu Jiyi's hard words, Shen Gu was taken aback first, and then quickly thought in his heart what to do next. In front of the bulletin board next to Sishun Lake, Shen Gu immediately felt that it was Wu Jiyi when he saw someone spoofing himself. But Wu Jiyi said so resolutely in front of hundreds of onlookers, that Shen Gu couldn't help but waver. "Okay, I will check it carefully, it's really you and I won't give up." Under the eyes of everyone, Shen Gu, who had no conclusive evidence, did not confront Wu Jiyi for too long. After throwing down these words loudly, Shen Gu quickly walked past the circle surrounded by Wu Jiyi's bodyguards, and left Chendong University through the school gate through the passageway opened by the crowd. The host has obtained the S-level Goddess Wu Jiyi's female picture book. Since Shengu just deliberately chose to pass outside the bodyguard circle closer to Wu Jiyi's side, when Wu Jiyi was less than 5 meters away from him, he heard the system prompt as he wished. "Who is this kid? Is he a man in Chendong just like you?" Wu Jiyi saw that Shengu faced the multiple bodyguards she had brought and came and went without being timid, so she couldn't help asking Wu Gideo beside her with some curiosity. "With him, Shengu deserves the same name as me." Wu Jiyi looked at the back of Shengu's departure, approached Wu Jiyi and whispered bitterly, "If it weren't for so many people who have been taking pictures of you with their phones, I would have to teach him severely today." Detected that the host has completed the 4th temporary task. 200 bonus game coins. Wu Jiyi didn't know what he explained to Wu Jiyi, and brought Shengu a system reward of 200 game coins. At this time, Shengu counted what he had previously obtained from teacher Zhou Yang, and now he has 500 game coins. At the thought of A-level self-defense fighting skills is considered a very powerful product, only 100 game coins can be sold. Shengu feels that he is considered a wallet pretty big compared to when the game coins were zeroed, and he has more confidence. Walking out of the school gate, he also opened Wu Jiyi's picture book of women. The basic information displayed in the picture book is as follows. Character, Wu Jiyi. Age, 22 years old. Height, 172 cm. Weight, 90 kgs. Face value, 97 points. Stage, 98 points. Temperament, 97 points. Comprehensive score, 97 points. Number of close contacts, 0. Rating, S grade. Intimacy 0. S-Class Goddess Extra Tag, Child Star Debut. Preferences, taste high-end red wine. Whether to reach a specific event, no. She is too embarrassed. Although Shengu had already known in the media that Wu Jiyi was very awkward, but seeing him today and getting confirmation from the pictorial information, he still couldn't help expressing such a sigh in his heart. I heard that she still has abdominal muscles despite her weakness. This is not written in the illustrated book. Maybe you can only see it when you see her wearing a umbilical dress. Thinking of Shengu here, I also thought that Wu Jiyi was still Wu Jiyi's cousin. I really want to see what wonderful expression he will have when he learns that his cousin has become my girlfriend. Shengu thought it was funny in his heart. At the same time, in the women's picture book function of the system, he turned off the automatic scanning function of B-level, C-level, and D-level picture books, and used the clear function respectively. Just now, among the hundreds of students, the Love Assistance system automatically collected for him many pictures of women who were of little significance to him. He doesn't know all those girls, and putting them in the corresponding illustration column will only interfere with him looking for what he needs in the future. Although it's still early, but I have come out anyway. Just go to the Hai Zhonglao hot pot restaurant that you are going to go to at 12 o'clock, and get to know the environment. Thinking this way, Shengu walked towards the Hai Zhonglao hot pot restaurant. But when he entered this hot pot restaurant, he found that the atmosphere inside the restaurant was a bit different. At this point on weekdays, the always hot Hai Zhonglao hot pot restaurant will have at least more than 10 customers, either eating hot pot or just preparing to order. But today there is no customer sitting at the table in the store. The whole shop was empty. Only the hot pot restaurant manager and other employees stood in their respective positions with great energy. When Shengu came in, the waiter greeted him warmly and asked him where he would like to sit. "Why is the shop so deserted today? Why do I feel the chill of my back?" Although Shengu had a bad premonition, he was armed with A-level self-defense fighting skills. Wu Jiyi, his biggest antagonist in Chendong University, was with his cousin near the school gate, so he was not afraid. The decision to leave this shop first. Instead, I chose a place that was not far from the store door and had a window next to me and sat down. I have to wait for 4 people together, can I see the menu first? After sitting down, Shengu Wenzheng said to the male waiter who was serving. Sure. The young male waiter even bowed to Shengu respectfully before handing over the menu. Then he put the menu in his hand on the table in front of Shengu. The service of Hatai's Honglao Hot Pot restaurant has actually reached this point in ascension. Shengu Dun felt the chill that had always existed on his back deepened. No. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Regardless of the danger or not, it's better for me to leave here first. Thinking of this, Shengu didn't open the hot pot menu in front of him. Instead, he stood up and walked out and said to the waiter beside him, "I'd better go to the door of the store to welcome my friend. This is really not dare to be, because we don't seem to be friends." Accompanied by this vicious voice, a man walked in from outside the hot pot restaurant with a dozen young men with fierce appearances. "It's you." After a moment of stunned Shengu, he quickly realized the reason for seeing each other here. Chapter 16. So you don't even count as a spare tire. It was Jiao Huang, a rich student who was previously witnessed by Shengu, who was dating Yang Qian at the grilled fish shop in Chongqing Road Mall. As for why he appeared here, there is also the reason for the abnormality in the Hai Zhonglao hot pot restaurant today. Shengu almost immediately thought of Yang Qian, who was Su Ziking's best friend, and also used him as a spare tire. "Yes, it's me." Jiao Huang obviously didn't put Shengu to put in one's eyes. He raised his right index finger and pointed at Shengu viciously and said, "I heard you are going to invite Su Ziking to dinner here. Those who are acquainted with you will get out immediately. Stay away from my goddess in the future, otherwise you will regret studying in this school after you have cleaned up." As Jiao Huang's voice just fell, more than a dozen people brought behind him also threatened Shengu, some even yelled. "So, you did the things on the bulletin board by the Sichuan Lake." Shengu didn't show a trace of fear on his face when the enemy was a widow. "Of course. You dare to openly talk to our school girl in the study room with your extremely ordinary personal conditions. What I did is just normal and disgusting you." Jiao Huang continued arrogantly, "But you have seen it now. Even if it is a head-on contest, you are still not an opponent at all." When Shengu heard the other party mentioning that he and Su Ziking were in the study room, he thought of the study room where Su Ziking was in the library. Besides him and Su Ziking, there were two students who were not sitting together. He thought that one of the students was used by Wu Ji to monitor Su Ziking, and the other student should just happen to study in that study room. It now appears that the other person is likely to be Jiao Huang's spy. However, the spy did not see the scene where Shengu clashed with Wu Ji and the group in other study rooms. Otherwise, Jiao Huang would not be so arrogant now, but would be cautious about his fighting ability like Wu Ji was near the school gate before. It seems like that, after Wu Ji didn't take advantage of me in the study room, he sealed the news tightly, maybe because he was afraid of embarrassment. Thinking of this, Shengu simply sat in a hot pot seat closest to him. Neither spoke in response to Jiao Huang, nor did he seem to want to escape. "Hey! Your kid is bold enough." Jiao Huang couldn't help feeling furious when she saw that Shengu didn't put them in to put in one's eyes. I saw him pointing his right hand to the place where Shengu was, and shouted arrogantly, "Teach me a hard lesson. Any damage in the store counts as mine." Although Su Ziking was a bit dissatisfied with Shengu's throwing her down in the classroom, she arrived at the Hatai's Honglao hot pot restaurant 10 minutes earlier than the agreed time because of the personal qualities that she had developed early. When she passed near the school gate, Wu Ji had already agreed to ride in his cousin's luxury car and left Chendong University in order to avoid the onlookers for too long. Su Ziking learned from the chat with other classmates on the road that a line of female stars came to Chendong University not long ago. But this kind of thing is not attractive to her. If any famous domestic scientist comes to Chendong University to teach, she will immediately become a little fan and become very interested in paying attention. And when she entered the hot pot restaurant, it happened to see that Shengu knocked down Jiao Huang, who had become mentally hysterical and was attacking him with a fist. The handsome posture of knocking down Jiao Huang hasn't had time to finish it. "How is this going?" Ziking frowned when he saw the person lying on the floor in the hot pot restaurant, and said to the standing Shengu. And while Shengu put away the fighting posture, he smiled at Ziking slightly. These people are jealous that I can eat here with you today, threatening me and making trouble for me. I'm just defending it. Detected the intimacy between Ziking and the host ascending. With the sound of the system prompt, Shengu also quickly checked Ziking's women's picture book and found that the intimacy between the two had been ascending from 16 o'clock to 18 o'clock. It seems that even a high school tyrant likes a man to be like a hero in front of her, instead of being miserably bullied by the wicked. Although 2 points are not much, but for her who has the attribute of being a high school student, she didn't reduce the intimacy because of me and others. It is already considered very good. Thinking of the Shengu here, he walked up to Ziking happily and said, "It's no longer suitable for eating here, let's change the place." As a result of saving up money for Yang Qian to buy gifts, even though he later found out that he was a spare tire, Shengu still saved a small amount of money. Even if he doesn't have to pay the bill for his roommate Liu Hao, it's okay for him to spend money on Ziking for a meal. However, Ziking did not leave with Shengu immediately. She gestured to Shengu and said, "Wait a minute." Then, angrily, he asked Jiao Huang, who had gotten up from the ground and wanted to attack Shengu again, but grinned with pain. "Did Yang Qian tell you about this place?" "It was because Yang Qian was dissatisfied that Shengu became my boyfriend, so I asked you to bring someone here to trouble him." Shengu stood beside Ziking and thought to Jiao Huang and his group who had basically lost their combat effectiveness for a while. Swiba is really quick thinking, although I don't care about Jiao Huang's shot at me now, but I can take this opportunity to know whether this is the cause of Yang Qian today, or Jiao Huang's own behavior is also good. If it was Yang Qian, Jiao Huang knew that Ziking and I were in the study room, then Ziking probably told her girlfriend Yang Qian, and Yang Qian told him again. Then the other person in the study room might not be the monitor Jiao Huang arranged. When Shengu's brain thinking was spinning rapidly, Jiao Huang was also questioned by Ziking. After hesitating for a while, after deciding how to answer, he answered Ziking's question. "I decided to come to this place myself, and it has nothing to do with Yang Qian." As soon as Jiao Huang said this, Ziking was even more shocked by what he received. "In fact, I have liked you for a long time, and only my family status and status are qualified to chase you." After being shocked, Ziking immediately became very angry. "Aren't you chasing Yang Qian? Yang Qian has been telling me these days that she has found a very satisfied boyfriend, and she will invite me to dinner with you in a few days. Maybe it's just Yang Qian's own wishful thinking." When Shengu explained to Ziking, his own tone was inexplicably bitter. "It seems that he just wants to use Yang Qian to approach you, and doesn't want to be Yang Qian's boyfriend. Don't you like Yang Qian? It's not bad to catch her on your terms. As long as you leave Ziking, I can give you 100,000 yuan. Yang Qian likes money the most. With this money, at least you will be able to pick her up before graduation." Chapter 17. You are shameless. Ziking was extremely angry at this time, and he was extremely angry and scolded. "You think you say that, even if Shengu is willing to ask for money, do I still have a good impression of you? That's not necessarily." Jiao Huang didn't feel that he was wrong because of Ziking's fierce reaction. Maybe he agreed to ask for money? Even if you are willing to spend a few days with him for the time being on such good terms, you can kick him one day. 100,000 yuan. It should be worth his 100-month life expense. Isn't it good to use this money to soak Yang Qian? Similarly, I can also prove to you that I am willing to spend a lot of money to obtain the qualifications to pursue you. Obviously, I am more sincere than this poor boy." Ziking opened his mouth and wanted to continue focusing on what Huang said. But the moment before she uttered her voice, she held it back. Shengu saw her turning her head and looking at him coldly, as if waiting for what kind of answer he would give Jiao Huang. If there is no love assist system, and someone wants to change my girlfriend a day for 100,000 yuan, maybe I would really hesitate. Shengu laughed at the thought of this, and continued to think in his heart, but without this system, Jiao Huang would not be willing to give me 100,000. Even if I have other ways to make Su Ziking agree to be my girlfriend for one day, just now I must have been beaten to the ground the second time. At this moment, Jiao Huang misunderstood that Shengu's smile just now was mocking him, his face suddenly turned black, but he did not have the courage to continue. 200,000. I will double you again. You have to think about it, the more beautiful the girl is, the older the girl is, the more money you need. Will you be able to meet her in the future on your terms? It is destined to be dumped in the future. Why don't you get this big money now? 200,000 is enough for you to spend on a few girlfriends in college. Shengu didn't expect Jiao Huang to pay such a big price for leaving Su Ziking. However, Su Ziking was the first target he was bound to win. Even if the opponent paid 2 million, he would not agree to Jiao Huang's request. After all, he is a person with a love assistance system. He believes that in the future, not only in love, but also in money, the system will benefit him a lot through various methods. The simplest example is that the third target chosen by the system for him is Wu Ji. If you want such a popular female star to fall in love, having money may not be the most important factor, but it is definitely also a very important point. At this time, Shen Gugong thought of the number of 2 million, and just used this number to answer Jiao Huang. He stretched out the 2 fingers of his right hand and shook the focus twice and said, 200,000? Even if you drive 2 million, I won't agree to leave Ziking. You still die of this heart. 2 million. Jiao Huang irritably smiled and said, spent 2 million, what kind of woman do I want? Still talking nonsense with you. I don't know other people, at least you can't get a girl like her. Shengu pointed a finger at Su Ziking beside him. Detected the intimacy between Su Ziking and the host ascending. Additional tags for the S-level goddess in Su Ziking's illustrated book. With the sound of the system prompt, Shengu was surprised to see that the intimacy of the two suddenly ascending by 10 points. And a new label has been added to Su Ziking's S-Class Girl Extra label column. Treat money as. I just wanted to take the opportunity to praise her, but I didn't expect such a big windfall. When Shengu felt unwilling to insert the willow, he thought of Su Ziking's rejection of the confession of a rich boy. He also felt understandable that such a label would appear in Su Ziking's illustrated book. At this time the intimacy of the two has reached 28 points. The look Su Ziking looked at Shengu was slightly different than that after Shengu fighting a plane to win her. Poor boy, you are so naive. When you can't afford her a lipstick with 1 month's salary after entering the society, you will know how stupid you are to make this decision now. Jiao Huang couldn't move Shengu, but could only show his disdain with a sneer. And this is the only way for him to restore his lack of face in front of his men. Let's go. Shengu. Su Ziking actually took the initiative to hold Shengu's left arm. She said to Shengu, I feel sick when I look at this guy more. This is the first time in Shengu's life that such a beautiful girl has made an intimate gesture of holding her arm. Let's go. When Shengu left the hot pot restaurant with Su Ziking, he felt light at his feet. Can you be a little prosperous, Shengu? This is what Shengu said to himself in his heart. But being held by such a good-looking goddess, if I hadn't obtained the system, I would have never dreamed of it before. Shengu found a reasonable reason for himself to flutter in his heart. Until they walked out of the Hai Zhonglao hot pot restaurant, Jiao Huang behind him was afraid that Shengu had knocked down more than a dozen of them by himself, and did not dare to continue to catch up. What about your roommate who said you would invite us to dinner together? Su Ziking showed an attitude of shifting the topic away from the unpleasantness in the store, and now looked towards the entrance of the school. At this time, Shengu's cell phone happened to ring, and he saw that it was Liu Hao's name displayed on it. After answering the phone, the voice from that end turned out to be depressed. Sorry, Shengu, a group of people blocked the door of our dormitory just now. The other party is crowded, saying that you will not allow any of us to leave until you come back, and you can't even make a phone call. Until their leader just answered a phone call, they all left our dormitory, and I called you immediately. Aren't these people looking for you because of Suziking? I advise you to avoid the limelight first outside the school, and I will invite you someday for your meal. Since Shengu didn't adjust the voice of the mobile phone to public, Suziking beside him could not hear the content of Shengu's phone clearly. Don't worry, I have solved them. I'll talk about other things when I get back to the dormitory. After Shengu finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly, without giving Liu Hao a chance to continue to persuade him. They can't come because of Jiao Huang. Bingxiu's clever Suziking guessed the reason why Liu Hao and others could not come here just based on the reply that Shengu just gave Liu Hao. Probably. Shengu told Suziking his guess, Jiao Huang should have been divided into two groups. One of them ambushed me in the hot pot restaurant, and the other prevented my 3 roommates from coming here to join us. Until we left the hot pot restaurant just now, Jiao Huang was helpless to me, so he called another group of people to leave my dormitory. Suziking nodded lightly, and said apologetically to Shengu, fortunately, you have a good skill, and one person can deal with more than a dozen of them. Or if I promised to come for dinner today, it would have harmed you. Don't say that, but I am willing to invite you. Even if the villain calculates this, it is not your fault. Shengu's IQ was very online at this time. Not only did he say a few words that made Suziking smile like a flower, but he also heard the system prompt of the intimacy of the two ascending. Chapter 18 Mind Reading Trial Pack. This wave of words for Suziking to clear the responsibility, made the intimacy between Suziking and Shengu ascending to 30 points. Although the added value of 2 points can't be compared with the little leap of 10 points before, it also gives Shengu a feeling of nearly a third of the attack. Since they can't come, and there happens to be no class in the afternoon, why not let me invite you to the city for dinner? Shengu didn't want to waste this opportunity to have lunch with Suziking. Go to the city. Yes. There are people like Jiao Huang nearby, even if I am not afraid of him, it still affects our mood for dining. All right. Suziking smiled softly and said, since I am your girlfriend today, I can agree to this reasonable request. Seeing that Suziking had agreed, Shengu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Because after his invitation, he was still a little worried that Suziking would refuse to go to the city for dinner with him on the grounds that he would not prove his girlfriend's identity in front of his roommate. After being happy, Shengu immediately beckoned to stop a taxi. However, Suziking made an action by his side to stop him from getting into the car. Taking a taxi from here to the city is too expensive, let's take the 160 bus. This act of thinking about Shengu's economy immediately made Shengu's heart warm. When he had a secret relationship with Yang Qian had never considered whether Shengu had enough money when he went out to play and eat. Even though Shengu would become very nervous about his life expenses, he insisted that Face did not say no to Yang Qian, and took her to a cafe with a higher consumption level to eat Western food. Take a taxi. It's not easy to have a chance to treat you to a meal. Shengu was moved, and opened the taxi door 2 steps forward. On the one hand, he thinks it is worthwhile for Suziking, on the other hand, he does have a little money now. This is all thanks to the act of saving money to buy gifts for Yang Qian. Oh, we are all still students. It is very expensive to ask you to have dinner. Suziking pulled Shengu to the bus stop at the school gate from behind, and all the students of Chendong University near the school gate looked here. Shengu knew that the reason they looked here was almost all related to Suziking. For a moment, he stopped insisting on taking a taxi to the city. After saying sorry to the taxi driver, he just followed Suziking's pulling force to the direction of the bus station. Is he the one who suddenly became Suziking's boyfriend? It seems to be called Shengu, right? Yes, he is the one who was posted as Toad on the bulletin board by the Sichuan Lake. Be quiet. Not long ago, he was alone with many of Wu Jiyi's bodyguards. Even people as rich and powerful as Wu Jiyi demanded restraint from those bodyguards. I think his identity is definitely not as simple as we see on the surface. In the process of queuing for the bus, these words kept humming into Shen Gu's ears. As for Shen Gu's own feelings when he heard these words, apart from a little bit of embarrassment, more of it can be regarded as the pride of Su Ziking's girlfriend. Maybe I didn't insist on getting in the taxi just now, just to be talked about like this at this time. Is this vanity? This is not. If I didn't have a love assist system, it would be vanity now. But I have the system, and I am confident that Su Ziking will fall in love with me in the future. So these other people's envy, even the words of jealousy, are all I deserve. I am qualified to get it. At this time, the bus that had been parked at the station finally opened the door, and after the two got on the bus, they got a seat for two people in the back row. Shen Guqian let the window seat be given to Su Ziking, and he sat in the aisle position, enclosing Su Ziking with the front and rear seats. This feeling is as if she is my exclusive possession at this time. At the moment when Shen Gu was a little fanciful, Su Ziking changed his head from looking out the window and said to Shen Gu. In this way, the two of us only need 2 yuan. When we eat and order, we can have a lot of money. Actually, I'm pretty rich now. You must have more good food when you eat next time, or I will be even more troubled. However, when it comes to rich, Su Ziking showed a deep smile. But after smiling, he didn't say anything, he just nodded slightly, and then turned his head to the direction outside the window. What does she mean? Along the way, Shen Gu couldn't determine the real reason for her behavior. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the most prosperous section of Jiking Road in the city. There are not only many shopping malls along this road, but there are also many specialty food shops in these shopping malls. In fact, the most famous shopping mall is Soundzhou. It was in this shopping mall when Shen Gu bought Yangqian pendants. Of course, the grilled fish shop where Yangqian and Jiao Huang dated is also there. Let's go to the 12th floor of Otoza. There are the most specialty food shops there. Shen Gu, who said this, was deciding to face his own pain. He feels that only if he overcomes this pain head-on, can he formally start his new life in love. Su Ziking didn't know Shen Gu's psychological activities at this time, and she agreed to Shen Gu's suggestion without thinking too much. On the 12th floor of the Yunzhou, Shen Gu chose a restaurant that was more upscale than the grilled fish restaurant where Yangqian had dated Jiao Huang at the time. After the two sat down, the waiter graciously handed over the menu. After opening the menu, Su Ziking frowned slightly when he saw the price of the dishes above. Because I usually spend a lot of time studying, I don't know much about what food restaurants sell. Maybe these dishes don't suit my taste, let's eat in another restaurant. Su Ziking, who closed the menu, was standing by because of the waiter. Considering Shen Gu's face, he did not say the words "the dishes are too expensive," but found another reason for leaving. She used the word "maybe" before these dishes. Maybe she wants to leave not because of the taste of the dishes, but the prices of the dishes are a bit expensive. After Su Ziking insisted on taking the bus before, Shen Gu had this idea looking at the prices on the menu. If only I could know her real thoughts directly instead of guessing. There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Shen Gu's mind. Sure enough, there is a need for system recognition, and it will sell me related things. Shen Gu immediately opened the mall interface with his mind and saw various information about the new product. Name, Mind Reading, 1-minute trial set. Price: 100 game coins. Type: Intelligence. Quality: Normal. Function: after use, the host will know the true psychological thoughts of the target person within 1 minute. Remarks: this product can only be used for goddesses rated S level by the system. If there are 2 or more S-level goddesses within 5 meters around you, the option to confirm the target will appear after use. Chapter 19, Sending One More Day of Love Experience. 1 minute. This time is too short. This is a mind-reading technique, dear. It's very cheap to ask you for 100 game coins in 1 minute. After Shengu complained about the high prices of goods, the system immediately responded. Why are you stunned? Let's go. Suziking didn't know about Shengu's internal affairs with the love assistance system. Seeing that Shengu hadn't spoken for a long time, he stood up and said to him. Okay. I'll just buy one and try it. Shengu, who already owns 500 game coins, decided in his mind. He used his mind to buy mind reading, 1 minute trial set, in the system store, and chose to use it in the inventory. I think if you want to go first, or think that the food in this store is more expensive, so you want to save me money, right? After using the mind reading, Shengu immediately asked Suziking this question. According to the past conscience of system products, I should be able to know her inner thoughts at the moment. After a flash of this thought in Shengu's mind. Sure enough, Suziking's voice appeared in his mind. He's quite smart, but I still lie to him kindly, don't let him spend too much money to invite me to dinner. When Shengu heard this voice, Suziking in front of him did not open his mouth. Next, she said to Shengu, I really think the combination of the food in this restaurant shouldn't suit my taste. The waitress who had been standing by said at this moment, the taste of my food is well known in the city. You can try it this time, and you want to come next time. Sorry, no need. Although I can afford this meal, I don't want to refuse her kindness to me. Shengu stood up and walked outside the store. And Suziking, who followed him and left the restaurant, blinked. After that, Shengu took Suziking into a hot pot restaurant called Xiaogu, where every customer in the store can order a small pot by himself. If the relationship between men and women is not too close, one person and one pot will look clean and hygienic. If you eat hot pot, it should suit your taste. After all, you agreed to go to a hot pot restaurant off campus for dinner. After sitting down, Shengu passed the menu to Suziking and signaled her to order first. Suziking didn't say anything this time, just smiled, and quickly ordered a clear soup pot and a few things she likes to eat. Then he handed the menu back to Shengu. When the dishes and drinks ordered by the two were all ready, the soup base in the small pot was boiling. Suziking unexpectedly picked up her glass of drink and said apologetically to Shengu. I'm sorry for the trouble caused by fishing in the sea today. If I don't tell Yang Qian about eating with you at noon, Jiao Huang will not know the location in advance, and will take someone to calculate you. It's not your fault, I asked you to be my girlfriend today. Because the people eating near the seats of the two of them were strangers, Shengu slightly lowered the volume and said such words. The husband is not guilty, and he is guilty of his crime. Suziking smiled slightly, and said something quite famous in classical Huxia. Shengu thought of the reason why he was hated by Wu Ji and Jiao Huang. He also smiled with Suziking, gently touched the cup full of drinks, and took a sip of each. Then the two began to add meat and vegetables to the small pot in front of them. While waiting for the dishes to be cooked, Suziking suddenly said, in order to make up for my apologies to you, besides today, I can still be your girlfriend for one more day. If you are willing to. Shengu was surprised and naturally welcomed Suziking's proposal. Of course, it's my pleasure. He smiled and nodded to Suziking, and then half-jokingly said to him, but this way, those who are jealous of me will trouble me for another day. That's why I said, if you want. Suziking continued to say to Shengu with a smile, I didn't expect you alone to defeat the dozen or so people who made trouble for you. Have you learned martial arts since you were a kid? This is not true, maybe I just have a natural reaction speed faster than them. Seeing Suziking, it seemed a little unbelievable. Shengu deliberately added a few words mischievously, and I believe that justice will defeat evil. Jiao Huang, in order to keep me away from you, deliberately led people to trouble me. How can I lose to such a bad person? If I get knocked down by them, I can't even see the sky. System. After hearing this, Su Ziking gently covered his mouth with his right hand, and let out a sweet laugh like a silver bell. Although I think your reason is far-fetched. But it's really you who defeated the bad guys. So I believe it. Su Ziking said to Shengu after smiling. At this moment, another pair of male and female customers entered the hot pot restaurant. The female customer among them is not someone else, but Zhou Yang, the college English teacher of Shengu and Su Ziking. Is this the teacher's boyfriend? Do we need to say hello? Because Su Ziking and Shengu were not really a couple, he hesitated and said to Shengu. Because the doorway is still some distance away from where Shen and Gu are sitting, if the two of them don't choose to take the initiative to say hello, teacher Zhou Yang may also sit somewhere else with her male partner, just or pretend not to see them. Let's not act rashly. What if the teacher doesn't want the students to know about this? Shen Gu was shocked in his heart that the man was probably Zhou Yang's boyfriend, and at the same time told Su Ziking his own opinion. After that, he used his mind to check Zhou Yang's pictorial book in the system's women's pictorial book. It is found that the number displayed in the column of the number of close contacts is still 0. Is the number of close contacts in this picture book updated automatically? Or do I need to go within 5 meters of her to get the update? Although many of Su Ziking's previous illustrations were updated automatically, this time it was about whether teacher Zhou Yang had a close relationship with the man. Shengu cautiously asked the system again in his heart. Please rest assured, the host. All the women's pictorial information that has been included will be kept up to date. Especially the S-level goddess level illustration book. After the content changes, the system will notify the host as soon as possible. Then if the included S-level goddess appears to have intimate relationships with others, will she continue to be my target of strategy? After Su Ziking agreed not to say hello first, Shengu asked the system again in his heart this very crucial question for him. Once this happens, the system will automatically determine that the host has failed the target strategy, and will automatically cancel the corresponding raider's task. Then what if you have successfully tackled the goal and have close interactions with others? Taking advantage of this opportunity to get an accurate answer to the system's questions, Shengu asked a expandable question beforehand. Chapter 20, A Coincidence with the Teacher and Her New Boyfriend. Unless force majeure occurs, the targeted target will only fall in love with the host. If an accident occurs due to force majeure, the consequences can only be borne by the host. Because that also means you neglected your duty as a boyfriend. In other words, to protect their safety. And this kind of safety is not just as simple as personal safety. Thinking of Shengu here, he carefully looked at the position chosen by Zhou Yanggang in the distance. If she and the boyfriend who is likely to be her new boyfriend get along for a while, as the relationship gradually deepens, I might lose the target of this strategy. Su Ziking reminded Shengu at this moment, if you look at them secretly like this, the teacher will find us soon. Sorry, I'm just a little curious about what her boyfriend looks like. After all, it was Shengu himself who had proposed not to greet him on the initiative. Just because he was worried about losing Zhou Yang as the target of the strategy, he made a somewhat contradictory behavior. If the teacher doesn't want to recognize us here, she will turn a blind eye to us. If she thinks it's okay to recognize us, she will take the initiative to meet our eyes. This can be considered a little test of her attitude. Having said this, Shengu saw that the meaning in Su Ziking's eyes began to become complicated. Then I ask you a question, if Zhou Yang is willing to be your girlfriend, would you accept teacher-student love? Although Zhou Yang was Shengu's second target, but when Su Ziking asked such a question so directly, Shengu's face still showed uncontrollable embarrassment. According to my preliminary psychological knowledge, your performance just now proves that you are most likely to be interested in her in your heart. The smile on Su Ziking's face became sly, or she is considered your ideal person in love. The reason why you can't chase her is only limited by thinking that she can't like you. Soziking kept his voice down to ensure that Zhou Yang himself could not hear these words about teacher Zhou Yang. If you say this, including celebrities and idols, I might have dozens of interesting girls. With a playful tone, Shengu cleverly avoided Soziking's targeted question to teacher Zhou Yang. He also understood why Soziking asked him this way. He felt that this must be related to his rejection of Soziking's game invitation after the end of the morning English class, and instead went to teacher Zhou Yang. That's not unreasonable. Soziking also felt that he had gone deep into the topic of teacher-student relationship with Shengu, and he seemed to have passed Shengu a bit. He also simply said to Shengu in a joking tone. For example, Wu Jiyi who came to our school today. Although I don't know much about her, if you can be your girlfriend with a female celebrity of her level, you must be very happy. This skewed attack made Shengu suddenly feel a little didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Can this be considered a girl's sixth sense? No, it must not count. After sighing a few words in his heart, Shengu told Soziking a very real thing in a joking tone. Maybe one day she will take the initiative to say that she likes me, but I can't guarantee that she will accept her confession. After hearing this, Soziking smiled and made an admiring gesture with both hands in front of his eyes. Is it because I became your girlfriend today that caused your self-confidence to burst? Then she narrowed her smile and said to Shengu Zheng, or you have super confidence in yourself, so you went to the study room to find me yesterday. The meaning in this sentence is already obviously saying that Shengu's behavior was to deliberately strike up a conversation and want to pursue her. I didn't take the initiative to find you yesterday. After Shengu made a clear conscience, he immediately added a sentence in his heart. The system asked me to find you. However, Soziking's next words stunned Shengu directly. Then do you want to chase me now? Facing the goddess who was rated as S grade by the system, ask this question. If Shengu didn't have the system restriction of cannot confess, he would probably blurt out impulsively. Say, think. However, he understood very well at this time, once he said that word to Soziking. The punishment warning the system once said to him is definitely not a joke. And that word won't really be heard by Soziking. It's good for us to be ordinary friends. Such words made Soziking doubt her ears. If you think wanting to play is useful for me, please don't be naive. After a while, Soziking, who had recovered, said this to Shengu with a serious face. It's really not what you think. Shengu, who was restricted by the system and couldn't actively confess, said this is not a lie. Then, in order to make the tone more tactful, he added this sentence. I am grateful to be able to prove to my roommate that I am your boyfriend today. The word grateful also caused Soziking to end the previous series of sharp questions. I hope you didn't lie to me. In this way, you are really different from the other boys I have known before. These are the last two words that Soziking said to Shengu before he lowered his head to eat hot pot. Next, the two men with their own minds did not speak first for a long time. On the far side of teacher Zhou Yang, the male companion who came with her seemed very active. He kept changing the topic diligently, trying to make Zhou Yang happy. And he really got his wish. Zhou Yang seemed to get along well with him, and the number of conversations with his male partner became more frequent. If he is really suitable for being a teacher's boyfriend, can it be okay for me to target one less target? With this sentence that only appeared in his heart, Shengu was asking both the system and himself. The system helps you get the heart of the S-level goddess. You can voluntarily give up a certain strategy goal. Because it's just your own loss. After getting a systematic answer, Shengu felt that it was too early to talk about giving up Zhou Yang. As the system just told him. It's just his own loss. He believes that even if he can get the love of multiple girls by virtue of the dating assist system in the future, among those girls, he will always divide his favorite and the more favorite. Right now, Zhou Yang and her male partner are still at the stage of getting along with each other. If the two do not get along well in the future, he will discover that after getting along with multiple girls, what do you like most about teacher Zhou Yang? Now I have the opportunity to choose high-quality girls, think about what I got from Yang Qian before. Isn't it ridiculous to talk about innocence and single-mindedness? Thinking of this, he took the initiative to break the silence with Su Ziking. Although the topic was just some small talk in the dining room, he also wanted to have a slightly more active dining atmosphere with Su Ziking. Chapter 21, A Serious Attitude. When the two of them had almost eaten, teacher Zhou Yang and her male partner seemed to have just eaten half of them. Let's go. Go back to school and have a self-study together, and there will be another flying plane game against each other. Su Ziking gently wiped her mouth clean with a paper towel, stood up from the seat and said to Shengu. However, when Shengu saw that teacher Zhou Yang and her male partner had been talking happily, an inexplicable worry became more and more intense. You said where they will go after they have eaten. Shengu couldn't directly reject Su Ziking's proposal to go back to school. After a brainstorm, he used an interrogative sentence for Su Ziking to guess, trying to increase the time that Zhou Yang was in his sight today. Then it depends on how far the relationship between the two has progressed. If they are not familiar, the man will send her back to school. If you are familiar with each other and are willing to get along with each other, he might take her to other places. When Su Ziking said the words other places, there was no shy expression on his face. Shengu deliberately asked Su Ziking to agree to follow teacher Zhou Yang with him for a while. At this time, he deliberately led in the direction that he wanted to achieve his goal. Where do you mean the other places? Is it a hotel? Ms. Zhou is over 20 years old, and she is free if she wants to. Su Ziking's expression became solemn when he said this, but I'm only 18 years old. Although I have passed my first birthday, I wouldn't go to such a place with any man before getting married. Even if it's the boyfriend I have been with for a long time. These words made Shengu feel a little pity, but at the same time, he increased his favor and respect for Su Ziking. Do you think my thinking is a bit conservative? Seeing that Shengu did not speak, Su Ziking asked with an extremely serious expression on his face. Do not. Shengu thought about the wording for a while and said, maybe some boys want to be closer to their own girlfriends. But even they would want their newlyweds to be pure. Su Ziking smiled upon hearing this. I like your honesty. Although what you said is something that seems ridiculous to me. Because the boy who can walk into the marriage hall with his first girlfriend will definitely be one of the few boys. Shengu, who intends to delay time, is happy to continue to sit here and discuss this topic with Su Ziking. So he directly asked Su Ziking this question. Are you obsessed with trying to marry your first boyfriend? If he hadn't made a major mistake like cheating. Su Ziking thought for a moment, then nodded. I will manage my first love affair with my heart. I also hope that will be the only relationship in my life. Therefore, from the beginning of choosing a boyfriend, I will be very cautious. Until I can be sure that I can give him my heart, I will not make a decision lightly. Shengu didn't feel surprised that Su Ziking could say such a thing. After all, learning tyrants are generally rational. Being cautious and serious is her attitude. But does Su Ziking have any other deep meaning in saying these words to him? According to Shengu's ordinary understanding, these words can also be a girl's temptation to her goal of quasi-boyfriend in her heart. I want to see the reaction of this probably boyfriend. Maybe this has something to do with the closeness of the two of us over 30. Just when Shengu thought about it, teacher Zhou Yang and his male partner had basically finished eating, and started to stand up and leave to check out. Do you want to know where they will go in a while? If Shengu saw teacher Zhou Yang in the city at this time, it would be convenient for him to follow the two. But now Su Ziking is sitting opposite him, and he can no longer leave her here to follow Zhou Yang and her male companion like he did when class is over in the morning. If Shengu wants to not provoke Su Ziking's anger, but also protect Zhou Yang's safety, there is only one way to arouse Su Ziking's curiosity. However, Su Ziking glanced at teacher Zhou Yang, then looked at Shengu with complicated eyes and said, "In no mood." Then it wasn't until Zhou Yang and her male partner left the hot pot restaurant. Shengu didn't say another word to persuade Su Ziking. Because he heard Su Ziking's bad tone. It wasn't until teacher Zhou Yang's figure disappeared from Su Ziking's sight that she looked at consultant Shen, who was still sitting upright, and said, "Do you like her?" The tone of this sentence is very similar to a girl's sensitive question about her boyfriend overly caring about other girls. Does she like me? No, the intimacy just after 30 o'clock is supposedly not like this. Or is she in the play? That is to say, she is my girlfriend today, so she gets along with me according to the standard of being my girlfriend. Then when Hushan is not a girlfriend, no matter what I am, she won't have any interest. Thinking of this, Shengu also understood some of the reasons why Su Ziking had said conservative thinking to him before. Yes, her words, including her current words, are all speaking to her boyfriend. She didn't make a joke because she was only 1+1 days old as a girlfriend. She has been so serious since meeting me in the classroom this morning. Shengu, who had figured this out, decided to give up today. I want to see where Mr. Zhou Yang will go. He smiled and said to Su Ziking in an 8 trigrams tone. How can it be? She is our teacher, and she is a few years younger. I'm just a little curious. After all, everyone has the heart of 8 trigrams. Although Shengu said this pretentiously, he didn't really have any confidence in his heart. And Su Ziking did not seem to believe it completely. But she didn't question her, she just nodded lightly and said to Shengu, "Then let's go back to school now. I'm not very interested in the teacher's private life. In the afternoon, we can go to study together for a while, play a small game, and have dinner in the cafeteria. I will invite you then." Shengu understood what Su Ziking was talking about as a small game. Now he is ample financial resources. Even if he plays a few games with Su Ziking, he can still cope with it. Moreover, Su Ziking offered to play that game again, which deepened Shengu's thoughts. That is if Su Ziking continues to lose to himself in the flying games today and tomorrow. Will the identity of this temporary girlfriend be extended by her on her own initiative? If you can successfully complete the various temporary tasks of the system, you will have enough game coins for the game. That day my girlfriend will likely become a week, a month, a year, or even longer. If it is so easy for Zhou Yang to go to the hotel with a man who has known her not long ago, then it would not be a pity for me to abandon her as a strategy goal. Thinking of Shengu here, his feelings have changed from the pity of not being able to follow teacher Zhou Yang before to a positive attitude determined to fight for 3. Chapter 22, Wu Jiyi's Private Agreement. The two who returned to Chendong University agreed to go back to their dormitories to pick up school supplies, and then meet in the 306 study room. This study room was also the one where Shengu took the initiative to approach Su Ziking in the library yesterday. He listened to Su Ziking's suggestion to go there, and agreed without much thought. After returning to the dormitory, the 3 roommates who were sitting at their computer desks and playing on the computer saw that Shengu was back. They dropped the games in front of them and stood up and looked at Shengu with a little embarrassment. "What's wrong with you? Why look at me with this look? Jiao Huang asked me to trouble me. Didn't I send a letter later? Maybe I told you." Shengu saw that in addition to the apology in the eyes of the roommates, there was some awe, and he was no longer used to laughing and making noises before. He forced some smiles to make the atmosphere in the dormitory less solemn than it is now. Did you really defeat Jiao Huang, a dozen of them alone?" Liu Hao, who looked the strongest in the dormitory, moved his gaze to Shengu's thin arm as he spoke. Shen Gushun took his gaze and glanced at his forearm, which usually lacks exercise. "Then I was very ashamed, but adorned myself in a magnificent manner. It's self-defense, others attacked me first. I'm the one who dodges, my body is agile, and I don't need too much strength to fight back after hiding. These words of Shen Gu were used to describe his A-level self-defense fighting skills ability, half right and half wrong. Yes, when he was in a state of self-defense, the enemy's attacks did slow down in his eyes. What's wrong is that every time he punches or kicks the enemy in self-defense, he is given a 300% power bonus by the system. Otherwise, how could the enemies who attacked him just hit him physically and fell to the ground in pain, wailing and rolling around? Anyway, this fact is unbelievable. Liu Hao shook his head and continued to say in an unbelieving tone. During the time I received your W letter, I have always wanted to use games to distract myself from being shocked. But seeing you again now, judging from the appearance of your body, it is still hard to believe that you alone defeated Jiao Huang, who was causing you trouble and waiting for more than a dozen people. Shen Gu looked at the other two roommates again. Zhang Yu and Wang Ning both nodded involuntarily, obviously agreeing with what Liu Hao just said. There is a saying that facts speak louder than words. I am standing in front of you without any injuries. Do I need to explain the rest? While being refreshed in front of his roommate, Shen Gu went back to the own computer desk and found the study books and pens used in the morning English class and put them in his shoulder bag. Before leaving, I did not forget to drop another sentence that made my roommates very envious. I don't have time to spend more time with you now. I'm going to study with my schoolgirl girlfriend. Looking at Shen Gaiwen's back, Zhang Yu whispered with envy and a little jealousy, what kind of luck has this kid had in the past 2 days? Our girlfriend and So Ziking are really like Phoenix. Do you think Peach Blossom luck is so easy? Liu Hao, the best family of the three, was calm and calm. You forgot what we encountered at the door of the dormitory at noon, and what happened to him outside of school. The faces of Wang Ning and Zhang Yu changed immediately. The three of them were silent for a long time before Wang Ning murmured, if it is me who is favored by the schoolgirl, I will definitely be beaten and wailed by those Jiao Huang in front of her. Besides leaving the dormitory, Shen Gu quickly walked out of the boys' dormitory. As soon as he left the door of the dormitory building, he immediately saw two people not far from the door of the dormitory building who were Wu Jiyi's bodyguards. When the two saw Shen Gu coming out of the dormitory, they immediately walked over. However, their faces looked at Shen Gu with a smile, and they looked very friendly, and they were not hostile to Shen Gu. I don't know what medicine they sell in Calabash, but they can't do anything to me. Just after Shen Gu flashed this thought, the two bodyguards on the opposite side had already walked in front of him. One of the stronger-looking black bodyguards said to Shen Gu with a smile, Mr. Shen, our boss, Ms. Wu Jiyi wants to talk to you alone, please come with us. She wants me. Shen Gu originally thought that Wu Jiyi had borrowed these two people from his cousin, but he did not expect that the one who sent them was Wu Jiyi. If they were sent by Wu Jiyi, no matter what it was, Shen Gu would definitely not go with them. But Wu Jiyi was the third target given to him by the system, and Shen Gu still didn't want to miss the chance to contact her alone at this time. Thinking of this, he said to the bodyguard, where is she now? Although I can see him, I can't delay too much time. My girlfriend is still waiting for me. Seeing that Shen Gu didn't hesitate too much, his bodyguard agreed to meet him. He was overjoyed and quickly led the way. As she walked, she explained, just in a car outside the school, she just said a few words to you. If she didn't consider that she would be surrounded by fans if she finds you in person, she would come by herself. Because the two parties had a brief conflict near the school gate before, when Wu Jiyi ordered the two bodyguards to invite Shen Gu, in addition to emphasizing that the attitude must be good, he also prepared a lot of comments on how to further invite them after the invitation was rejected. But these words are not used at all by Shen Gu. Wu Jiyi's two bodyguards were surprised at how easy he promised to attend the appointment. And when he was surprised, he also believed that Shen Gu's background was not simple, so he dared to agree to let them go to see Wu Jiyi under the circumstances of the oppositional relationship with Wu Jiyi. The three soon came to a very ordinary car outside the school gate. Wu Jiyi, who was sitting in the back of the car, saw that Shen Guhen was coming, so she gently pressed the window and motioned him to get in from the other side. "I'm glad you agreed to come and see me." This was the first word Wu Jiyi said to Shen Gu after getting in the car. "I thought you would wait for me in a tens of millions of luxury cars. I would not come if I knew it." Regarding own targets, when Shen Gu faced Wu Jiyi alone, he no longer had the tit-for-tat appearance in front of Wu Jiyi. The tone was full of friendliness, making Wu Jiyi even a little doubtful whether her two bodyguards brought only one other person similar to Shen Gu. Of course, this kind of suspicion Wu Jiyi herself is not serious. Seeing that Shen Gu showed a good attitude in the exchange, Wu Jiyi was also slightly happy, and slightly sideways took out a bank card from the brand name bag on the left-hand side and handed it to Shen Gu. "What are you?" For a moment, Shen Gu's mind was filled with a rich man handing a card to a man without money, and then strongly asked the other party to leave the idle drama scene. Chapter 23. I don't care about money. There is 100,000 yuan in it, which is my 3-month fee. If you can satisfy me in 3 months, I will pay you another 100,000 yuan, and the cycle will continue until the day I no longer need you. Wu Jiyi's tone of saying this inevitably made Shen Gu a little cranky. At this time, the two were sitting side by side in the back seat of the car. Wu Jiyi even let the driver get out of the car in order to keep the conversation confidential. "I think even the fans who support her the most, it's hard for the two of me to be alone." Looking at Wu Jiyi's graceful figure and almost peerless face, plus the fact that she is Shen Gu's third target. As a normal man, even if Shen Gu subconsciously wanted to calm down, it was inevitable that he would enter a state of fantasy. "Am I good looking?" As a popular actress in the entertainment industry, Wu Jiyi is no stranger to Shen Gu's instantaneous appearance. So she teased Shen Gu with her words, and thought to herself in her heart, "My charm is really something few men can resist." Before he was in front of so many people in the school gate, coupled with the hostile relationship with Wu Jiyi, he would show hostility to me. Now there are only two of us here. Sitting so close again, it is inevitable that he will not be overwhelmed by my charm. But that's okay. With this advantage, he should also refuse the following things I want to tell him to do. However, after Shen Gu was asked such blunt words by Wu Jiyi, he immediately realized that own was gaffe. He gave a dry cough to cover up his embarrassment. Then, I asked Wu Jiyi 2 sentences in a row about the 100,000 yuan matter. "What do you mean by the day you no longer need me? 3 months actually gave me so much money, are you trying to hire me?" At the moment when the question was halfway out, Shen Gu abruptly replaced the word to be expressed with the word employment. "Yes, you can understand it as an employment fee. I hire you not to let that boy Wu Jiyi take your girlfriend away." The second half of Wu Jiyi's words surprised Shen Gu very much. He suddenly felt a little didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said to Wu Jiyi in a relaxed and curious tone, "Your request is so strange. According to the routine in the TV series, shouldn't you give me money to let me leave Suziking?" Wu Jiyi also laughed after listening, and even a little naughty who deliberately showed her charm. "Why should I do that? I'm just his cousin, not his mother. Besides, my aunt wants to know that I do this, and the money will most likely be reimbursed for me." In the next few minutes, through Wu Jiyi's detailed explanation, Shen Gu finally understood the real reason why Wu Jiyi gave him the money. It turns out that Wu Jiyi came to Wu Jiyi in person this time, and it was her uncle and aunt, who was Wu Jiyi's parents, who came to persuade Wu Jiyi to enter the entertainment circle. The first step to enter the entertainment industry, in addition to arranging a series of good resources for him, he also found him a female celebrity who was slightly less famous than Wu Jiyi, and prepared to follow this scandal to quickly open up his popularity. Therefore, Wu Jiyi can't pursue Suziking's success now. Wu Jiyi's purpose in giving Shen Gu money is to make Shen Gu have enough economic strength to stabilize Suziking's heart. "Actually, my girlfriend doesn't value money. Before, many rich people pursued her, but she just refused. Although I can promise you not to let Wu Ji take her away. But I absolutely can't ask for money. Because protecting my own girlfriend, this is what I should do. After listening to Wu Ji's explanation, although Shen Gu understood that the other party gave him money for his own benefit and harmlessness, he still returned the card to Wu Ji. After all, there is something called shorthand. He already has a love assistance system, and he does not want to be restricted by Wu Ji in the future for money. And she was the third target Shen Gu received from the system. He hoped that he would be equal to her in the process of attacking her in the future, rather than being directed to an employment relationship after taking the money. After Wu Ji saw that Shen Gu refused to accept the money, she was taken aback for a moment, and then said to Shen Gu with some appreciation, "For your current performance, I finally understand a little bit why So Ziking likes you." But Wu Ji thought of Shen Gu's short-term appreciation expression before, and after a slight smile, she decided not to break the matter. He just insisted on handing the card to Shen Gu again, and said as he handed it, "In addition to allowing you to offset some of Wu Ji's economic advantages, I also want you to inform me of his new pursuit of So Ziking at any time. If you don't want me to use this money to help you compete, just treat it as the intelligence fee I paid for buying intelligence from you." When Shen Gu heard Wu Ji utter the 3 words intelligence fee, he narrowed his eyes and didn't immediately refuse. "You mean, after I receive the money from you, I will keep in touch with you for a long time?" To prevent Wu Ji from misunderstanding that he was expressing dissatisfaction, Shen Gu deliberately said this in a happier tone. "You." Wu Ji, who was used to seeing various scenes in the entertainment industry, immediately frowned. Looking at her appearance, Shen Gu obviously misunderstood other aspects. So he immediately waved his hand and said, "Don't get me wrong, I am so happy only because I can deal with Wu Ji better. In this way, if Wu Ji does something extraordinary to chase So Ziking in the future, I can contact you immediately and ask you to stop him." Wu Ji's frowned brows immediately relaxed. At the same time, he nodded and praised Shen Gudeo, "What you said is very right. I really need you to do this. If this happens, please tell me as soon as possible. I will do my best to help you and resolve his treatment of your daughter, the entanglement of friends." Considering that Wu Ji was one of his targets, Shen Gu finally nodded this time and accepted the bank card Wu Ji handed him. However, after accepting the card, he told the truth to Wu Ji. "I don't really value money. Money really doesn't make much sense to me now. Accepted this card, just because I don't have the habit of doing things for people in vain." After listening to Shen Gu's words, Wu Ji forced herself to not show a very obvious speechless expression. "Fortunately I am an actor." After Wu Ji said these 7 words expressionlessly, she immediately added Shen Gu's W letter on her mobile phone. She sent her own mobile number and the password of the bank card to Shen Gu through WeChat. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the direction outside the car on Shen Gu's side, indicating that Shen Gu could leave now. "Keep in touch." Shen Gu nodded, opened the door and left Wu Ji, a very ordinary-looking car, and entered the campus slowly. After it was estimated that she had left Wu Ji's line of sight, she speeded up and rushed to the library. Chapter 24. I have never seen such a crazy young man. Even many big guys in the circle who have achieved fame do not dare to say such things to him. After Shen Gu got out of the car and closed the door and left, Wu Ji said to Zheng Wu, the bodyguard captain who got into the car and sat beside her, who was also one of her confidants. "Then do you want me to find someone to investigate him carefully?" Although Zheng Wu didn't know what Shen Gu had said to Wu Ji in the car before, as a subordinate, he immediately made such a request. "Okay, when we finish the Joe boss round tonight, you can start to do this." Wu Ji nodded and agreed. "Although I like the mysterious feeling on him, it is related to Wu Ji's future. It is better to find out his details as soon as possible." When Shen Gu arrived in the study room agreed with So Ziking was already reading in the study room. After he entered the study room, he first went to confirm the presence of the two people who monitored Suziking yesterday. He found that the two were not in this study room today. Except for Suziking, he had never met the other three in the study room at this time. Maybe there will be two of them sent by Wu Jie or Jiao Huang. But Shen Gu, who made such a judgment in his heart, didn't take it seriously. Because the opponent came hard, he now has A-level self-defense fighting skills to defend himself, and the opponent uses money to hit him. Suziking is another girl who doesn't value money at all. Not to mention, Wu Jie just gave him a card with 100,000 yuan in it. This should be replaced by ordinary people, or Shen Gu, who did not get the system, will definitely go to the cash machine to determine if there is really 100,000 yuan in it. But now Shen Gu doesn't care about this. First, he has a systematic relationship, and money is not very important to him. Second, he felt that Wu Jie shouldn't play him in this matter, and even if he was playing tricks, he didn't care. That would only give him the moral advantage when facing him Wu Jie later. Thinking of this, Shen Gu easily walked towards Suziking, who was reading carefully, with a backpack on his back. Suziking felt someone approaching, and raised his head to smile slightly at Shen Gu, who was sitting next to her, without saying anything, and continued to look down at the book. I can't remember how long. I haven't been on self-study for a long time. 1 month, 2 months. No, it was less than 2 weeks before the final exam last semester. Thinking of this, Shen Gu laughed at himself while taking out the books and pens from the backpack, and he also entered the state of trying hard to read the book seriously. Time passed quickly, and it was quiet in the study room. In the process of learning, Shen Gu always thought that Suziking would suddenly put down the pen in his hand at some point, then smiled and turned his head and said to him, "Let's play a game of airplanes." However, the sun outside the window gradually slanted to the west, and Suziking seemed to have been immersed in the ocean of knowledge in the book. This made Shen Gu had to sit there and study all the time. From the beginning of half-heartedness, gradually to the beginning of concentration. Then I actually used the connection between a certain knowledge point in the book and other knowledge points, and I felt the mood of delving into it. Call. I don't know how long it took, after Suziking let out a breath, finally closed the book, smiled and turned his head to ask Shen Gu, "How does it feel to study so hard for a long time?" Shen Gu heard that Suziking's words seemed to have the meaning of considering on, so he was not eager to answer, but after a little thought, he replied. It was a little difficult to calm down at first, but as the study time increased, I gradually got into the state a bit. Detected the intimacy between Suziking and the host ascending. It seems that my answer satisfied her. Although Shen Gu saw in the picture book that Suziking's favorability for On was only ascending to 31, that is, only ascending by 1 point. But he still feels very satisfied. He feels that he didn't have to answer the long-term study feeling good or bad before, which is rewarding. Then after the end of the afternoon study, before dinner, let's have a game of airplanes to compete. Suziking said that he took out a blank paper from her backpack, pulled one off and handed it to Shen Gu. He tore off another one and began to seriously draw a grid on it. Sure enough, the purpose of being my girlfriend one day more, is it still here? Shen Gu sighed slightly in his heart, but the corner of his mouth quickly showed a smile. He took out his cell phone and deliberately sent a W letter to Suziking. If I win this time, would you like to be my girlfriend one more day? After sending it out, he pointed to Suziking's mobile phone on the table. After opening the W letter and seeing the content, Suziking was taken aback for a moment, then a proud look appeared on his face. Then she replied to Shen Gu in the letter W. Yes, but I will never lose you twice in a row in this game. Time didn't take too long. Suziking's attitude towards the game this time is even more serious than last time. However, the result has not changed much. It's 3-2 again. In this game, Shen Gu has been leading the way by guessing one more machine head first, until Suziking just tied the score to 2-2, and he immediately hit her third machine head next time. This. The incredible on Suziking's face was even worse than last time. Your luck is too good. Obviously you just hit the fuselage of my third plane once. You were also blinded yesterday, and you were blinded again today. And Shengu, who spent 90 game coins, just smiled and remained silent in order to appear unpredictable in front of him. He slowly put the white paper, books, and carbon pens on the table with airplane pictures into his own shoulder bag, stood up, and said to the unwilling Suziking, "Let's eat first. If you want to play, we will fight again tomorrow." Suziking listened to Shengu's words, and did not say any more about it. She also put the things in front of her into the backpack and followed Shengu out of her room. As soon as the two left, two of the remaining three in the study room immediately relaxed, and soon packed up their things and left. Suziking would invite Suziking to the canteen for dinner, so after leaving the library, Shengu was led by Suziking to the school's third canteen. There are 3 canteens in Chendong University. One canteen offers lower prices and the largest area for most students on campus. The prices of the dishes in the second canteen are higher, and the area is only 1/3 the size of the first canteen. As for the 3 canteens with the highest prices, the area is only 1/5 of the one canteen, and they are all special dishes that meet the high standard food requirements of a small number of students. Actually, you can simply eat a little bit for dinner. If you eat here, the cost will not be less than that of a good restaurant out there. After seeing that the canteen ahead was the third canteen, Shengu actively persuaded Suziking, not wanting her to spend too much money. Chapter 25. Suziking smiled satisfied. "It's okay, I'm an equal to my friends. Or you can't treat people worse than others treat me. You have treated me well for lunch, and I should be more generous. Don't worry, my family conditions are okay, and I get first-class scholarships every year. I don't have to work hard for this meal." Then Shengu heard the system prompt of the intimacy of the two ascending again. Counting this intimacy ascension, the intimacy between the two has reached 32 points. Although only 1 point of intimacy was ascending twice in a row, the time didn't take long. This also allowed Shengu to be the first to attack her among the 3 targets, and he became more and more confident. Throughout dinner time, the two of them were chatting. After dinner, it was a bit dark. Shengu sent Suziking back to the dormitory. At the door of the girls' dormitory, many nearby girls pointed to Shengu, and a group of 2 or 3 was whispering something. "See you tomorrow." Before entering the dormitory, Suziking smiled and said goodbye to Shengu. "See you tomorrow." This is also the first time that Shengu has sent a girl here as a boyfriend. This feeling is very sweet. Although Suziking is only his temporary girlfriend now, because of the existence of the love assistance system, facing the target of On's level goddess strategy, Shengu has already treated him as his own true girlfriend to get along. I didn't expect Shengu to have today too. Although it has been 2 days since he obtained the system, Shengu couldn't help his expression wavering on the way back to his dormitory, sighing with joy in his heart that his time came to work. At this moment, the phone in his pants pocket suddenly vibrated. Shengu took out the phone and saw the other party's number and name displayed on it. He was slightly stunned, and he quickly pressed the answer button for the call. "Hello? Shengu? I need your help." On the other end of the phone, Wu Jiyi deliberately lowered her voice, and her tone was very rapid. "Is it about Wu Jiyi?" Shengu felt a little strange when she heard Wu Jiyi's sound of running water, which sounded like she had deliberately turned the faucet louder. "No, I participated in a wine bureau at night. The convener of the wine bureau is very powerful. I don't want to let me go at night. I can only ask you for help after thinking and thinking about it. When you call me, I will say that you are my boyfriend who is coming to pick me up so that I can get out." When Shengu heard that he was going to impersonate Wu Jiyi's boyfriend, he did not hesitate to agree. After all, Wu Jiyi is the third target for him by the system, and he is still happy to help this kind of pretending to be her boyfriend. At this time, someone knocked on the door loudly from the other end of the phone, and a man who sounded almost 50 years old was urging from outside the door with Jijin. "Miss Wu, are you all right? All of us are still waiting for you to come out and continue drinking together." Wu Jiyi immediately emphasized to Shen Gu in a low voice, "I will send you the location and the private room number. I will call a taxi right away and call me when I get in the car. Be sure to come, I will thank you again afterwards." After this sentence, Shen Gu heard the voice of hanging up from the phone. "Cut. Send me such a big job as soon as I met you. If I had a special relationship with you, I wouldn't care about such a difficult thing." When Shen Gu saw Wu Jiyi's location using the W letter, he grumbled, but his legs were honest. Although the convener of the wine convener who has made the first-line actress in the entertainment industry like Wu Jiyi dare not directly refuse to resign must be very powerful, but he is not afraid of the system. "I don't know how much game currency it will cost me to settle this matter later." In contrast, after Shen Gu walked out of the school gate and took a taxi, looking at the remaining 310 game coins, he was even more worried about the cost of participating in Wu Jiyi's incident. According to Wu Jiyi's previous request, after the taxi started, he dialed her number. After the answering sound rang 3 times, Wu Jiyi answered the phone. "I'm still drinking with Boss Joe." Before Shen Gu could speak, Wu Jiyi spoke first. "Are you coming to pick me up?" "Okay. It just so happens that I also introduce you to these friends who introduced me. I'm waiting for you." Wu Jiyi finished the one-man show on the other side of the phone without using the speakerphone, and then hung up. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Shen Gu's mind. "Now release the 5th temporary task, successfully take Wu Jiyi away without violent conflict with Boss Joe and his group. After this temporary mission is completed, you will receive 500 game coins." "So much?" Shen Gu felt embarrassed at first, and was overjoyed after hearing about the reward amount of the game currency. And with the encouragement of so many game currency rewards, he really thought of a way before getting off the bus at the destination. The place where Boss Joe hosted Wu Jiyi was the most luxurious hotel in Chendong City. Immediately after entering the magnificent hotel lobby, a very beautiful receptionist came to bow and greet him, and asked Shen Gu if he had a reservation and room number. Although this receptionist's appearance is not up to Wu Jiyi's level, he is not inferior to Su Ziking's roommate Yang Qian. When Shen Gu reported to room 606 that Wu Jiyi had told him before, the receptionist was immediately more respectful than before, and very attentively led Shen Gu to the elevator in front of him, and entered the elevator to send Shen Gu to the 6th floor. Will these people be too exaggerated? When passing by room 605, Shen Gu saw that the door of the room was open, and the dining table inside had been removed. 20 strong men with the appearance of bodyguards were all sitting on the neatly arranged chairs, like waiting for the teacher after class. The students who come here are average. There were also 4 bodyguards brought by Wu Jiyi. They all showed doubts when they saw Shen Gu passing by, but they did not act rashly. The beauty receptionist first walked to room 606 and knocked on the door. As soon as the door opened, a strong man with the appearance of a bodyguard came out. In terms of appearance, Shen Gu felt that his skill should be better than those bodyguards in room 605. "This gentleman claims to be a guest of this room." The beauty receptionist immediately said to the bodyguard. "Is it Mr. Shen?" The bodyguard said to counsel Shen lukewarm. "Yes, I will pick up my girlfriend." Knowing that Zhou's boss is very high, Shen Gu deliberately showed a very proud attitude when dealing with this bodyguard, so that he could not lose his momentum after seeing Boss Zhou next time. When the other party saw Shen Gu's imposing appearance, he became more respectful, and walked out of the way into room 606, and said with a slightly polite tone, "Please come in." Chapter 26. "Ha ha ha ha, Mr. Shen is here. Please sit down, please sit down." After Shen Gu entered the room, an older man sitting on the wine table let out a welcome voice with a loud laugh. However, in contrast to Wu Jiyi, who stood up immediately with joy. The boss of Zhou sat still and welcomed Shengu. The others at the wine table, seeing Boss Zhou not standing up, also sat down with a polite smile. They looked up and down Shengu's appearance one after another, and after seeing that Shengu was very young, their expressions of surprise quickly overwhelmed their smiles. Wu Ji, who was sitting on the right side of Boss Zhou, greeted Shengu to sit next to her. There were originally 6 people on the wine table. Although Shengu's chair looks the same as other people's chairs, it must have been added later, including the wine glasses and tableware in front of him. Originally, Ji said that she would go downstairs by herself when you came, but I and everyone else in the room want to see you. We must know that Ji is a popular first-line actress in Daxia. If she can get her attention, Mr. Shen must be outstanding. Maybe I will have to ask you for help in the future. Although Boss Zhou said politely, if Shengu didn't have a strong background, after listening to these words, in common sense, he would definitely succumb to the strong momentum of the other party. However, Shengu hadn't planned to take Wu Ji away without compromise. For a powerful person like Boss Zhou, although Shengu is the first time he has come into contact with him in person, he can also imagine that blindly respectful and obedient in front of him will not only not exchange the respect of the other party, it is very likely that he will let the other party. Bullying is getting worse. Of course, head-to-head fights also require strength. If there is no strength in head-to-head confrontation with a big man, the end will definitely be breaking the blood. At this time, Shengu, who thought he was already very powerful, actually followed Boss Zhou's words and said, "Mr. Zhou, you are welcome. If Ji agrees, I can help you a little bit." The wine table was suddenly silent. Boss Zhou's joking smile immediately froze on his face. Wu Ji touched Shengu's thigh with her right hand under the table with a panic face, to show that he was careful to speak. But Shengu didn't care at all, and looked at Boss Zhou, who was about to attack without fear. "Ha ha ha ha! Good. Young man is so bold. I now kind of understand why Ji likes you." With Boss Zhou's current identity and status, the long-standing self-cultivation and the reasons that he has seen so many people in the world, even after he has drunk a lot of alcohol, he did not immediately attack Shengu. He squeezed a little smile bluntly, and ordered the waiter who was waiting to pour red wine for Shengu. Then he raised his wine glass and said to Shengu, "Mr. Shen is so young, and the courage that he exudes in his conversation has surpassed me as an old man. Rongzun Lingtang must be a well-known figure in the country." Boss Zhou said this, and did not continue to say the toast. Instead, his eyes slowly became sharp, so he held up a half glass of red wine in his right hand, quietly waiting for Shengu's reply. Obviously, Boss Zhou's experience does not mean that he has always cultivated. The meaning he expressed at this moment, in popular terms, is that once Shengu's parents are not strong men than him, he will definitely turn his face right away and show Shengu a good look on the spot. At this time, almost everyone's eyes on the wine table gathered on Shengu's face. Seeing that the situation has reached the point where the blade's edge is revealed, Wu Ji forcibly resisted the curiosity of Shengu's identity in her heart, and quickly picked up her own glass and smiled at Boss Zhou. "Brother Zhou, my boyfriend is a young man who is ignorant and offends how much he speaks. In this way, the two of us will toast you a glass together, which is regarded as a guilty condemnation. Don't be inferior to him." However, Boss Zhou did not seem to have seen or heard at all, completely ignoring everything Wu Ji had done to ease the atmosphere. Shengu narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this, but he didn't answer Zhou's boss. Instead, he said blankly to Boss Zhou, "My girlfriend is toasting you. Can't you see it? Presumptuous." The two bodyguards that Boss Zhou stayed in the private room immediately shouted angrily at Shengu. The one who was not standing near the door, but the bodyguard who was standing behind Boss Zhou even rushed over, raised his fist at Shengu. It seemed that only waiting for Zhou's boss to give an order, he had to act on Shengu. "I don't know if A-level self-defense fighting skills can handle him." Shengu guessed that this bodyguard must have been hired by Boss Joe at a high price. He felt a little worried, but on the surface he said to Boss Joe calmly, "If you can't say it, do you do it? That way I would really underestimate you." He didn't look at the bodyguard in the process of speaking. At this moment, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in Shengu's mind. "There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out." Shengu opened the mall with his mind and saw that this new product was indeed related to the crisis he might be facing right now. Name: S-Class Self-Defense Fighting Technique. Price: 500 game coins. Type: Skill. Quality: Sophisticated. Function: after purchase, the host will have the ability of a Super Master Fighting Master. Note: directly upgrade the original A-level self-defense fighting technique, it is still limited to self-defense, and the fighting ability will automatically disappear after the threat is eliminated. 500 game coins. Have you made a mistake in the system? With only 310 game coins left in the system, Shengu couldn't help but vomit in his heart. It stands to reason that I should sell me 310 at most. You are so expensive this time. What is the difference between not putting this item on the shelves? Please be safe and restless for the host. What may you have misunderstood? You can afford what you sold before, but you can really afford it. The products I sell are all worth the money, this product is really worth the price. It appears only because I detected that you are facing a time when you need it. As for the fact that I can't afford it, it has nothing to do with me, dear. The last pro made Shengu even more angry. Then can you tell me that only A-level self-defense fighting skills can deal with this guy who wants to do something against me? When Shengu was angry, he hoped that the system would be conscientious once. Sorry. He is not in the scope of my service. Not only is he not an S-level goddess, not even a girl. After that, the system stopped talking, leaving Shengu sitting in his own seat speechless. Boss Joe thought that this speechless expression was aimed at him, and the fists that were already clenched under the table were tightened even more. During the period when Shengu was negotiating with the system with no results, there were always two villains in his heart that were fighting fiercely. A red villain was roaring, "Let the bodyguard hurt this BD. For years, no one in this city dares to be so unreasonable to you." However, the blue little man persuaded with a worried look, "Don't be impulsive. He must have learned about your strength from Wu Ji, unless he is crazy, otherwise there must be such arrogant capital behind him." Chapter 27, This card is so familiar. Quickly come back. You will be despised by doing this. Boss Joe finally sent his anger to the bodyguard first. Seeing the bodyguard return behind him sadly, Boss Joe, who felt his face could not get up and down, also did not accept Wu Ji's toast. He tried to control his own emotions, and even the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. "It was her who interrupted me first, and when you answer my question, I will accept the toast from both of you." At this time, Wu Ji, who was sitting next to Boss Joe, had a pale face. She had never seen anyone daring to be so tough on Boss Joe like Shengu today. She began to regret calling Shengu in the bathroom. If she didn't ask Shengu to come to the rescue, Boss Joe might not have done anything outrageous to her tonight. She felt that compared with a little loss, the situation that was almost irreversible at this time was even more unbearable for her afterwards. She saw Shengu sighed slightly and said to Boss Joe, "Okay. Actually, I don't want to talk about my family background to outsiders, because it is unavoidable to show off. My parents are both doing big business abroad. Usually they only know how much money they can spend on me. As for the specific business, I am not interested in it, so I don't know." After listening, everyone at the wine table looked at each other with face to face. "Can't finish the flowers." Boss Joe endured patiently and asked 3 more questions. 1 million. 10 million. Or 20 million. He is also a business in the entertainment industry. After years of hard work, his net worth is close to 10 billion. If Shengu's parents gave Shengu less than 20 million yuan a year, he would immediately have an attack and teach this unaware boy on the spot. Because 20 million a year is the amount he spends on his son every year. Shengu thought for a moment, and after calculating a number quickly in his mind, he replied in front of everyone. Not so much, only 100,000. Anger suddenly appeared on the faces of everyone present. It was not Boss Joe and his 2 bodyguards who were most angry, and it was not the friends whom the other 4 Boss Joe invited to drink together. The most angry person at the scene was Wu Ji, who asked Shengu to help. Am I crazy tonight? Asking my cousin's opponent to come and help me out. Boss Joe really knows my cousin, and there is no other person he doesn't know in this city. Obviously, if you swallow a few words of laughter, I can find an excuse to let him take me away. Why should he come forward without my consent? Thinking of this, Wu Ji, in order to prevent Boss Joe from not cooperating with her anymore, and even black hands in her future acting career, she has already begun to quickly calculate in her heart whether or not to confess to Boss Joe immediately. To confess that she is not familiar with Shengu at all, so Shengu pretends that her boyfriend is just to be able to leave the wine bar early and return to the hotel to rest early. She understood that once she confessed, Boss Joe would definitely be very dissatisfied with her. But compared with the situation that has been completely collapsed, Wu Ji quickly gritted her teeth and prepared to confess, and only in this way can the degree of offending Boss Joe be minimized. 100,000. At this time, Boss Joe, who was still holding a red wine glass in his right hand, laughed angrily. However, this kind of laughter is a terrifying laugh for the vast majority of people present. He violently raised the red wine in the glass towards Shengu. Bian Yang cursed, "Trash, dare to pretend to be with me." However, Shengu, who had long expected Boss Joe to have an attack, with the A-level self-defense fighting skills endowed him, easily escaped the red wine raised by Boss Joe. After avoiding, smiled, and said to the furious Boss Joe, 100,000 a day is rare. How much can you give your children a day? Seeing his boss's bodyguard pouring out alcohol, Ben's fist that rushed over to do his hand immediately froze in the air. And everyone else present, including Boss Joe, the anger on their faces instantly turned into surprise. 100,000 a day. When Boss Joe asked again in shock, he quickly converted 100,000 a day into 36.5 million a day. This amount of money is close to twice the amount he spends on his son every year. To save others by himself, he quickly judged that the strength of Shengu's parents is likely to be twice as much as his, or even more. Bring the credit card machine. Mr. Joe, who was unwilling to accept the facts mentioned by Shengu, immediately ordered the attendant in the private room to say. Soon the waiter went out and fetched the credit card machine. If you can take out a card now and pay 100,000 yuan, I will believe you. Boss Joe, who didn't want to easily admit that Shengu was strength in front of everyone, supported his already shaken heart and asked Shengu to show his strength on the spot. Okay. You guys are really troublesome, next time I won't participate in your wine bureau again anyway. Shengu looked relaxed and took out the bank card Wu Ji had given him before. But when Wu Ji saw this card, she was extremely speechless. But he didn't dare to show a slight strangeness in front of Joe's boss that might cause him to doubt. After simple operations, Shengu successfully paid 100,000 yuan. Most of the people present immediately believed his rich statement, and the look in Shengu's eyes turned completely 180 degrees. Anger has turned into embarrassment, and some people even have fear on their faces. Because in their opinion, Shengu's family background is likely to be much better than Boss Joe. Even with Joe's status as the boss, Shengu might not be able to do anything to him, but if they want to anger them, those who have been with them before showing anger, they will have to suffer. And Wu Ji saw that she had given Shengu this 100,000 yuan before, and unexpectedly helped Shengu and herself to pass this level. When she secretly rejoiced in her heart, it was difficult to be completely at ease. After all, even if this level is over today, Boss Joe will definitely send someone to check Shen Gu's understanding afterwards. At that time, it was revealed that he still had to look for Shen Gu and also to settle accounts with her. But most people in the world have a mentality of overcoming the immediate difficulties first, and then thinking of a solution afterwards. So even if Wu Jiyi was still very worried at this time, she still insisted on being silent, and did not dismantle Shen Gu's details. However, Boss Joe, as the main conflict person in this matter, is still unwilling to admit that Shen Gu is a rich and status young man. Because he was suspicious when Shen Gu took out the ordinary bank card. Although the money he gave to his son could not reach 36.5 million a year, it was a real black card that only bank super VIPs could use. And the bank card that Shen Gu had just swiped out 100,000 yuan in his hand was too ordinary in appearance. Not to mention that it cannot reach the level of the black card, even the gold, platinum, and diamond cards that are higher in grade than ordinary cards. Chapter 28. A personal consumption card that can earn 36.5 million yuan per year, will the bank not apply for a black card? Then the manager of this card bank must have a funny head. Could it be that this 100,000 is all his life expenses for a year? But he wants to use all the money in this card to bluff me, so that I dare not do anything to him today. Thinking of this, Boss Joe decided not to give up easily, and continued to question Shen Gu with his anger on his face. 100,000 yuan in the card does not mean that this is your one day's expense, let alone 100,000 yuan, even if it is 1 million, I think everyone in this room can get such a card. Shen Gu, who had wiped out the amount in the card, smiled slightly after listening to the words of Boss Joe. I really don't have a million, because I'm a big spender. How can Carrie save 10 days of money? When Boss Joe heard this, his spirits immediately lifted. He felt that the possibility of Shen Gu's deception had been greatly improved. Then how much money do you have in the card? Don't worry, I am a frequent visitor to this hotel. Even if you spend all the money, I can guarantee that they will pay you back. After hearing this, Wu Jiyi retreated a little bit. She knew that Shen Gu's carry had no more money. She hopes that Shen Gu will wait to answer that Joe's boss's amount will not be too much, so that she can look for opportunities when everyone is not paying attention to her, and use the mobile phone to send a letter to the subordinates who are not here to transfer money to this card as soon as possible. Although in the current situation, there is little chance that she can find a chance to do this, but it is better than just waiting to die. As long as there is a little possibility, she is willing to try. At this time, Shen Gu sneered, and he asked Boss Joe in a satirical tone. Then how much money do you think can you be satisfied with? As you said before, as long as I can make 100,000, I won't be entangled anymore. What about now? If I pay another 100,000, you still won't be convinced. Could it be that my card will automatically produce countless money? After all, Boss Joe is a very high-ranking businessman in Chendong City. At this time, Shen Gu's face was ridiculed, and his face suddenly became gloomy to the extreme. But he himself did say such things as believe in Shen Gu's identity when you brush 100,000. At this time, he was accused of breaking his promise and getting fat, and he wanted to refute, but he had no confidence to refute. In the end, he couldn't swallow and just let Shen Gu's breath go. He resolutely struggled with the embarrassment of his face, and asked Shen Gu again. I just don't want you to deceive you, who may only spend 100,000 in a year. If you can spend 100,000, I will completely believe it. I will never do any more entanglements. When Wu Jiyi heard this, she wanted to step back a little while others were not paying attention. But Boss Joe, who had already spared his face, immediately became wary of her. He turned his head slightly to warn Wu Jiyi sternly, don't do little tricks, Jiyi. Let me find out that it will cost you both immediately. No, how come? Wu Jiyi, who was said to have broken her mind, quickly denied that her acting skills were no longer online for a while. And her panic expression gave others a panoramic view. almost as if she was not confessing to herself. However, at this moment, Shen Gu swiftly stepped in front of Wu Ji. I persuade you to be enough. She is my girlfriend, even I can't bear to yell at him, let alone you. The atmosphere in the private room has dropped to a freezing point for a while, and Boss Joe's bodyguard has already been trained once, so this time he no longer dared to act rashly. He can only look at Boss Joe, who has been challenged countless times to endure the bottom line with the expression of waiting for orders at any time. Call. Boss Joe told himself to endure one last time in his heart, exhaling a sullen breath, and pointing to the credit card machine that was brought in by the waiter with a distorted expression, and said to Shen Gu, "Another 100,000, if you can get it, you can take her away immediately." And Wu Ji, who knew that Shen Gu couldn't even pay $1, had turned pale at this time. She didn't dare to think about the consequences of Shen Gu's inability to pay. Yin Fang bit her mouth and said, "Boss Joe, he." She saw Shen Gu raise his left hand and made a gesture to her not to speak any more. Then intercepted her words and said coldly to Boss Joe, "Look at Ji's face, this is the last time. If I keep entangled, I won't bear it anymore." Without waiting for Joe's boss' response, he directly handed the bank card that had been swiped for 100,000 yuan to the waiter. After the waiter set the consumption amount, he entered the password with his hand against the cipher. How can this be? Could it be that after he received my card, he deposited another 100,000 in it? But would normal people do this? Even if he is really rich, there is no reason to do such a meaningless thing in advance. Wu Ji, who was so shocked that she couldn't take care of the gaffe, rushed to the credit card machine. However, after Shen Gu finished entering the password and pressed the confirm button, the prompt for successful payment soon sounded from the credit card machine. This time not only Joe's boss and several other high-ranking businessmen have nothing to say, even Wu Ji herself seems to be dreaming, and can't believe this thing is actually true. Let's go. I really don't want to stay in this place for a minute. Shen Gu smiled at Wu Ji, grabbed her white tender little hand with her right hand and walked directly to the door. And the bodyguard who was at the door saw Boss Joe waved his hand frustratedly, and immediately opened the private room door like an electric shock. Bent and stepped away from Shen Gu and Wu Ji's exit route. Just forget about it. In the private room after Shen Gu left, it was Boss Joe himself who was extremely unwilling to mutter to himself. Now, if this was said by anyone in the box except him, he must rush up immediately and give that person a big mouth. But the others present are very knowledgeable about current affairs, so in the end he can only say this by himself. The banquet tonight also ends here, and it has become unhappy. Besides, Wu Ji, who left with Shen Gu, her heart was still beating until the two of them had left the hotel. When did you deposit another 100,000 in that card? Are your family conditions really as good as you said? After the two got into Wu Ji's luxury car, Wu Ji finally couldn't resist the doubt in her heart, and said this to consultant Shen. Before that, the cautious Wu Ji asked the driver to get out of the car and go a little further, so at this time there were only two of them in the car. However, Shen Gu didn't want to give the other party the answer so easily. I saw him pretending to be puzzled and asked the other side. Either these are important. I just came to save you today, not your real boyfriend. I don't think I need to answer your private question. Wu Ji was speechless for a while. However, she soon realized that Boss Joe had already been offended tonight. If Boss Joe sent someone to investigate Shen Gu afterwards, and then found out that Shen Gu's economic strength was not what he said tonight, then she would be sure in the future will be hurt miserably. Chapter 29, A Kitten. At this time, how I hope he is like the hero in the idol drama, really has the strength, he said to Boss Joe. Thinking of this, Wu Ji's eyes looked pitiful. And this is not her acting. What she is showing now is the complex emotion of being afraid of the future and having a little extravagant hope for Shen Gu. There has never been a beauty with such a level of beauty that showed a pitiful look to Shen Gu, not to mention that Wu Jiyi is still a well-known first-line actress in Daxia. She usually looks confident and arrogant in front of the camera and in the eyes of the public. But the fragility shown now is no different from that of a normal ordinary girl after encountering difficult things. Oh. All right. Shengu felt a little unbearable for a while, so he decided not to worry about this matter anymore. He said to Wu Jiyi, "I do have the strength that Boss Joe said, if he wants to check me, just let him check it. Don't worry, really. If he wants to trouble you for anything in the future, let him come to me directly." After Wu Jiyi heard what he said, although she still couldn't believe it too much, the string that had been tense in her heart seemed to be unable to be stretched anymore, completely relaxed. Then, she hugged Shengu directly from his side. When Shengu couldn't see her face, he cried in a low voice, and the tears soon wet Shengu's back. Detected the intimacy between Wu Jiyi and the host ascending. Additional tags for the S-level goddess in Wu Jiyi's picture book have been added. Although I have guessed in my heart that after this incident, Wu Jiyi's intimacy with Own may be ascending. But when she saw the intimacy of Own from 0 to 30 in her female illustrations, it still surprised Shengu. Is this too exaggerated? When he was surprised, he saw that Wu Jiyi's S-level goddess's extra label was "need a sense of security." With her current status and economic conditions in the domestic entertainment industry, does she still need a sense of security? After a brief period of incomprehension, I thought of Shengu, who had something to do with Boss Joe tonight, plus his back clothes that had been soaked by crying, and I understood why the 5 words "need to feel safe" would be with Wu Jiyi. Linked together. Just as Wu Jiyi was crying, the phone in the pocket of Shengu's pants suddenly rang. Wu Jiyi let go of Shengu like an electric shock. She also realized her previous gaffe, and looked at Shengu awkwardly as she took out her mobile phone. Why would she call me at night? Shengu felt surprised in his heart. Before answering the phone, he put his right index finger on his lips and made a silent gesture to Wu Jiyi. Then he pressed the answering position on the phone and said to the phone, "Hello? Is there anything Zicking?" So Zicking heard that Shengu called her by the familiar address Zicking, and was silent for 2 seconds before smilingly telling her the reason for the call. "Nothing big. I just checked the relationship strategy of boy and girl friends on the internet. It says that men and women in love, no matter what's going on, they usually call and chat for a while at night. I don't think you called me, so I called you one first." These words made Shengu feel that So Zicking's temporary girlfriend was taking it too seriously. Had it not been for a conversation about love attitude when eating hot pot at noon, Shengu would definitely think that So Zicking had already liked him 80%. But now he would feel that So Zicking was so serious and was only responsible for her own temporary girlfriend experience. So he made another gesture to Wu Jiyi to leave, and while chatting with So Zicking, he gently opened the door and got out of the luxury car. Although Wu Jiyi felt that there was still something to say to Shengu, she resisted not opening her mouth when she heard the word Ziai Qing. She saw Shengu walking away from the luxury car while making a phone call. She quickly turned a block and disappeared into her complicated gaze. "Boss, shall we leave now?" Wu Jiyi's driver returned to the driver's position soon after Shengu left. Wu Jiyi sighed slightly, and ordered the driver to send her back to the 5-star hotel where she was staying tonight. She decided to go back to the hotel and take a good shower, first to wash away all the worries about tonight. Even if Joe Boss will trouble her afterwards, she will wait until tomorrow when she sleeps. Let's talk about Shengu, who walked all the way and chatted with So Zicking. Because both of them are chatting with the object on the phone for the first time, there is often a short silence during the chat, and no one knows how to find a new topic embarrassing. Finally, after barely making up for 10 minutes of talking time, So Zicking offered to end this evening chat first. "Excuse me. This is the first time I have a night chat with my girlfriend. I don't have much experience, let you down." Before hanging up the phone, Shengu said apologetically to So Zicking, "It doesn't matter, I am also the first time. Maybe if we talk again tomorrow, you and I will be more relaxed. Suziking on the other end of the phone seemed a little relieved in his tone. But I hope you can take the initiative to call me tomorrow, and Hushin will change to me again. Shengu immediately agreed with a smile. In the past 2 days with Suziking, Zhou Yang, and Wu Ji, he temporarily felt that getting along with Suziking was the most comfortable. Although she is also a beautiful student who is different from the ordinary students in the school, Shengu, who is also a student, still feels closer to her objectively. If I can get along with Suziking to this point without the help of the love assist system, I think I will definitely find a way to catch her with all my heart. After hanging up, Shengu looked around, not knowing where he was now. But he is not worried. According to common sense, a taxi with no passengers will come on this street soon. As long as he spends some money, the driver's master will definitely send him back to school accurately. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a meow. Shengu Sunsheng turned his head and saw a pure white kitten with blue eyes slowly walking out of the alley closest to him on the street. The little cat went straight to Shengu when he got out of the alley, and when he reached his feet, he started to rub his head lightly against Shengu's trousers, screaming pitifully as he rubbed it. "Are you hungry?" After experiencing a fierce confrontation with Boss Zhou and backing away, Shengu couldn't help feeling a little loving after seeing the performance of the kitten. There was a bakery just not far away, and Shengu crouched down and gently tried to pick it up and go to the bakery to buy something to eat. Of course. Considering that the cat may be aggressive because of fear in a moment. Shengu squatted down to hug it slowly, and he was highly concentrated in order to cope with unexpected situations that might arise at any time. However, when the kitten saw Shengu squatted down and wanted to hug it, it was very docile. Chapter 30 It's money for game currency. It didn't struggle to let Shengu pick it up, and narrowed his eyes with enjoyment, just like a baby enjoying his father's embrace. With your performance, a full meal must be won. Shengu, very satisfied, smiled and hugged the little white cat into the bakery. There are many types of bread in this bakery. Considering that cats will be more delicious, Shengu bought a big bread with sausage embedded on it. A total of 12 yuan. Thank you for your patronage. In the sweet voice of thanks from the cashier, Shengu led the bread with his left hand, and left the bakery with the kitten in his right hand. After walking a little farther, he squatted down and put the kitten down, opened the bag of bread, and put the bag on the ground in front of it. Tisk tisk, rich people are really wayward, I can't bear to buy this bread, he still puts it on the ground to feed the cat. At this moment, a pair of young men and women passed by Shengu. The man saw that Shengu was feeding the cat with such good bread, and he deliberately spoke to his female companion in a volume that Shengu could hear. Speak down. The female companion who was held by him immediately persuaded him in a low voice, you don't care about the rich. Do you know the background of the Daoist family? Can you be annoyed? After the female partner finished speaking, the two deliberately accelerated their feet, and soon disappeared from Shengu's sight. Hey, why am I a particularly easy person to care about? Still squatting watching the cat eat the sausage, Shengu smiled and said to himself. Too much anger is bad for your health, and it's really extravagant to feed cats with it. It's no wonder they can't get used to it. Tonight, it just happened to be able to meet me. When we are separated, it would be nice if he can eat his next meal. The kitten eating the sausage stopped as if he understood what Shengu said. Showed a pitiful and cute expression to Shengu, and yelled twice in a low voice of prayer. Don't blame me, learn that no cats can be kept in the dormitory. Shengu stood up slowly, although a little soft-hearted, he decided to leave alone because of the study regulations. At this moment, the little white cat quickly ran to Shengu's feet, and actually grabbed Shengu's trousers tightly with his right front paw. It seemed that he was very unwilling to let him go. Is this the price of kindness? Shengu said so, but he was not really angry at the kitten. He gently stroked the cat's head with his hand, and explained to it in a soft voice, "I'm really not a cruel person. It is indeed the school dormitory that does not allow pets." At this moment, Shengu heard the sound of a new text message on his mobile phone. He turned on the phone and saw that the bank card account Wu Ji gave him before had already been refunded the 200,000 yuan that he had previously swiped out. At the same time, he also paid 100,000 yuan for his credit card operation. And only this brush reminds me. This means that after proving his strength in front of Boss Zhou, Shengu's bank card has an extra 100,000 yuan. Of course, most things are justified. This extra 100,000 yuan is that Shengu used his mind to buy new goods in the system mall before swiping the card for the second time, which is worth 100 game coins. This is also the first time he has used system virtual game currency to successfully convert it into real-world currency. He can't understand how the system operates on the bank side, and he also knows that he doesn't need to understand. Anyway, this system has shown him many times before various magical service capabilities that humans can't understand. He only needs to pay the game currency while getting the goods he needs from the system mall. Counting in the system rewards that I had obtained by not using violence to solve the incident before, I now have 810 game currency. In other words, if these game coins are used to buy real currency, I can buy 8 pieces of this kind of goods, that is, I can get 800,000 in hand. Add in the 200,000 I already have, and I am now a real millionaire. Of course, the 500 game currency earned is also very dangerous. Based on the situation at the time, I was completely walking on the tip of the knife where the mission failed. I was purely trying to fight the opponent under my strong enough reasonable strength to be able to maintain my sense. Thinking of this, Shengu smiled slightly and said to himself somewhat self-deprecatingly, "Or I enjoy the pleasure of being able to face big men without backing down." I felt very enjoyable at the time. Even if the other party didn't hold back his hands, he might not regret it now. After sighing, Shengu went to see the little white cat who still didn't want to let him go, and began to become proud. "Okay. Come with me. It's a big deal. I'll rent you a house off campus. Anyway, I have a lot of money now. What's the problem with keeping an extra cat?" After making a promise, Shengu picked up the bread that the little white cat hadn't finished eating together with the packaging bag with his left hand, raised his hand and hit a taxi just passing by, picked up the little white cat in his right hand and got into the car and told the driver to send him to the gate of Chendong University. Given the time that Shengu took the cat back to Chendong University, it was obvious that it was totally unrealistic to find a rental room. So he found a place not too far away from school, and found a hotel that had the best conditions among all the surrounding hotels. It cost 288 yuan to stay in a big bedroom for one night. After swiping the card to enter the room, Shengu settled the little white cat on the ground beside the big bed. Although the bed was big enough, let alone one person and one cat, it was more than enough for 2 adults to sleep, but Shengu was a little afraid that it would pee on the bed. The loss of money is small, and it will be embarrassing to tell the waiter. Before going to the shower to relieve fatigue, Shengu also specifically told him not to go to bed and pee. Of course, Shengu also knew that talking to a cat might not be understood by a cat, so saying it was just a mentality that it is better to say it than not to say it. The little white cat meowed, responding to Shengu's words. Shengu laughed a little while entering the bathroom with a bathroom, and jokingly said loudly, "I assume you understand it." The sound of water coming out of the sprinkler soon sounded in the shower room. Because there was only one cat in the room except Shengu, he did not close the bathroom door. He just pulled up the glass pull of the shower room for reasons of waterproofing and splashing. Door. Washing from head to toe with hot water gradually relieved Shengu's fatigue. Thinking back to the many things that happened on this day, I feel more rich and wonderful than the things I have experienced in the past few years. I don't know how long it has been, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes have passed. Shengu, who had not finished washing in the shower, suddenly heard the sound of a TV show outside in the sound of water. Is it another room? Feeling astonished, Shengu slowly turned the nozzle switch in the shower room to small. But with the weakening of the water, within a few seconds until it disappears completely, Shengu can already be sure that the sound of this TV show came from the room where he was staying outside the bathroom. Who turned on the TV? Shengu remembered that when he first entered the accommodation room, the LCD TV facing the double bedroom was completely black. Chapter 31. The fourth object is the elf. Calm down. Shengu gently patted own cheeks with his hands moistened with clean water, trying to calm himself down. Maybe the kitten accidentally stepped on the switch on the TV remote control and turned on the TV to play the show. Don't scare yourself. Besides, if you even get the system, should you be afraid of other weird things? The more Shengu analyzed it, the more he felt that this possibility was reasonable. He quickly dried his body with a bath towel, and after putting on his underwear, he began to approach the bathroom door cautiously. Be prepared to slowly stick out your head first, and then come out after confirming the situation. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard that the program on the TV was changed. The show was obviously changed. Shengu's feet immediately stiffened in place. Maybe the kitten happened to press the switch button again. But Shengu, who quickly found a reasonable reason in his heart, still didn't feel that his own feet were better. At this moment, he suddenly heard a very strange female voice in the direction of the big bed in the dormitory room. This show is really boring, if only there were animal shows. For a moment, Shengu only felt that the hairs were standing upside down, and the moisture that hadn't been dried on his body seemed to have evaporated in an instant. System, can you tell me who is the woman who just spoke outside? An urgent need for the host detected. There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out. Shengu sighed in his heart, it's going to spend money again. The idea is to immediately open the mall interface and buy this new item without hesitation. Name, host customized information, simple. Price, 100 game coins. Type, intelligence. Quality, normal. Function, after use, the system will answer the question just raised by the host. Note, in this world, most information will not be free, the price depends on the degree of preciousness. The price of this 100 game currency is not expensive for Shengu now. And after reading the product remarks, Shengu's mood became calmer before using the product. After all, judging from the positioning of this intelligence system, the guy outside who is looking for an animal program with a TV remote control shouldn't be a terrible existence. Then, after he used this product, he was stunned to hear the system's voice like this. Because the host uses customized information products. Now release the fourth guide target, Mysterious Cat Elf Lin Mumu. The host has obtained the S-level goddess Lin Mumu's female illustrations. You can learn about her in the picture book of the woman. Cat elf. Shengu immediately thought of some fairy tales, where animal cultivation can transform the human form into a human being through 1,000 years of cultivation. He never expected that he kindly took in a stray cat on the street once, and he would be able to retrieve a cat spirit that could transform a human form back. And this cat elf has become ON's fourth S-level goddess strategy target. He took a deep breath and opened Lin Mumu's picture book of women with his mind. Before going out to meet her formally, Shengu still wanted to know her basic information first. Characters, animals, forest, trees. Age, unknown. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 51 kg. Face value, 98 points. Building, 97 points. Temperament, 96 points. Comprehensive score, 97 points. Number of close contacts, 0. Rating, S grade. Intimacy, 99. S-level goddess extra tag, cat-like personality. Preferences, all kinds of fish food. Whether to reach a specific event, yes, Note 1. Remark 1. After the host's 3-year ban on active confession is over, if the host confesses to it, it will be successful, and the intimacy will be ascending to 100. You don't need to attack her, you just won it. After reading the information on the Lin Mumu Women's Illustrated book, Shengu was shocked again in his heart. However, this shock was completely different from the previous shock with fear. Lin Mumu's closeness to him has reached 99, so that Shengu no longer has any worries, and can calmly come out of the bathroom to face the cat elf that he has taken in not long ago. Master, you have finished washing. Lying on the soft big bed, the high-value girl with her shoulders covered under her shoulders, saw Shengu, who had put on her coat, and said to him with a sweet smile, "If you want to change, you have to wait for me to go to the bathroom to take a shower, but it really scared me." Seeing Lin Mumu's extremely friendly attitude towards him, Shengu was completely relieved and shook his head slightly while swearing in a joking tone. "Isn't this trying to surprise you?" Lin Mumu's tone at this time was almost coquettish. "I thought it was a man who came out of the bath and saw a girl with a very good face lying on his bed. I would be very happy. Incredible." Ugh. Shengu remembered his previous emotional change in the bathroom, and sighed helplessly to Lin Mumu. "How can you really understand if you are a cat? Sometimes fantasy is the same thing, but if dreams come true without warning, you will always be frightened first, and then slowly become happy." Lin Mumu was taken aback for a moment, as if thinking about what Shengu just said. A few seconds later, she smiled again and acted like a baby to Shengu. "All right. Master, forgive me. Originally, I didn't want to become a human figure so quickly, but you are worried that I will soil the bed in the cat form. I really want to sleep on such a soft bed, so I can only become a girl. That way, you will be okay when I sleep in bed at night." Shengu heard it very angry and funny, and felt some comfort in his heart. Because men and women were different when they grew up, after Shengu was 10 years old, he never slept in the same bed with a girl again. Not to mention that at this time, this charming and high-value girl called him every mouthful. He screamed so half of his body was even a little crisp. "Calm down." Shengu kept asking himself to calm down in his heart. Although she is so what? The sound is also very nice. But she is a cat after all. Thinking of this, Shengu calmly calmed down and asked Lin Mumu a very practical question in order to avoid falling into random thoughts about the beauty in front of him. "Then your cat's form and the current human form can be easily switched at any time? Or are there any restrictions, such as switching once a day or a certain period of time?" Lin Mumu laughed immediately. "Why, master? Is there a girlfriend who is afraid that she will help us to jam here?" Seeing that Shengu did not answer, Lin Mumu put down the remote control on his right hand and gently said to Shengu, "Don't worry. There are no restrictions. If I want to become a human, I will become a human. If I want to become a cat, I will become a cat." Just when Shengu was satisfied, she added this sentence. "Except when changing the form, the clothes on the body are a bit difficult to handle." Chapter 32: The problem of where to put the clothes. What does it mean that clothes are difficult to handle? Shengu was taken aback first, and soon looked at the quilt on Lin Mumu. Lin Mumu was slightly shy for a moment under Shengu's gaze. Hastily waved his hand. "Don't get me wrong, I'm wearing clothes under the quilt." Then, as if to prove what he said, his right hand grabbed the quilt and lifted it up. Almost subconsciously, Shengu, who had never really had a girlfriend, turned his body back immediately. After turning his back to Lin Mumu, he could only hear Lin Mumu smile and say to him like a silver bell, "Master, you should be over 18 years old. Why are you shy like this? Do not worry. Although I am a cat, I still have a sense of measure. Come here soon." Shengu was said to have a fever on his face, and said to himself in his heart, "Yet, she is just a cat. What is there to avoid?" When turning around, the action was still very slow. Only when Yu Guangzhou really saw that Lin Mumu was wearing clothes that were not revealing, did he dare to face her completely. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. My clothes are a set that I managed to get before. Lin Mumu pointed to his white long-sleeved cotton shirt and light blue jeans with a few decorative holes, and said to Shengu with dissatisfaction. It stands to reason that you should wear a nice lace underwear to sleep at night. Then she immediately smiled, and said in this coquettish tone of little sister to big brother, Master, do you have some money? Will you take me to the underwear store tomorrow to buy a set? Shengu didn't dare to imagine such a beautiful forest. If he put on lace underwear and lay on his own bed at night, whether his psychological defense line would be completely penetrated. Even if her real body is just a cat, it can become an S-level appearance. And the intimacy with Shengu has reached 99. No. Feeling the risk of nosebleeds in his nose, Shengu said no in his heart, waved his hand to the forest and quickly retreated into the bathroom. Then, in the bathroom, he explained his gaffes just now. Tomorrow I will buy you some clothes. It's not impossible to use underwear for sleeping. But you are not allowed to show up in front of me when you are wearing underwear. Don't even sleep in my bed. Lin Mumu was so shy by Shengu, making him laugh constantly on the bed. In her laughter, Shengu felt that he had a certain aspect of dignity as a man. In this girl, no, in front of this female cat, she suffered a trampling that was difficult to protest directly. In the next second, I was already a little angry with myself, and finally decided to make myself a little ambitious. He rushed out of the bathroom, jumped onto the bed without taking off his coat and lay beside Lin Mumu. Covering his body, he said to Lin Mumu with a serious face. Since you are a cat, I can allow you to sleep in bed at night. But during sleep, don't touch me. If you touch me deliberately, go and sleep on the ground like a cat. Understand? Because of Shengu's sudden behavior and becoming serious, Lin Mumu immediately stopped his laughter. She even appeared to be a little surprised, lying next to Shengu, and said to Shengu with a pitiful look. Master, I was wrong, it's actually good to be reserved. I didn't laugh at you, I just thought you were cute. Seeing Lin Mumu's whispered apology, Ben's slightly ignited Shengu felt that he couldn't get angry anymore. So he turned the topic back to the clothes Lin Mumu is currently wearing. There is one thing I am curious about. Because when I brought you here from outside, you were still in cat form. And the clothes you are wearing now will never appear out of thin air. Where are they? Or the clothes I see on you are actually just illusions. You don't actually have any clothes on you. Seeing that Shengu was no longer angry, Lin Mumu subconsciously came to grab his hand. But Bainan's little hand just reached halfway, and when she saw Shengu's vigilant gaze, she immediately stopped halfway. Instead, she suggested with a smile to Shengu. You can touch my dress with your hand to see if it is real. As for the original place of this dress, how to say? Can you understand the virtual space? It's that they are in a place that you can't see but actually exist. When they change into a human shape, they take out the clothes from there. Before returning to the cat's form, I put them back again. Shengu, who has a system in his own body, nodded to Lin Mumu's statement and said that he could understand it. In the next second, he thought of the very short period of time when the forest trees were changed. For example, take off the clothes and put them in the personal virtual space it owns. So when you change form, for the protection of personal privacy, you still need to have a hidden space that others can't see for a while. He asked Lin Mumu. So your transition this time was when I went to take a shower. Can you tell me how long it will take? Lin Mumu did not shy away from this. It didn't take long for me to change form very quickly. I have to describe the length, that is, the time in the blink of an eye. It's the same with clothes. It only takes a moment for them to go from the virtual space to wearing them on me. Of course, no matter how short it is, it is always best to avoid others and change by yourself. As for you, as long as you confess to me, let me be your girlfriend. It's not impossible not to avoid you when changing." At this point, Lin Mumu narrowed his eyes and smiled sweetly at Shengu. Obviously, her attitude towards Shengu now fits perfectly with the 99 intimacy shown in Shengu's love assistance system about her female illustrations. "I've seen it truly. What is a matter of course. And this door is infinitely big, there is no goalkeeper at all." Thinking of this, Shengu saw that it was getting late, so he took the remote control and turned off the TV, and turned off all the lights in the room, asking Lin Mumu to go to bed quickly. In the darkness, one person and one cat were lying on the bed with their backs facing each other in their coats. Shengu didn't close his eyes, nor did the woods. They were all in their own minds, but no one said any more. If there is no system restricting me from actively confessing within 3 years, it would actually be nice to have such a well-behaved and obedient elf girlfriend. It's just that in many myths, the love affair between people and elves often does not end well. Besides, her age information, even the system tells me that it is unknown. I am going to be in love with her in this life, and I will gradually grow old in the future, but she will remain youthful forever. Until one day there is no longer me in this world. She should still find another master." Before falling asleep, Shengu was thinking about it in a dazed manner, and he didn't know when he fell asleep. Wait until the east is white and the sun ascending from the horizon. When Shengu looked at his side again, there was no beautiful woman beside him. Only on the floor not far from under the bed, the trees returned to the form of a cat. He gave him an intimate meow. Chapter 33. When you become a cat or a human, you caught me off guard. Well, let's rent a house for you today, and then change back to a cat when you are satisfied. Shengu changed back when Lin Mumu didn't say hello, and smiled helplessly as he got up. Meow. The little white cat called a soft voice as a response, but Shengu couldn't understand what the cat said. Until detected the potential needs of the host. There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out. Shengu, who had 710 game coins left, opened the mall with his mind. The new product that just arrived on the shelves is not surprising, because he can't understand Lin Mumu's meow now. Name: comprehend the language ability of forest trees and cats. Price: 100 game coins, special discount. Type: language. Quality: boutique. Function: after use, the host can easily understand what the forest tree and wood cat say in the future. Note: please rest assured to talk, because other people will still hear meowing. This discount of 10% is really the lowest since you sold something. Although the price is discounted, it still costs 100. Shengu teased the system in his heart, and bought this one-off product. After all, Lin Mumu was his fourth target in the raiders, and he was also the only raiders whose intimacy reached 99. It was very necessary to be able to communicate with her around the clock. To communicate with the wizard in its original state is more difficult than many things. If she is not one of your targets, how could I give you a discount? I will encounter other elves who are not targets of the raiders in the future, and if you want to gain communication skills, 1000 game coins are the least. The system rarely explained so much this time, and Shen Gyue was surprised but didn't care too much. After using this new product, he gained the ability to understand the meows of forest trees as he wished. He made a hug gesture with his hands stretched forward to Lin Mumu and said, "Should I hold you to find a house? Or do you follow me by yourself?" The little white cat raised his right scratch and scratched himself, and replied to Shengu, "You take me to the elevator. When I check out on the first floor, I will come down and walk by myself." So Shengu first went to the door to get the room card, then turned around and picked up the woods with his left arm, and walked out of the room to take the elevator to the front desk on the first floor to check out. Lin Mumu was held in his arms by Shengu and looked very puzzled, Can you understand what I said when I was a cat? I can be considered a bit special in this respect. Shengu didn't want to tell it about the system for the time being, so he replied like this while avoiding the seriousness. It seems that we are very lucky to be together. Lin Mumu was surprised, and besides sighing this sentence, he seemed to believe it very easily. Shengu secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I thought, in this case, she can believe the elves. While taking the elevator downstairs, a man came up halfway. He turned out to be the one who accompanied teacher Zhou Yang to dinner in the hot pot restaurant on the 12th floor of the Sound Tower at noon yesterday, and made her very happy. He slept here last night. Then teacher Yang of Zhou. After Shengu saw him, he was only subconsciously worried and immediately calmed down. Because the system has not reminded him that he has failed in the attack on teacher Zhou Yang. And in the Zhou Yang Women's Illustrated book in the system, the column of her number of close contacts is always 0. Oh! This girl is really not easy to get. The big boss's daughter is really different. It seems that I have to keep working hard today. The man didn't know the relationship between Shengu and Zhou Yang. After entering the elevator, he faced the mirror in the elevator and sorted out his clothes. While tidying up, no one said such words. When Shengu heard this man's words, he was shocked. Because from his perspective, if a man really likes a girl, he shouldn't say such frivolous things secretly. However, he who was in the elevator at this time did not show any strange expression. He just secretly increased a lot of alertness to this man. Yesterday at noon at the hot pot restaurant, Shengu once thought if she finds Ruyi Scepter Lang Jun, I can fulfill her too. But now, this man may not be sincere to teacher Zhou Yang. Under the guise of falling in love, there may be other purposes. Especially when he said the 3 words big boss, he naturally added the accent. Is teacher Zhou Yang's father very rich? The reason why this man tries so hard to pursue and please her is because her father can bring him great benefits in the future. When Shengu thought about it, the elevator had reached the 1st floor. After the door opened, the man left the elevator preemptively. After Shengu came out, he deliberately drew a little distance from him and left the room at the front desk. After he left the hotel door, he saw him walking directly towards the entrance of Chendong University, and guessed that he should have entered the school to find teacher Zhou Yang. Do you want to keep up with him, or rent a house for Mumu first? After nothing happened last night, Shengu had a little more confidence in teacher Zhou Yang. Adding to the fact that there were no classes for 1 or 2 this morning, Shengu finally decided to settle the trees first, and then do things about Zhou Yang and Su Ziking. What he didn't know was that as soon as he left the hotel with his front foot, the male receptionist who had checked out for him at the hotel immediately dialed a number with his mobile phone. Then he said to the phone, "Brother Feng, please report to Boss Zhou, that kid Shengu just checked out from me and left. Also, Liang Shi also retired a little earlier than Shengu. He stayed in our hotel by himself last night, yes. Please rest assured, Boss Zhou." "Thank you Feng brother, no matter who these 2 people come again, I will definitely report to you as soon as possible." Besides, Shengu found a housing agency near the school. Before entering this agency, Lin Mumu found another female bathroom and transformed himself into a human form. "I said you change, don't you feel tired?" When Shengu said this, he wanted to test the criteria for turning trees into cats and humans. "Didn't you say you want to rent me a house generously? After all, this house is for me to live in. If I want to choose a satisfactory one, it is more convenient to become a human being." The trees just came out of the women's bathroom with a sly smile on their faces. "Welcome, what can I do for you?" As soon as she entered the door of the housing agency, a pretty female agency greeted her with enthusiasm. Due to the relationship of the love assistance system, when Shengu recently saw a young and beautiful woman, he would subconsciously rank her according to her appearance. Then put on, so that if she can reach the system judged A level and above, she can also compare whether there is a difference between her ability to judge girls and the system. Based on his first glance, he judged that this young female agency should be rated A by the system. Sure enough, almost at the same time, he automatically obtained the woman's pictorial information in the A-level pictorial column of his women's pictorial book. Character, Chen Yangzi. Age, 22 years old. Face value, 87. Stage, 90. Temperament, 87. Comprehensive score, 88 points. Number of close contacts 0. Rating, Grade A. Intimacy, 20. Note 1. Note 1. Automatically add 20 to the potential customer's intimacy. If the first transaction is reached, the intimacy will be retained. Chapter 34 Renting a 2-bedroom and 1 living room for the cat, double change. Chen Yangzi's overall score is the same as Yang Qian's 88 points, and as a non-S-level goddess, there is no specific preference information and whether to achieve a specific event item. Ah, it's you. After the beauty agency Chen Yangzi took a closer look at Shen Gu, she immediately recognized that he was the rich man who fed the cat with sausage bread on the street last night. Seeing the beauty of Lin Mumu who came in behind Shen Gu, I felt that today was a big customer, and quickly let the two of them sit down on the sofa in the interior, their hands even trembling to prepare for the two of them. Cup of the best coffee in her drawer. At this time, Shen Gu also knew where this beautiful female agent had seen him. Because this character's name is Chen Yangzi, he deleted it once last night. The first time he obtained this picture book was the information of the girl who was automatically scanned by the system when the couple passed by him when he was feeding the cat last night. After that, he felt that although this Chen Yangzi had a good appearance, he was just a strange passerby and was not an S-level goddess assessed by the system, so he moved into the hotel and deleted her information casually. Unexpectedly, this time I went to the housing agency to find a house for Lin Mumu, and met her for the second time. It seems that I and her are still a bit fate. Thinking of Shen Gu here, this time Chen Yangzi's picture book of women has not been deleted. I was feeding the cat on the street last night, you saw it when you passed by. When Shen Gu said this, he turned his head and glanced at the forest beside him. He is still a little bit unbelievable now, he just kindly fed the stray cat once, and he even picked up an S-rank elven quasi-girlfriend back. However, the facts were in front of him, and seeing Lin Mumu's sweet response to his own smile, Shen Gu smiled more relievedly. After all, he even acquired the even more unbelievable system of dating assist system, and then he shouldn't make a fuss about any strange things afterwards. Shen Gu also hopes to get acquainted with her more quickly through the encounter with this beauty agency last night. Because he still has 3 or 4 classes to attend this morning, the more enthusiastic the intermediary and the smoother the communication with him, the better it will be for him to find a good place to live for Lin Mumu as soon as possible. You are so amazing. You guessed it all. I thought you were feeding the cat with your back to me, and I wouldn't have thought that the person passing by behind was me. As a real estate agent serving Shen Gu, Chen Yangzi's mouth is as sweet as honey. Of course, she also thought that her boyfriend had offended Shen Gu last night. So before Shen Gu could speak, he took the initiative to apologize. My boyfriend talked nonsense last night, don't be familiar with him. Hearing her initiative, Shen Gu smiled disapprovingly. It's okay, what he said is not completely wrong. It's just that I started kindness, so I didn't care about the price of cat food. Oh, there are not many kind people like you. When Chen Yangzi said this, she turned her gaze to Lin Mumu and said, listen to my sister, it's okay to have a boyfriend like this. He is so kind to small animals, and he will definitely be better for you in the future. Of course. Of course I know. Lin Mumu looked at Shen Gu with happiness through Chen Yangzi's words, and pretended to be worried. I'm afraid that everyone wants such a good man. In the future, the competition will be too fierce and will be snatched by other girls. Beauty, you can really be joking, except for the female celebrities on TV, you are the best looking girl I have ever seen." Chen Yangzi took advantage of the situation to please Lin Mumu, and asked Shen Gu whether he wanted to buy or rent a house this time. "Rent a house. Rent a better one. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room are similar. It is best to be able to carry a bag to live in. If you are satisfied, the price is not a problem." After listening to the last sentence of Shen Gu's words, Chen Yangzi, whose eyes were already narrowing into a crescent shape, immediately used the computer to find a real estate listing for Shen Gu on the intranet of the housing agency with the highest efficiency. After about an hour, Shen Gu rented a 2-bedroom and 1 living room near Chendong University at a price of 20,000 yuan per year. However, when the contract was signed and Shen Gu got the 2 keys, the conversation between him and Chen Yangzi made this beauty who has seen some worldly faces filled with question marks in his mind. This conversation happened after Chen Yangzi received an intermediary fee of 1,200 yuan. She smiled and said to Shen Gu, "Congratulations, you two will have a small family in the future. Although you are not married yet, life is here, and it is no different from a normal small couple." "No, don't get me wrong." Seeing that Lin Mumu had begun to cover his mouth and laughed, Shen Gu quickly denied to Chen Yangzi. "We are students of Chendong University and live in a dormitory at the school. As for the purpose of this house, didn't you see it last night? I took a stray cat and there was no place to house it, so I rented this house." For this reason, Chen Yangzi opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Shen Gu did not bring a cat when he came to the house agency. And spending more than 20,000 a year just to house a cat, in her opinion, is really incredible. But she didn't want to further pry into the problems of customer privacy. After saying "Okay, I need to find me again in the future," she respectfully closed the door of the rental room for Shen Gu, all in her mind. He said that if he rented it to cats, it must be an excuse to cover up living with his girlfriend. Maybe he was afraid of this, and I accidentally leaked it to other people, and those people happen to know him. Do you think she will believe what you say?" When Chen Yangzi closed the door and left, Lin Mumu asked Shen Gudeo with a smile on his face. "It doesn't matter if you believe it or not." Shen Gu spread his hands and said, "Anyway, I'm telling the truth. This house is for your cat. And I might meet her next time after the lease expires this year, or never meet again." Lin Mumu immediately became pitiful. "So what you mean, master, is that if I don't perform well this year, I won't take me in and drive me away?" Shen Gu didn't expect Lin Mumu to think of this, and quickly waved his hand to appease her. "Don't think about it, even if you don't live here next year, I will find you a new place to live. Also, I have 3 or 4 classes this morning, but no class in the afternoon. After the class, I will come back and take you to the mall to buy clothes." Lin Mumu immediately became happy. "Thank you, master." With no one else in the house, Lin Mumu resumed using the word master to address Shen Gu. Then he rushed into the bathroom, and when he came out, he was a cute little white cat again. Chapter 35 Seeing Parents Actually Encountered Love Rivals. During the 3rd class in the morning, Su Ziking found that Shen Gu was obviously a little absent-minded. However, she has never taken the initiative to remind others of the habit of listening attentively like her. Because this teacher of macroeconomics is very old, she is not like the previous teacher Zhou Yang who has 8 trigrams. So until the end of this class, when it was a short break, Su Ziking turned his side slightly and asked Shen Gu, who was sitting beside him. "You didn't have much energy to see you in a class. Didn't you sleep well last night?" Shen Gue settled, shook his head and denied. "No. It's just that I have experienced a lot in the past 2 days, and some things need to be thought about." Su Ziking smiled when he heard it, then put his right hand on his fragrant cheek, and asked deeply in his eyes. "For example? Is there anything to do with me?" Shen Gue hesitated, but decided not to tell her about Wu Jiyi and Lin Mumu. Including the incident of Mr. Zhou Yang's suitor in the hotel this morning, because once said, So Ziking would definitely wonder why he didn't stay in the dormitory at night, and went outside to stay in the hotel. So he replied, "Of course there is." The meaning is vague and half-joking. I have a lot of things to think about the two of us, including how to keep my unbeaten record if I play the game again. Since childhood, So Ziking has always remained undefeated in front of others. At this moment, hearing Shengu say such a thing, the emotion in her heart that she wanted to admit but had to be convinced made her silent for a while. The two fighting planes games in the previous duel were not because she played abnormally. She felt that it was really good luck for Shengu. Will he have great luck 3 times in a row? So Ziking thought in her heart. I will never let the same person beat me 3 times in a row in this game. However, after So Ziking wanted to have lunch, his plan to compete with Shengu in the 3rd round was not realized. Not only that, Shengu didn't even eat lunch with her. The reason is that his parents came to see him in this city at noon, so the two can only make appointments at night depending on the situation, whether they can have dinner and study at night. A scumbag has several girlfriends at the same time, isn't he also lying and deceiving like me? After separating from So Ziking and walking alone outside the school gate, Shengu sighed helplessly as he walked. Of course, this matter is not his fault in the strict sense. First of all, So Ziking is not yet his true girlfriend. Secondly, he is now going to see Wu Ji, and it is not because of the personal relationship between men and women. It's a continuation of the pretend boyfriend incident last night. It turned out that Mr. Zhou, who had no face because of Shengu last night, was so angry that he didn't sleep much all night. Just after dawn, he jumped up from the bed, pacing back and forth on the ground thinking about how to breathe. When his subordinates reported that Shengu did not go back to the dormitory last night, but stayed in the best hotel near Chendong University, he believed in the fact that Shengu was really rich. After pacing dozens of times, the Zhou boss finally thought of a way. That is to take the curved path of temptation. First call Wu Jiyi's father to see if they know more about Shengu. However, Wu Jiyi's father's reaction was extremely shocked. Boss Zhou could easily tell from the reaction and tone of the other party's phone that the other party said that he did not know that Wu Jiyi had a boyfriend. It should be true. In this regard, Boss Zhou, who was still irritated, told Wu Jiyi's father that his son-in-law family was very rich, and he had a banquet for Wu Jiyi last night. He deliberately didn't say that Shengu's family might have more money than his own family. The purpose was to get Wu Jiyi's father to intervene in the relationship between Shengu and Wu Jiyi. He was able to take this opportunity to obtain more information about Shengu, to decide whether to retaliate against Shengu in the future, or to resist his anger to repair the relationship. As expected by Zhou's boss, Wu Jiyi's father was really angry that his daughter didn't tell him that he had a boyfriend in time. In Dad Wu's heart, with his daughter's current ability to attract money, even if the man is rich, he must have been upping his daughter. Wu Jiyi shouldn't let outsiders know that she has a boyfriend before him. Thus, there was the incident that Shengu walked out of the school gate at noon and got in Wu Jiyi to pick him up in his ordinary car. I'm really sorry, I didn't think my dad would suddenly fly to this city and call you by name. As soon as Shengu got into the car, Wu Jiyi, who was sitting in the driving seat, apologized to Shengu. In order to keep the conversation between the two people confidential, Wu Jiyi did not use the driver this time, but drove by herself. Her driver and bodyguard were in the luxury car in front, and the luxury car led the way. She only drove behind, so as not to drive to the place where she wanted to meet Dad Wu smoothly by navigating. Maybe people around you reported to him, or your boss that week found your father and sued me. Regarding Wu Jiyi's request this time, although the time Shengu and So Ziking spent together as male and female friends was objectively reduced, Shengu did not feel disadvantaged or troubled either. Because after he promised Wu Jiyi to pretend to be her boyfriend again and meet with her father, the intimacy between Wu Jiyi and him quickly ascending from 10 o'clock to 20 o'clock. After Shengu brought Wu Jiyi out of Zhou's boss's dinner last night, he could see that Wu Jiyi still had an unquenchable worry in his eyes when he was separated from him. He felt that without this, he would have been able to get more from Wu Jiyi in terms of intimacy last night. But just as he considered before the banquet, with Zhou's identity and status in Chendong City, it would be difficult for Wu Jiyi to be easily taken away with a low voice. What's more, he already has a system, and the more he meets the big men who were unattainable before, the less he is willing to choose soft service. The more I want to head with it. Go and enjoy the feeling of exciting. He felt more than once. If I'm still cowardly bowing my head when facing strong people like I did before, and when facing beautiful women, I feel ashamed and unattainable, then what is the point of my obtaining this system? At this time, Wu Jiyi, who was infatuated by tens of millions of fans in the entertainment industry and felt unattainable, was personally driving for Shen Gu, and in a low voice. She asked Shen Gu how to talk to her father for a while, so as to help her get through this boyfriend. See the parents off. However, even though preparations were made beforehand, when the two entered the sushi restaurant private room ordered by Father Wu, the scene in front of them still made them stand up on the spot, and they didn't know how to speak for a while. Because it was not only Dad Wu waiting in the private room. There is another person, it is Wu Jiyi's cousin at Chendong University. Wu Jiyi. Chapter 36. Cousins are also affectionate, for more simple. Oh. Don't you guys, just let me explain it. Wu Jiyi, who closed the door of the private room, knew that she begged Shen Gu to pretend to be a boyfriend. It was hard to hide it because of Wu Jiyi's presence, so she simply whispered the truth to her father and cousin. The anger on Father Wu's face gradually faded, and Wu Jiyi's angry expression quickly turned into regret. Obviously, he wanted to borrow this very much before, so that Su Ziking completely hated Shen Gu. So that he would have one less threatening rival in his pursuit of Su Ziking. Okay. Now that you all know the truth, I won't stay more. After Wu Jiyi explained, Shen Gu smiled and said that he wanted to leave first. After all, it was Wu Jiyi who pretended to be Wu Jiyi's boyfriend. Seeing that this matter could not be kept secret, he felt that even if he stayed, it would only increase Wu Jiyi's embarrassment. Although this time let Dad Wu know that he has Su Ziking's girlfriend, after all, Su Ziking is only his temporary girlfriend, and the relationship between the two is essentially similar to that of him and Wu Jiyi. He felt that he wanted to attack Wu Jiyi, a first-line female celebrity, and it would not happen overnight. In the future, I will really be tempted by Wu Jiyi, wanting her to become her official girlfriend 3 years later, and then explain to Dad Wu the real situation of his and Su Ziking's temporary girlfriend, so I can understand. After all, the relationship between Wu Jiyi and On is also this kind of being asked for help. However, Father Wu didn't want to let Shen Gu leave so easily at this time. Just when Shen Gu opened the sliding door of the private room to leave, he shouted to Shen Gu. Slow. Although it was a good intention that you went to rescue Jiyi before, but because of it, even Jiyi didn't dare to offend Boss Zhou. Do you know how powerful he is in Morning East City and even the entire entertainment circle? He wants to know that you are not Jiyi's real boyfriend, and he will definitely not let you two off. Even if your family is prominent and you are not afraid of Boss Zhou dealing with you, then he will irritate Jiyi and make Jiyi struggle in the entertainment industry in the future, or even be banned. Wu Jiyi slammed in front of Shen Gu at this time, dissatisfied with Father Wu. Dad! How can you say that? I begged him to help me out. He did that last night, also to smoothly bring me out of Boss Zhou's dinner. You say so now, do you want to rely on others? You usually teach me to behave, but you have never said so. After hearing what Wu Jiyi said, Wu's father sighed very helplessly. Jiyi, don't get excited, I can't stop him from leaving. You know, you can be so popular in the entertainment circle now. One is that you work hard to win, but you still rely more on the help of Wu Jiyi's parents. Now he and you are making such a big basket with Boss Zhou. If he leaves like this, Boss Zhou will definitely not let you go. Speaking of this, Dad Wu glanced at Wu Ji again and said, "You may be my little brother's niece, but after all, you are not his own son like Wu Ji." That week, the boss really wanted to fight for what happened last night. "I'm afraid my little brother's face can't protect you. You won't be able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry in the future." Wu Ji heard this and saw that Shen Gu was standing at the door and did not leave. The affection that grew up with Wu Ji since childhood, coupled with his strong dislike of Shen Gu, the rival in love, made him suddenly start to speak. "Uncle, don't worry, I believe that as long as my father is willing to ask Boss Joe, he will definitely sell him a face. The big deal, I'll call him now." Having said this, Wu Ji took out his mobile phone fiercely and quickly found a number, but he kept his fingertips less than 1 centimeter away from the dial button as if he was about to press the tip of a knife. The fingers began to tremble violently. "Cousin, don't force it." Wu Ji walked over with understanding, and gently took away the phone from Singer Wu with her white right hand. "Because you don't want to enter the entertainment industry, you and Uncle will not say a few words for a year. If you beg him for me this time, even if he is willing to help me, he will definitely coerce you by letting you enter the entertainment circle." After Wu Ji heard Wu Ji's words, his expression became very painful. He even staggered a step behind and almost fell. It can be seen how difficult it is for him to get him into the entertainment circle. But he didn't struggle for too long this time, and soon rushed to Wu Ji to take back the phone. He looked for the number again, and said decisively, "Anyway, I can't just watch you fall into a crisis and be indifferent. After all, it was the boss of that week who wanted to force you to keep you first at the dinner party. I believe that as long as my dad is willing to come forward, he will be fine." Shen Gu, who was still standing at the door, was also moved by such a picture of siblings' affection. He closed the newly opened private room door again, and waved his hand to stop Wu Ji and said, "No need to fight. Actually, I have a better way to make Wu Ji all right." Father Wu's eyes lit up immediately, and he even rushed over excitedly, holding Shen Gu's hands and shaking vigorously. "I know that with your strength, you can definitely do it without hurting Ji. Otherwise, you didn't dare to do that to Boss Joe last night, did you?" At this time, Wu Ji also stopped calling his father's mobile phone number. Wu Ji looked at Shen Gu hopefully, hoping that he was really very powerful and would prevent Boss Joe from angering his anger because of what happened last night. To her. When the two separated last night, Shen Gu once told Wu Ji that he had very strong strength. But in dealing with Joe's boss, Shen Gu himself did not take the initiative to say to help. From Wu Ji's point of view, he really felt that Zhang didn't open his mouth to beg Shen Gu. However, the method Shen Gu said next was to make the other 3 people in the house a little dumbfounded. Because what he said is, "Ji, you can take the initiative to call Boss Joe and tell him that you had a big quarrel with me because of my disrespectful relationship with him last night, and you have completely broken up with me. And no matter what he does to me in the future, it has nothing to do with you. In this way, he will definitely not irritate you anymore, but will transfer all the anger to me." After Wu Ji was stunned for a few seconds, she immediately waved her hands to Shen Gu and refused. "How about that? I took the initiative to call last night and beg you to help me out. If I do this now, is there a bit of humanity? No, absolutely no." Chapter 37, Something More Precious Than a Hug, 5 More Thanks to the Silver Leader. Seeing that Wu Ji was so stupid, Dad Wu immediately dragged Wu Ji back from behind. "Don't drag and say. Don't be stupid, he is doing this for your own good. Besides, he must have the ability not to be afraid of Boss Joe to dare to say that." Speaking of this, he still squeezed a smile at Shen Gu with a look of fear that Shen Gu would repent, and said, "Yes. Young Master Shen." Shen Gu nodded indifferently, yes. He understands that the reason why Dad Wu's face is not too bad now is because he wants his precious daughter to be okay. He smiled calmly and said to Wu Ji, "Originally, I wanted to use W letter to tell you privately after leaving. But seeing Wu Ji willing to do this for you, I am also very moved, so I can only say it in front of them. Having said that, Shengu looked at Wu Ji's eyes very seriously and said, "Besides, I really am not your boyfriend, am I?" Shengu, who turned his back and put his hand on the sliding door handle of the private room, was allowed to leave, and said coolly, "So, just do what I said. I don't want to do you a favor, but cause you more harm." Next second, with tears in her eyes, Wu Ji rushed to Shengu and hugged him. "Thank you." Only these 3 words. It was another thing that seemed more precious, apart from this hug, obtained from Wu Ji before Shengu left. As well as detection of Wu Ji and host intimacy ascending system prompts sound. This time, Wu Ji's ascending intimacy with Shengu increased by 20 points. Not only that, because the intimacy between the two has reached 50 points, he has unlocked a new goddess tag of Wu Ji in her corresponding female picture book. I hope that Own Love will have an idol drama-like moving plot. Reminiscent of her role as an actor in the entertainment industry, after leaving, Shengu couldn't help thinking like this in his heart. Is it because there are too many acting in the play, so I believe that in reality, I will also encounter the plot that I want in the play? Soon after, Shengu took a taxi back to the apartment he rented to Lin Mumu in the morning. After taking out his key and opening the door, he saw that in the living room at this time, a little white cat was lying lazily on the sofa, watching with interest what was being broadcast on the TV Animal Channel. Shengu walked over and saw that in the show, a cheetah was chasing an escaped antelope quickly on the grassland. This is a real hunt for the weak or prey to the strong. Although the antelope ran very fast, the cheetah's previous ambush distance was obviously very short. Through its super explosive force, it finally succeeded in thumping the antelope and obtained rich food. Do you know? Even if the cheetah is very fast, there are not many successes like this. Seeing Shengu approaching, Lin Mumu raised his paw to point to the picture of the cheetah eating on the TV and said, "So in my opinion, whether it is a leopard or a lion or tiger, it is not as happy as a cat that has found a good owner." This is a compliment to Shengu from the side. After hearing this, he felt very useful, so he smiled and followed Lin Mumu's words and said, "So? Are you hungry now and want me to take you to eat something delicious? Then I will buy you some good clothes so that you don't have only one set of clothes to wear when you are in human form." The little white cat immediately nodded happily, not forgetting to continue to praise Shengu Deo. "As expected to be my master, I am so happy to be your pet." However, before this trip, Shengu strongly urged Lin Mumu to go to the bathroom and turn into a human form before going out with him. "Because when I buy her clothes later, I will inevitably have to go to the underwear shop." He didn't want to hold a cat to buy underwear in a lingerie shop. The scene was so crazy that Shengu didn't even dare to think about the subsequent plot. The trees in human form were indeed beautiful enough. Although Shengu had seen it once last night, when she came out of the bathroom, it still made him feel bright. The two left the rented house and went downstairs to the street. Soon a passing boy couldn't help but look at Lin Mumu, and the expressions of Shengu looked both envious and jealous. "How's it? My appearance is pretty attractive, right?" Maizihi Lin Mumu, while talking, actually took Shengu's arm from the left side. "Don't be like this, it's not far from our school. If you are seen by a classmate who knows me, and you pass it to the school, nothing will happen." Shengu gently pulled her arm out of the wood's arm, and asked her to keep a distance of at least 20 centimeters when she walked with herself. "Are you afraid of Suziking's misunderstanding?" Lin Mumu put out his tongue to Shengu mischievously and whispered. "Just now I smelled the smell of a girl hugging you on your body, and you told me that she was not your real girlfriend. If it weren't, it's almost now." When Shengu thought of the hug Wu Ji had given him before, his face turned red. That was the first time he was hugged by a young girl after he became an adult. Although it was a hug full of gratitude, it was considered a close contact after all. He settled slightly, not wanting to grow out branches in front of the trees. He swung his hand and denied to her. You misunderstood, So Ziking and I were just a little closer, not like you said. Strictly speaking, this denial is not a lie to Lin Mumu. Therefore, after Shengu said this sentence, his tone did not appear flustered. This made Lin Mumu become dubious, and began to approach Shengu proactively again, wanting to further smell his body. Of course, Shengu wouldn't give her this opportunity. With a guilty conscience, he distanced himself a little bit from the woods and continued to use So Ziking as a cover. But other people in the school didn't know the true relationship between me and her. If I was misunderstood by others as 1 foot and 2 boats, she would be made fun of by others in school. Speaking of this, a taxi came right on the front, and Shengu waved his hand to stop the car and sit in the co-pilot, and let Lin Mumu sit in the back seat. Although Lin Mumu is essentially just a cat, she now looks like a young girl with a super nice face. The reason why Shengu was so eager to get in the car was that he wanted to avoid being seen by the students in the same school as much as possible. The second is to let herself sit a little further away from Lin Mumu, lest she continue to hold on to him about the girl's fragrance. Okay. It's up to you. Anyway, you are my boss, I can do whatever you want. As long as you give me enough dried fish every night. Lin Mumu, who was sitting behind Shengu, narrowed his eyes, and while speaking, he pinched his shoulders for Shengu from behind. And when it came to the words dried fish, Shengu's pleasing and clingy expression made the taxi master in the front driver's seat very shocked. Chapter 38 I'm sorry. He couldn't help but glanced at Lin Mumu in the rear-view mirror, and then at Shengu beside him. In the case of very confused mind, even the excessive throttle almost failed to rear-end a normal car in front of it. The strong shaking caused by the sudden brake almost didn't make Shengu, who was wearing the seat belt, hit his head against the front glass of the car. And Lin Mumu also realized that he had just made some mistakes. Seeing that Shengu's face was very ugly, he spit out his little tongue apologetically, and sat down obediently and stopped talking. Shengu could only smile helplessly, and secretly said, something more dangerous than rear-end collision happened. It turned out that before he rented a house to Lin Mumu in the morning, he had asked her first. When other people were nearby, he could not call him the master, but called him the boss. Otherwise, if Lin Mumu said in the car just now, anyway, you are my master, I will support you whatever you want. This taxi driver must be more than shocked to almost rear-end. He is likely to call the police immediately, accusing him of tricking an ignorant girl. After that, the car was very quiet all the way. After arriving at the Yinza shopping mall, Shengu paid for the car. He really didn't want to stay in the taxi for a second. He immediately got out of the car and greeted Lin Mumu and rushed into the shopping mall with more people. Boss, guess what kind of relationship does the taxi driver think of us? After the two of them were sure to leave the sight of the taxi driver, Lin Mumu, who had stopped walking, giggled in a funny way. You are still embarrassed to laugh, please pay attention to the words and demeanor when someone else is there in the future. After entering the mall, Shengu was so naughty and amused at Lin Mumu's naughty look, and he couldn't use too harsh a tone to reprimand her. Yes. Just as Lin Mumu wanted to salute Shengu, he only raised his hand halfway, and he was immediately stopped by Shengu. Don't be too much, exaggerated. This time, Shengu exhorted Lin Mumu word by word. Okay. I will try to pay attention. Lin Mumu lowered her head a little apologetically, but then when she followed Shengu, she smiled again. Coincidentally, at the door of a restaurant, Shengu unexpectedly ran into Mr. Zhou Yang and her male companion who were coming out of the restaurant. This time is different from the last time. You can pretend not to see it in the hot pot restaurant. Two pairs of a man and a woman meet directly head-on, which is completely unavoidable. So Shengu could only bite the bullet and speak first, calling out Ms. Zhou. After Zhou Yang saw Shengu, he immediately looked at the trees beside him in a reflexive manner. You are not with. When talking about the word he, Mr. Zhou Yang looked at Lin Mumu's very high-value face and immediately fell silent. Turning to point to her male partner beside her, she introduced to Shen Gu. His name is Liang Shi, a friend of mine introduced by others. Of course, if you get along well, you may develop your relationship further. Liang Shi had recognized that Shen Gu had been in the same elevator with him in the morning. Thinking of what Zhou Yang had said in the elevator at that time, the expression on his face suddenly became very unnatural. However, Shen Gu didn't immediately break the incident in front of Zhou Yang. Hello, brother. He even reached out and shook hands with Liang Shi. Then he pointed to the trees beside him and said to Zhou Yang, "This is a new female assistant recruited by our company. Before taking her to buy some clothes suitable for work, I wanted to have a meal together. I didn't expect to meet you here." And such an introduction made Zhou Yang very surprised, and some of the brows that were worried about Shen Gu frowned. Your company? Did you find a company for an internship now? Listen to me, in your current situation, you should first be based on the credits you have enough to study. Don't worry about finding a place for internship, which will affect your studies. If you can't get your diploma, it won't matter how good your internship performance is in an outside company. Shen Gu knew that Zhou Yang had misunderstood what he meant, but the idea of setting up a company by himself came to him after he separated from Wu Jiyi at noon. He knows very well that the holiday between him and Boss Zhou will not be easily eliminated. Although he is not afraid of having a direct conflict with Boss Zhou, he is single-handedly dealing with Boss Zhou's hostility, or other powerful enemies that will appear in the future. Shen Gu feels that it is necessary to form a team that can expand his abilities. And Lin Mumu, as an elf beauty who has reached 99 intimacy with him, is naturally the first and most suitable company employee in his heart. At this time, Lin Mumu also cooperated and performed her duties as an assistant in a timely manner. After listening to Shen Gu's words, she quickly responded and explained to Zhou Yang on behalf of Shen Gu with a smile on her face. Teacher, you misunderstood. The company Shen Dong said was opened by himself. I am his newly recruited assistant, Lin Mumu. I am glad to meet you. As he spoke, he extended a tender little hand to Zhou Yang. Shen Gia noticed that every time Lin Mumu said the word you, he added a slight accent. He didn't think she did this out of respect for teacher Zhou Yang. After all, Shen Gu didn't use the word you when he called Zhou Yang. Why is that? Shen Gu, slightly puzzled, saw the two beauties shaking hands. There was a little comparison in each other's eyes. Is it true that among very good-looking women, they will subconsciously compete when they meet? If Lin Mumu is my girlfriend, this approach is understandable. But now she is not, so what does this and the slightly demonstrative eyes mean? Shen Gu, who has been assigned 4 targets by the system, still has insufficient experience in this area at this time. When he saw Lin Mumu's small hand and Zhou Yang's hand shook them lightly, and they separated quickly, Shen Gu wanted to end this unpleasant meeting as soon as possible. He talked to teacher Zhou Yang separately, then nodded to her quasi-boyfriend Liang Shi, and signaled Lin Mumu to enter this restaurant with him. Looking at you, it seems very nervous. While waiting for the waiter to come and order, Lin Mumu whispered to Shen Gu who was sitting opposite her. And she also knows that you and So Ziking are dating. Is she afraid that the teacher will misunderstand that I am your girlfriend? Of course, the reason Shen Gu was really nervous was not what Lin Mumu guessed. Regarding the love assistance system, although Lin Mumu's intimacy with him has reached 99, he still doesn't want to reveal half of it. In order to conceal the real reason for his nervousness, he pretended that Lin Mumu was right, and immediately denied it. Of course not. What's more, So Ziking is not my official girlfriend. Even if I was misunderstood by teacher Zhou Yang and even told So Ziking, I have nothing to worry about. Chapter 39 Worry-Free Entertainment Co., Ltd. Shengu was very satisfied with Lin Mumu's peaceful behavior of chasing after the boys without catching an embarrassing point. So when the two of them finished ordering and waiting for the dishes, he began to tell Lin Mumu that he was going to set up Worry Relief Entertainment Co., Limited. It seems that you talked to teacher Zhou Yang about starting a company, not just a few jokes to deal with her in a hurry. Lin Mumu couldn't help being very excited when he heard that Shengu really wanted to have this company. Of course not. In addition to meeting you in the past few days, I have also experienced some other impressive things. Now I'm a junior student. Considering that I have to spend most of my time doing internships in my senior year, I think I still have some capital now. It's better to start a company by myself and start a career. Better. Lin Mumu immediately gave Shengu a thumbs up and praised. As expected of my boss, really ambitious. In this way, I will be able to live a more and more beautiful life with you in the future, not only to worry about food and clothing, but also to travel the world without fear of consumption. Is it no longer a problem? After Shengu entered puberty, he always hoped that there would be a girl by his side who could accompany him often and encourage him to realize his dreams. After getting the love assistance system, he had hoped that Su Ziking, the first target of OWN, would be such a girl. And with the exchanges these days, he also felt that Su Ziking would definitely be a good companion for him in the process of reading and studying. Su Ziking herself is very good looking, and it is also a condition for her character and academic excellence. It is also destined that she will not only support him like Lin Mumu, a cat who can only transform into a human form, but also approximates unconditionally pleasing herself. What if she is not a cat elf, but a normal human girl? Maybe my ideal girlfriend now is Lin Mumu. But is there any normal human girl who can do her like this? In my cognition over the years, human beings should have own preferences and life demands. They don't treat me like Lin Mumu with a pet's attitude toward the owner. Maybe I will be very rich in the future, and there will be some very money-worshipping girls who will try their best to pretend to be like Lin Mumu in order to please me. But they are more likely to betray me at any time for greater benefit. Thinking of this, Shengu suddenly asked Lin Mumu this sentence. Mew Mew, I ask you, now you are willing to follow me because I have taken you in, and you are still giving you delicious food. If you find someone who can give you more in the future, will you abandon me and go with him? Lin Mumu was taken aback by this sudden and sensitive question. 2 seconds later, she said to Shengu with a serious expression. Can. Then he stopped talking, his eyes and Shengu waited for his reaction while staring at each other. Shengu's face instantly darkened. But you have to wait until you die. Feeling the little mischievous success, Lin Mu immediately giggled. Knowing that Shengu was being tricked, his mood immediately rose from a low level to a level much higher than normal. He didn't even care about the embarrassment that should be seen when being tricked, and said with a smile. It's enough to be with me in my life. Can I expect to live as long as you? Lin Mumu immediately wrinkled his nose and protested. Hey, I seem to be very old. I am very young and young. In some of the myth books that Shengu has read, animals that can transform into human form generally need to be cultivated for at least 1,000 years. But at this time, he couldn't be so stupid to say something that made Lin Mumu dissatisfied. He even said that he agreed with Lin Mumu's point of view. Yes, of course you are a pretty young girl. The words one made Lin Mumu couldn't help laughing. Since it was in public, Shengu did not say that she was a young white cat, but did not use the adjective one, which really made her find it very interesting. So, what is the name of the company you want to start, boss? Lin Mumu, who had laughed enough, covered his mouth with a small hand and said. Name. What exactly this company will do in the future, Shengu has actually had a general idea in his mind in the past 2 days, but he hasn't particularly thought about the name. At this time, after listening to Lin Mumu's question, after a little thought, he probably thought of a name based on the company's functions that he had planned, and told Lin Mumudeo. Initially I think it is called Jiayu Entertainment Co., Limited. Lin Mumu blinked her big cat-like eyes. Worry-free entertainment. I know how to solve your worries. You mean to help him resolve who has troubles? Similar to a DOT subsidiary that advises customers, or even a mobile company that directly helps customers solve problems. But why add entertainment? Shengu thought of these two words. In fact, it has a lot to do with Wuji. He explained to Lin Mumu. Because the word entertainment makes people look more relaxed and makes people feel close. And it can also be extended to the business of the entertainment industry. Although the people there seem to be shining stars, there are many annoying things. And they are all rich. If they solve their problems, the rewards they can get will definitely be much higher than that of ordinary customers. Lin Mumu suddenly realized. I see. However, it is better to call the entertainment industry worry-free company, which has more distinctive features and attracts more targeted customers. Shengu waved his hand seriously and said. In that case, the customer contact will be narrowed. I started this company to make money on the one hand, and I also want to use this to get to know more talented people from the top of the world. In this way, many things or people that will threaten me in the future do not need to be solved by myself. I will have many friends to help me solve it. Lin Mumu nodded in agreement, and then sighed. Listening to you, it really doesn't look like a junior said it. If the company recruits new employees, after listening to your company philosophy, I am afraid that you will use this company to conquer the world. After hearing this, Shengu smiled in agreement. Ha ha ha. Really? I give you this feeling now. Imagine which man would be uninterested if he had the opportunity to conquer the world. Not to mention I still have you by my side. Meeting you makes me believe that there are many possibilities in this world that I don't know, to attract me to explore. This is not a wasted life. At this time, all kinds of dishes ordered by the two of them came up one after another. And the few dishes were worth more than 300 yuan. Before knowing that the system's game currency could buy real currency, these money was close to Shengu's meal money for nearly a month. But now he has hundreds of thousands of R coins left after renting the house for Lin Mumu. In addition to the 100,000 that he wants to use to start a company, he still has a lot of money for various consumption. Moreover, even if all the R coins on his body are spent, as long as he continues to receive temporary tasks to complete, the R coins that can be converted into game coins will continue to flow. Chapter 40 The Girl's Underwear Shop That Makes Blushing. Moreover, even if all the R coins on his body are spent, as long as he continues to receive temporary tasks to complete, the R coins that can be converted into game coins will continue to flow. After the two had finished eating delicious food, it was time to buy all kinds of clothes for Lin Mumu. Because the season is now autumn, the two have visited many clothing stores. Lin Mumu mainly chooses long-sleeved shirts, coats, cropped trousers, and very long trousers. This is also the first time Shengu has accompanied a beautiful girl to a clothing store since he was an adult. Although this beautiful girl is essentially a cat, many boys passing by in the mall cast very enviable glances at Shengu. The wealthier Shengu is also very generous when buying clothes for Lin Mumu. Soon he had already carried 6 or 7 clothes-carrying bags for Lin Mumu. This is not to say that Lin Mumu was very caring, and he also took 2 clothes bags in his hands. Okay, I'm almost buying everything that I should buy for outside wear. We should go shopping for underwear now. After I came out of the last clothing store that sold outerwear, Lin Mumu, who was very happy to buy clothes, stood in front of the store and looked at Shengu with a very mischievous tone and eyes. This. Shengu blushed immediately, put the clothes bag in his hand on the ground, and refused. You should do it yourself for buying underwear. I'm still here to look at things for you, come to me after you buy it. Lin Mumu immediately begged coquettishly. How can it work? How can a boy not accompany his girlfriend to the underwear shop? If you don't go, how do I know what you like? Shengu's face rose even more red, and he hurriedly approached the ears of the woods, whispering with the most effort and rejection. "I've never been to that kind of place. I can't stand seeing those things. You better go by yourself." "Good." Lin Mumu seemed to like to see Shengu's embarrassment at this time. When Shengu was seen as irritated, he finally changed the request to a more compromised one. "Then you accompany me to the outside of the underwear shop, and wait for my head office outside. Or I have to pay with your bank card and password after I buy it, so that you can pay for me at the cashier on the outermost side of the underwear store. You won't feel embarrassed." Seeing that Shengu fell into hesitation, Lin Mumu immediately gave another reason. "And I'm really insensitive to the directions in the mall. If I get lost after buying, I won't be able to find it and I won't see you here." This kind of reason made Shengu a little doubtful. He didn't believe that a cat that had been cultivated to transform into a human form would have such a bad sense of direction. But at this time, the approaching passers-by were already curiously looking at the two of them, and Lin Mumu's words were louder, making Shengu not want to stand in a stalemate with Lin Mumu here all the time. "All right. I've said that I will go in at most to pay for you, and I won't accompany you into the store to pick up women's underwear." In the end he compromised with the pretty and cute little elf in front of him. Shengu turned around and picked up the 6 clothes bags that he had placed next to him. Accompanied by a sweet voice like "Okay, okay, I know the boss treats me best," he finally rushed to buy women's underwear with Lin Mumu. Walked towards the underwear shop. However, what Shengu did not expect was that when Lin Mumu walked into an underwear shop that he was interested in, her voice suddenly came from inside the underwear shop less than 1 minute later. "Boss! Help me see how these underwear look good." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Mu stood inside the door of this underwear shop with a few women's underwear she thought she liked, lifted it up to a position almost as high as the chest, and showed it to Shengu. At this time, not only the salesperson in the shop and a few girls who were choosing underwear immediately looked to Shengu, but even many passers-by who walked to this underwear shop were rushing to Shengu and almost couldn't help it. Laughing eyes. "What are you doing? Go in, go in." Anxiously, Shengu was startled by Lin Mu and let go of his clothes bag. Lin Mumu kept waving his hands to the underwear shop, beckoning her to leave the inside of the shop with the underwear he didn't dare to look directly at, and return to the deeper inside of the underwear shop. However, Lin Mumu still stood motionless with a few pieces of women's underwear, deliberately showing a very aggrieved look in front of everyone. "Who told you not to come in and choose with me? How do I know if you like it or not if I pick it myself?" At this time, Shengu was already blushing, and he couldn't wait to find a seam at the entrance of the store and get in. "Do not talk." After less than 0.5 seconds, Shengu stomped into the lingerie shop. Quickly pushed Lin Mumu into the depths of this store, hiding behind a higher shelf. Because only in this way, at least many people passing by outside the store can no longer see his embarrassment. Surrounded by the shelves full of women's underwear, Shengu could still hear other female customers in the store holding back the teasing. This made him madly glared at Lin Mumu. But Lin Mumu immediately showed a pitiful look, raised some underwear in his hand to his eyes and said, "The boss will help me decide so that we can pay and leave here as soon as possible." Until Shengu brought Lin Mumu back to the rental house and closed the door and finally turned into a two-person world, he still felt his own head buzzing, and the tension on his face began to slowly recede. In addition to buying clothes for Lin Mumu this trip, Shengu also bought new sheets, quilts, and other life supplies for her. Because there are too many items, the larger items are directly given to the address left by the merchant, and the merchant promises to deliver it before 1700 hours on the same day. "Great, I'm finally back." After Lin Mumu entered the door, like a okay cat, he immediately cheered and picked up the bag full of women's underwear and rushed to the bathroom. It seemed that he couldn't wait to change it. To stop Shengu, who was too late, she was afraid that she would come out of the bathroom and let herself see in a while wearing nice underwear. Hurriedly walked to the door, opened the door to leave. "Master, where are you going? You haven't seen my new clothes yet. As expected by Shengu, Lin Mumu's voice immediately came from the bathroom. I have something to do in my school, you can change it slowly. Feeling embarrassed, Shengu went out immediately after finishing speaking and closed the door forcefully. He didn't dare to stay for a while, and quickly left this building and returned to the campus of Chendong University. As he walked to school, he took out his mobile phone and wanted to send a W letter to So Ziking to ask where she was. But when I opened the W letter, I thought that I hadn't been with her for nearly a whole day except for class, so I called her mobile phone number instead. I thought it would make the other person feel better to call and ask. Did you finish seeing your parents so soon? The phone rang 3 times, and So Ziking answered the phone. I'm in the study room 306 of the school library. Shengu made an appointment with her to meet in the study room, and then went back to his dormitory to pick up the book. Chapter 41 The Beauty is Jealous? All 3 roommates seemed to have gone out with their girlfriends. Ever since they knew that So Ziking had become Shengu's girlfriend and had frequent conflicts with the influential figures in the school, Shengu felt that the relationship between himself and their roommates seemed to have become alienated. This is actually not to say that the 3 roommates were afraid that he would offend the man in the wind and hurt them. Objectively speaking, it is like the life of the 4 little pigs who were together in a very good relationship, but suddenly one day, one of the little pigs grew horns on the head, and the body turned into a dragon. So the other 3 little pigs subconsciously wanted to keep their distance after being shocked, which was considered a long-term affection. Shengu hoped that after a while they got used to it, and the distance between the 4 would be as close as before. After opening the door of the dormitory with the key, he packed the books he wanted to read in the afternoon in his backpack, put a pen and a study book in, and did not stay in the dormitory for too long. Today is the 3rd day when Shengu announced that So Ziking is his girlfriend in front of his roommates, and it is also the 2nd day that he announced So Ziking as his girlfriend in front of his classmates in English class. Many people in the school would still point at a distance after seeing Shengu. Although Shengu couldn't hear what they were saying, without guessing, they felt that they must still be talking in whispers about suddenly becoming So Ziking's boyfriend before. Taking into account So Ziking's one-day girlfriend that Jiao Huang had taken to block me, my temporary lover relationship would normally end after tomorrow. No longer caring about the gaze of others, he thought very optimistically while walking on the road to the library. But with So Ziking's competitive characteristics, as long as the flying game has been unable to beat me, this temporary lover identity should continue forever, there is nothing to worry about. However, when Shengu entered the study room 306 and sat next to So Ziking, she made an exception and did not continue studying first. Instead, she immediately took out a piece of paper prepared for the flying plane game and handed it to Shengu, and said loudly to him, "Today is the last time I play this game with you as an experimental girlfriend. I will definitely win today." At this time, Jiao Huang and Wu Ji's 2 monitors who were permanently stationed in this study room were still studying in the seats behind the table not far away. So Ziking's words not only shocked Shengu, but also immediately caused them to look over here involuntarily. "Why do you want to say this when there are others?" Shengu asked in a low voice, very puzzled. "Such a thing, can't you say it privately in the W letter?" But So Ziking didn't show that he felt reckless at all. She bowed her head and drew a grid on the paper for the flying plane game, and responded with a very natural tone. "That's because only by letting some people hear it here, will the relationship between our experimental lovers be known to the whole school sooner." Shengu didn't understand why So Ziking suddenly became like this. And listening to what she meant, she seemed to have known that there was someone sent by her suitor to monitor her in this study room. Or even better, she even knew who was sent to monitor her. "But this kind of thing, you can say it again at this time tomorrow. According to our previous agreement, isn't our relationship ending until tomorrow is over?" Since So Ziking has not shy away from others, Shengu simply spoke out the words he wanted to ask in front of the 2 monitors. In his previous impression of So Ziking, she shouldn't be such a person who would break the agreement in advance. So Ziking used to be in Shandong University. Not only did she learn well in the United States and Canada, but she was also very rigorous in both her life and work. It was difficult for Shengu to imagine why she suddenly be like this today. And So Ziking didn't have a hint of apology in those words, and he even felt a little bit walking for the sky. This made Shengu feel faintly disturbed. Did someone in the school see me eating, cooking or buying clothes with Lin Mumu today? I told her immediately after seeing it, so she was very angry, thinking that I was on two boats with one foot. With this idea, Shengu immediately thought of someone. That person is So Ziking's roommate and girlfriend, Yang Qian, who made him a spare before. Could it be that Jiao Huang sent someone to follow me and asked Yang Qian to tell So Ziking after seeing me and Lin Mumu together? Thinking of Shengu here, I feel that this situation is unlikely. After all, the last time Jiao Huang took someone to a hot pot restaurant to block him for So Ziking, he had actually betrayed Yang Qian. It stands to reason that Yang Qian would not help him with this kind of thing. That's Wu Ji. But I just helped his cousin. If he has a conscience, he shouldn't be cruel to me so quickly. Just when Shengu was sitting there thinking wildly so that he couldn't even bother to draw the grid for the game on paper, So Ziking had already drawn her picture. Then he took the piece of paper from Shengu, and said with some irritation while drawing for him, "You didn't go to the bulletin board by the Sichuan Lake. Then it has been exposed that you are dating Wu Ji. There are also photos of you and her coming out of the same big hotel. Now your reputation on campus is even higher than when you announced that you were my boyfriend." In shock, Shengu immediately thought of Boss Zhou, who had been severely offended by himself. But when did he arrange for someone to be at the door of the hotel in advance and photograph us? I took Wu Ji away from his dinner party. I spent some time in Wu Ji's car. Is it shot at that time, in the car, or when leaving the car? So Ziking quickly drew the grid for Shengu's flying plane casually. The lines that make up the grid looked a bit crooked, but on the whole it seemed barely usable. Look at your current expression, what was said on the bulletin board should be true. So Ziking handed the game paper back to Shengu without expression. In that case, why do you need me to be your temporary girlfriend to prove it to your roommate? If you tell them that the big star Wu Ji is your girlfriend, won't they convince you more? You have more face. Shengu Neng clearly heard So Ziking's accent on the three words big star. Is she jealous? After making this judgment, his happy mood immediately overwhelmed the shock and some helplessness. And the smile appeared on his face without any care to cover up. Which made So Ziking a little angry from the expressionless face. It looks like you are very proud. So Ziking suppressed his anger and said. If it wasn't. Shengu, who had already guessed it, immediately followed up. If you didn't want to beat me once before blacking me out, you would have called me a scumbag and let me go away right away, right? Chapter 42. Quite self-knowledge. So Ziking even laughed angrily, and didn't say anything else, and directly urged. Draw the plane quickly. Today I must make you a miserable defeat in my hands. Seeing So Ziking's very angry and confident look, Shengu knew that it was not the time to explain Wu Ji's affairs to So Ziking. He also cannot tell So Ziking that he and Wu Ji are also fake lovers in front of the two monitors in the study room. So he decided to win this game first. Then watch So Ziking's follow-up reaction after losing to herself for the third time, and then decide what to do so that she will not continue to hate herself in the future. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you guess the position of the machine head that I want in my heart at once? Even if it happens, it's impossible to hit 3 times in a row. This is too fake. It's incredible. Furthermore, the positions of my 3 noses were all set temporarily before drawing the plane just now. So Ziking, who was extremely shocked, looked at the piece of own paper, and had an urge to tear it to pieces immediately. Maybe God can't stand it, I was misunderstood by you. The reason why Shengu played a tricky hand this time was because he wanted to take this opportunity to say to Su Ziking this kind of words that might shake her. Sure enough, although Su Ziking had a very high IQ, he was still shaken in the face of this extremely unscientific phenomenon. You mean, this time someone is still framing you? Like the bulletin board filled up last time, mocking you for not being worthy of me. Su Ziking was first willing to analyze in the direction where Shengu was framed, but immediately thought that there were photos of Shengu and Wu Jiyi appearing together at the entrance of the hotel on the bulletin board. How do you explain the picture? Couldn't you mean that the person who framed you synthesized the photo? I looked at the photo in front of the bulletin board for a long time, and it seemed real no matter what. Shengu smiled slightly, and did not answer Su Ziking's question. He answered the question and suddenly asked Su Ziking, "Do you like me?" Su Ziking immediately denied. "How can it be? You have a fantasy attack." Shengu looked eager to dismiss, but he continued pursuing without letting up. "You were very angry when you talked about Wu Jiyi before. Tell me again this time. You spent a long time verifying the authenticity of that photo. This shows that in your heart, you definitely don't want this to be true." Such bold words made Su Ziking immediately stand up in shame, and the voice of denial in his mouth became louder. "What are you thinking about? How could I like you? You are far from the standard of a reasonable boyfriend in my heart. I did that, but I didn't want to believe that you, who looked harmless, actually deceived me, who has a very high IQ." After talking about this, Su Ziking realized that his reaction was very gaffe, so he immediately packed his own school supplies, pushed Shengu away, and quickly walked to the door of the study room. "Do you want to catch up with her?" This thought flashed through Shengu's heart. At present, the intimacy between him and Su Ziking is only 32. From a normal analysis of the system, Shengu understands that it is impossible for Su Ziking to admit that he likes him now. Then that being the case, I'll use letter W to explain to her later. I want to wait until she knows the truth. She should not be angry with me. And I'm not her official boyfriend after all. If she doesn't like me so much, she will only be angry because she lost her face in front of the teachers and students of the school. Thinking of this, Shengu glanced at the two monitors in the study room. Their eyes were following Su Ziking at this time, and when Su Ziking left the study room, they all ran out too. Of course, they did not run out to follow Su Ziking. The purpose of these two people is to find a place where no one is there, so that they can call and report to their master as soon as possible. If there are photos as evidence, if you want to successfully dispel rumors throughout the school, unless you ask Wu Jiyi to deny it on your personal public account. Anyway, she had told Boss Joe before that she had broken up with me. If there is another official denial at this time, it will be more convinced by the boss of that week. Shengu took out his cell phone and wanted to dial Wu Jiyi's number, but because he was afraid of being heard by others, he put this idea on hold. Instead, he packed his own things and left the library, ready to go back to the house rented by Lin Mumu and make this relatively secret call. Besides, after the very angry Su Ziking left the library, he quickly returned to his own bedroom. On the way, she herself understood very well. Compared to whether Shengu and Wu Jiyi are real boyfriend and girlfriend, she is actually more angry because she loses Shengu 3 times in a row in the flying game. Especially for the 3rd time, Shengu actually made her unresistible and guessed all the positions of her head in just 3 times. Is it true that, as he said, the reason why his luck is so good today is because the heavens can't stand him being wronged? Back in the bedroom, Su Ziking, who was sitting at the computer desk, tried to rationally analyze the incident of losing again today. And Yang Qian, who had been lying on the bed looking at her phone, saw Su Ziking's gloomy look when she came back, thinking that she had just fallen out with Shengu, and couldn't help feeling overjoyed, so she hurriedly asked, "Ziking, how did that scumbag explain to you when faced with the iron evidence?" At this time, there were only Su Ziking and Yang Qian in the 4-person bed, so Su Ziking sighed and said, How else can I explain? Don't admit it. But calm down and think about it. Wu Jiyi is a popular first-line actress in the entertainment industry. How did she meet Shen Gu? How could she like an ordinary college student? I think this thing shouldn't be as simple as it seems. Yang Qian put down her phone and sat up from the bed and said, I have no idea then. But I heard that when Wu Jiyi came to the school to see Wu Jiyi yesterday, she took her bodyguard and confronted Shen Gu with Wu Jiyi for a while. At that time, because Wu Jiyi asked the bodyguards to exercise restraint, there was no conflict between the two sides. Isn't she here to see Wu Jiyi yesterday? The real reason she came to this school was because she knew that Shen Gu was in love with you, so she came to Xingxi to inquire. Yang Qian knows that Jiao Huang did not publish the photos of Shen Gu and Wu Jiyi this time, so she is not sure about the true relationship between the two. And from the bottom of her heart, Yang Qian herself does not believe that Shen Gu and Wu Jiyi are really in love. Because not long ago, Shen Gu had been pursuing her hard for a long time. Although she just used the average Shen Gu as a spare tire. Chapter 43, Love Saint is a beautification word. Shen Gu, who returned to the rental room, saw that the trees had turned into a cat form and lay on the sofa watching TV. I need your help on one thing. When Shen Gu sat next to the little white cat, he paid a little attention so as not to accidentally sit on its tail. What's up? Lin Mumu lazily asked, is it related to Su Ziking? Wouldn't you want me to help you chase her? Shen Gu waved his hand. That's not necessary. Someone in the school has been targeting me now. They posted a picture of me and a female celebrity on the bulletin board of the school's Sishun Lake, saying that she was my girlfriend. And it is not convenient for me to see that now. I want you to help me see what is going on. When the little white cat heard this, he immediately became energetic. Female star. Is it beautiful? How's your figure? Why do you have a photo with a female celebrity? Seeing Lin Mumu's very 8 trigrams appearance, Shen Gu sighed with his right hand supporting his forehead. Why are you like 8 trigrams? Thinking that Lin Mumu can now be regarded as a person he can trust very much, he finally talked briefly about Wu Jiyi's identity and her begging for help last night, and the offending of Boss Zhou. The real name of the boss this week. Shen Gu was shocked by the fact that Lin Mumu turned into a girl last night, so that he could not check it with his mobile phone that night. Today, after Wu Jiyi asked him to meet with Dad Wu, she realized that in the future in the confrontation with Boss Zhou, he should know himself and the enemy as soon as possible. He quickly found out how good the boss is in the entertainment industry this week with his mobile phone. Boss Zhou's real name displayed on Wanzi Encyclopedia is Zhou Huahei, and he ranks among the top 5 investment and operation bosses in the entertainment industry. According to incomplete statistics, his wealth has reached nearly 20 billion R coins. And now it is not only doing business in the entertainment industry, but also gradually penetrating into the real estate and high-end hotel business. Even if Shen Gu can buy 100,000 R coins with 100 game coins now, he has to have as much wealth as Boss Zhou in the future, and he has to earn 20 million game coins on temporary tasks. What is that concept? On the basis of a system temporary task that can earn 500 game coins, he also has to complete 40,000 temporary tasks. Even if one can be completed every day, it will take more than 100 years. Of course, he just got the system for more than 3 days, and now he doesn't expect to have Zhou Huahei's money in a short period of time. Moreover, he understands that when he has a certain amount of capital, money can make money, and the speed of accumulation will be geometrically multiplied, not just as simple as additive accumulation. At that time, in addition to checking Zhou Huahei's information, he also took the time to check Wu Jiyi's father's Wanzi Encyclopedia information. In contrast, Dad Wu's information is much simpler. In addition to the name Wu Gang, the most important information in the other information is the 2 identities of famous actress Wu Jiyi and Big Brother, the king of Song Wu Cheng. After listening to Shen Gu's simple explanation, Lin Mumu was silent for a while, as if thinking about the course of a series of things after Shengu offended Zhou Huahe. Quickly asked Shengu jokingly. Before helping you, I have a few questions to understand. Why did you agree to help Wu Jiyi last night? Isn't she your rival's cousin? Normally, the more unlucky she is, the better it will be for you. But you actually chose to save her, and after rescuing her, you gave her an idea and asked her to take the initiative to inform Boss Zhou that she had broken up with you. Don't you know that after she does this, that week's boss will rush all the anger at you? Why do you help her carry things off like this? When asked about this, Lin Mumu saw Shengu's face calm, and it seemed that he felt that these things were what he should do, so he suddenly realized. Don't you think she is in love with her? Aren't you thinking of a way to pursue Suziking? Don't you want to be the love saint? After Shengu listened, he couldn't help but smile a little embarrassed. Is it because I am your master? So you used such a beautifying word for my possible 1 foot on 2 boats behavior. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to touch the soft fur on Lin Mumu's body. When he touched it, he suddenly realized that although it is a cat now, it can become an S-level goddess at any time. With this touch, he barely stayed less than 2 centimeters away from the cat's fur. Collected it again. Excuse me, I have liked small animals since I was a kid, and when I saw cats and dogs, I couldn't help but want to touch them and try them. Shengu, who withdrew his hand, gently scratched his head with this hand to dissolve the slightly embarrassing atmosphere between one person and one cat. It's fine. Lin Mumu looked nonchalant. As your pet, you provide me with delicious food, and it's nothing if I let you touch it. In the future, if you have time and occasionally tickle me, I will still be very comfortable. Such direct words made Shengu immediately think of Lin Mumu's graceful posture when she became a girl last night. And not long ago, I accompanied her to the shopping mall. She bought all kinds of stuff through him in the underwear shop. Ahem. Seeing Shengu's subtle expressions, Lin Mumu soon realized that own words might make Shengu ambiguous, and immediately added. Of course, touching me and tickling are limited to when I am a cat. If I become a girl, then you still have to exercise restraint. Shengu didn't want to discuss this topic with Lin Mumu anymore. He understood that with Lin Mumu's current 99 intimacy with him, even if she exaggerated it a little bit, he could only understand. So he made a begging gesture to Lin Mumu and asked Lin Mumu to go to the bulletin board of Sishun Lake at Chendong University to see what was going on there. I knew this a long time ago, so let you buy a mobile phone for me by the way when I visit the mall together. In this way, I can take pictures of you directly, so that I won't be able to describe it clearly. Lin Mumu didn't delay Shengu's request, so he jumped to the ground gently and walked to the bathroom. This is easy. Isn't it just buying a mobile phone? There is a small mobile phone shop near the school. Anyway, it is used to take pictures. You can deal with one first, and then I can buy it for you later. Shengu, who had a lot of money in the card, said immediately without thinking. And Lin Mumu soon became a girl in the bathroom. And the clothes were changed to the new clothes that Shengu bought for her today. Shengu felt that she looked better than when she was wearing old clothes before wearing the old clothes. How about it? Before going out, Lin Mumu deliberately turned around in front of Shengu and asked him. Isn't it pretty? How about Suziking? How about Wu Jiyi? Speaking of which, I really want to meet them face to face once in person. Chapter 44. The process of buying a mobile phone is simple and fast. To deal with it, Shengu bought a good one for Lin Mumu with just over 1,000 R coins. The owner of a small mobile phone shop has never seen a customer who buys a mobile phone so quickly, and it only takes less than 2 minutes for Shengu to select the many mobile phones in the counter to make the payment. It's completely useless for the store's good eloquence when selling mobile phones. After that, he urged him to install the system quickly, and when he learned that the camera function of the phone could be used without the system installed, he even grabbed the phone and left with Lin Mumu. Little brother, your phone won't work without the system installed. Seeing that the silhouettes of Shengu and the beautiful women around him were about to disappear in front of the store, the somewhat conscientious boss hurriedly shouted behind them. "It's okay, just take pictures." This sentence has not been completely finished, and Shengu, who was anxious to let Lin Mumu go to Sishun Lake, has disappeared from the sight of the shop owner. How rich is this? The mobile phone shop owner, who felt unbelievable, shook his head and sighed. Spent more than 1,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone just for taking pictures. Then he explained to himself. In fact, it doesn't matter if you think about it, can you have such a beautiful girlfriend by your side? It's so nice to marvel at his girlfriend when he first entered the store. But if you really have money to buy tens of thousands of dollars for your girlfriend, isn't it? I still think that my shop is not fidelity, so I bought a camera for my girlfriend first. Thinking of the mobile phone shop owner here, I feel that on reasonable analysis still feels a little unreasonable. However, he sold a mobile phone in just a few minutes today, and he is still in a very happy mood. Besides, after Shengu and Lin Mumu left the mobile phone shop, they told her about the approximate location of Sishun Lake and Chendong University. I can't find it. You can find a male student in school to ask. I want to use your current appearance, let alone ask a guy for directions, but if you are asked about it, the boys will have to take you there directly. During this time, Shengu finally found an opportunity to tease the trees. However, Lin Mumu smiled triumphantly, patted Shengu on the shoulder and quipped him. Just know it, and cherish it in the future. This sentence made Shengu speechless and couldn't help thinking in his heart. If you are a normal girl, I might be tempted. But if a cat said such ambiguous things to me, it feels weird to hear it. But he didn't say these things to Lin Mumu on the street. He just smiled, patted Lin Mumu on the shoulder and said, "Go quickly. I'm still waiting for you to figure out the situation before thinking about how to resolve this crisis." Just as Lin Mumu walked to the campus of Chendong University alone, Shengu's cell phone rang suddenly. He saw that the number displayed on the screen belonged to his roommate Wang Ning. Before the official announcement between him and Su Ziking, Wang Ning once mocked him as a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. And when the relationship between him and Su Ziking's lovers was known to the whole school, he, like Shengu's other two roommates, first had feelings of envy and jealousy. And then suddenly became skillful because of Shengu. And it showed the meaning of gradually estranged from him. I thought that after I offended the great guys at the school, they didn't want to take the initiative to contact me. Seeing Wang Ning taking the initiative to call Shengu, he felt very happy for a moment. After all, it is a roommate who has lived together for more than 2 years. Although Shengu used to be in the dormitory, he was not high in status, but he always felt that the jokes between the roommates were jokes. This fate of living together in long-term formation friendship is still very valuable. Hey! Happy Shengu answered the call soon. Shengu? This is Wang Ning. Wang Ning on the other end of the phone seemed a little nervous. Are you looking for me? When I went back to the dormitory in the afternoon, I saw that none of the three of you were there. Wei felt that Wang Ning was a little strange, and couldn't guess what the other party was because the other party was a little nervous, so he casually said something about the dormitory, and waited for the other party to say the call to own purpose. Ah, it's like this. Wang Ning on the other end of the phone was silent for a while, and then said to Shengu in an overly enthusiastic tone. Last time Liu Hao said that he would take me and Zhang Yu to invite you and Su Ziking to dinner. That time, because of Jiao Wang's bad guy, we didn't finish it in the end. There is no class in the afternoon. All three of us took our girlfriends out to play together. Liu Hao said simply that all four of us would take our girlfriends to find a good restaurant in the city for a meal. Hearing what Wang Ning said, Shengu didn't seem to know the new situation of the Sishun Lake bulletin board on campus. I thought it might be because they were always outside in the afternoon, and the bad guys posted photos of him and Wu Ji afternoon. That being the case, he didn't want to talk to Wang Ning about this matter that was both irritating and yet to be fully understood. He just told Wang Ning. According to Su Ziking's daily study plan, she still has a lot of unlearned knowledge, so I am afraid that there is not so much time to go to the city to have dinner with you today. Such words are used to describe others as a lame reason for rejection. But when it was used on Su Ziking, Wang Ning couldn't help but believe it. Then you still have to study with her. Wang Ning, who sounded disappointed, quickly issued a compromise invitation. A lot has happened recently, we have always wanted to talk to you. But you didn't come back all night last night, but you took your books before class 3 or 4 in the morning and left in a hurry. If Su Ziking can't get out, you can come and have a meal with us. It just so happens that our 3 girlfriends are all very curious about how you chased Su Ziking. In the face of Wang Ning's repeated and enthusiastic invitations, Shen Gu, who did not want to become more distant from the 3 roommates, finally nodded and agreed. He asked Wang Ning to send him a location using a W letter, and he made an appointment to meet at that place at 4 o'clock in the afternoon after more than an hour. If you take a taxi from the city, it normally takes less than half an hour. The reason for meeting later was mainly because Shen Gu wanted to wait for the Sichuan Lake news brought back by Lin Mumu. Of course, the reason he gave Wang Ning was that he needed to accompany Su Ziking to study for a while in the afternoon and not to accompany him at night. After hanging up the phone, Shen Gu returned to his rental house. While waiting for Lin Mumu to return, he used the draft box function of the W letter to write a draft that he was going to wait for Su Ziking to explain, and prepared to send it after Lin Mumu brought back the exact information. I hope she won't block me before I explain it in the W letter. Shen Gu, who was halfway through the draft, suddenly thought of this, adding a lot of worry. So he tentatively issued 2 words, "Are you there?" Seeing the letter W, it actually replied to him automatically. You are no longer a friend of the other party. You need to add a friend to verify before sending a message. Chapter 45 What to do if you delete a friend by a girlfriend's misunderstanding. Shen Gu didn't know that this situation was actually a small action by Yang Qian. She took advantage of Su Ziking's absence of her mobile phone when she went to the bathroom, and she quickly used her W letter to delete Shen Gu with her short time before the screen lock time. Of course, she also knew to do this, and it won't take long for her to reveal herself. But she also thought about the confession reason after she was discovered, and then told the quality boyfriend she had been fond of Jiao Huang. Besides, Shen Gu, who discovered that his friend had been deleted, first sighed and then quickly searched for the following words on Wanzi search. What should I do if my girlfriend deletes the W letter friend due to misunderstanding? Countless pieces of information were displayed on the page. The comprehensive general answer is: the reason she deleted all your W letters is probably because she misunderstood what you did and broke her girlfriend's heart. You should take the initiative to find your girlfriend to explain sincerely, and explain clearly to her what you misunderstood. Say a few good things to coax her. Girls should coax. As long as you have enough patience and sincerity, I believe she will forgive you. Of course, there are also a few hard resistance, such as: if she misunderstood you, delete you if it wasn't your fault, and you still care about her. Maybe after 2 days, I figured it out by myself, and came to you happily. Although Shen Gu doesn't have much love experience now, he still knows that hard resistance is definitely not a good choice based on his personal basic emotional intelligence. At least when Su Ziking's intimacy with him was only 32, he couldn't deal with this matter too casually. Since the form of sending a W letter is not available now, the only way to explain is to call or find an opportunity to meet and talk. Shen Gu first returned to the rental house and waited for Lin Mumu to bring the information back. It didn't take long for Lin Mumu to return with the phone that had already taken the photo. Sorry, master. It may be that I am so good looking. After I entered the campus, many people were attracted to watch me by Sichuan Lake. There are daring boys who come to ask me my name and how many classes are there. So there was a little delay when I came back. Lin Mumu handed the phone to Shen Gu as he spoke, saying that he was embarrassed, but his expression was undoubtedly very proud. Shen Gu understands the current situation of girls in Chendong University. Only teachers Su Ziking and Zhou Yang can reach the level of Lin Mumu. One of these two people is Bin Li Nan can't appreciate it. To get close to her, she must have learning that she can appreciate. The other is a school teacher who is older than a college student. Talking about teacher-student love with a beautiful teacher. Although it often appears in the fantasy of many male students, as long as you try to achieve it, there are really few who have the courage. Not much. After hearing that Lin Mumu is receiving such attention in school, Shen Gu couldn't help but move in his heart. Suddenly I wanted to put her company female assistant status before one more. It is also the legendary beauty companion. You know. The profession of accompaniment reading has existed since ancient times in the country where Shen Gu lives. In general, people who can afford accompaniment reading are either rich or noble. Even many of the male companions around the gongzi have become the most trusted butlers of the gongzi when they grow up. Female companions often live in the room and become a very favored concubine. Of course, in the age where Shen Gu is now, there are not many accompanied readers for the rich and powerful. Especially for the male young master with a female companion, Shen Gu's current experience has not actually encountered it once. But if others don't, it doesn't mean he can't have it. Anyway, the classrooms of Chendong University are allowed to be listened to casually, and Lin Mumu does not need to take exams and get a degree. It just so happens that her appearance can show Zhou Huahe my status and make it even less dare to act rashly. Shen Gu thought of this beautifully, and felt that he could use this to show Su Ziking that he was not only learned and good at flying, and his family conditions were not worse than those of Wu Jie and Jiao Huang. If she already likes me a bit, it would be better to be jealous because of the appearance of Lin Mumu. Thinking of this, Shen Gu, in Lin Mumu's eyes, there is more content that is different from the past. Master, when you look at me like this, why do you make me think that you are plotting against me? Although the words are not commendatory, Lin Mumu's tone and demeanor when he said this is a kind of very welcome. Hey, I really can't stand your expression of bottomless dedication. Seeing Lin Mumu's words and expressions differing in this way, Shen Gu simply followed her. He said that he couldn't stand it, but his face was filled with a bright and satisfied smile. As long as you ask for your needs, there are so many things that you can't stand. When Lin Mumu said this, he began to gently pull the corner of his own clothes with his hands. It's okay, it's okay. My dear, converge. Shen Gu smiled bitterly and gestured to Lin Mumu and asked her to sit on the sofa half a meter away from him. Then began to tell her seriously about letting her be a female companion. This is great. I can accompany you in class so that I don't feel bored at home for too long. After listening to Shen Gu's plan, Lin Mumu was very happy and agreed. And I can observe closely, what kind of girl you like. Is it better than me? And I can give you ideas while you chase her. When it comes to this, Shen Gu feels that Lin Mumu's spirit is stronger than before. It's really a cat who is so passionate about my life. Although Shen Gu was satisfied with this kind of enthusiasm, he always felt that the fire was really burning. However, at this time, he was using cats and understood that he could not speak out against Lin Mumu's enthusiasm. He nodded slightly, expressing his approval for Lin Mumu's enthusiasm. Then she turned on the photo album function on her mobile phone, and carefully watched the scene of being photographed on the bulletin board by the Sichuan Lake. In the first photo, the whole bulletin board and the surrounding situation were taken. Although I can't see the photo scene of him and Wu Jie being posted on it, there are several close-up shots of the photos and the text description of the whistleblower taken by Lin Mumu in the follow-up. In just a few seconds, Shen Gu understood that the initiator of this exposure incident was neither Wu Jie, whom he had previously suspected, nor was he always thinking about calculating his jokes. Because the explanatory materials contains descriptions of Wu Jie and him at the Zhou Huahe dinner, the identity of this breaker should be Zhou Huahe. Even if it was not him who posted the photos and text materials on the bulletin board, it was definitely his subordinates. Sitting on the sofa, Shengu showed a thoughtful expression. Unexpectedly, he would attack me head-on so soon. Could it be that my details have been investigated? Reminiscent of Zhou Huahei's ability and status in Chendong City, it would not be impossible to find school leaders to obtain his student files. Chapter 46, The Last Master Has a System? If he already thought he was completely certain of my true situation, besides using the photos of me and Wu Jiyi to make me feel bad at school, he might do more drastic things in the follow-up. After making this judgment, Shengu's expression gradually became serious. He thought of Zhou Huahei's many bodyguards at that dinner party who had a few outstanding and powerful characters. Therefore, at that time, the system also specially put on the S-level self-defense fighting technique worth 500 game coins for him. Although Shengu had only 310 game coins at the time, he still spit out the system in his heart. But at this moment, Shengubi was rich at that time, and he had 610 game coins on him. S-class self-defense fighting technique is still for sale in his system wall. But I am not in a hurry to buy it now, anyway, buying it with my mind is very fast. When you really encounter the danger of needing to use it, it's never too late to buy. At this moment, Lin Mumu, who was sitting on the side, saw that Shengu's expression became serious, so he asked guessingly. Is it difficult to explain the situation to Su Ziking? Besides, she is only your temporary girlfriend, and she has not confirmed the formal relationship. In this case, if you are close to other girls at the same time, it shouldn't be a betrayal. Seeing Lin Mumu's misunderstanding, Shengu smiled dumbly. Still followed her question and replied. Of course not. I just think that if she is very angry about this matter, first, she may feel that even a temporary relationship should be respected, and second, she may like me a little bit and become seriously jealous. After hearing this, Lin Mumu deliberately looked up and down Shengu, and then joked in a joking tone. Master, where are you confident, think that beautiful Swiba would like you? Listening to your simple description of her earlier, she doesn't value money at all, and Bin Toto is useless to chase her. Having promised to be your temporary girlfriend is the reward you won because you won her by playing games. But she can't completely like you just because she loves playing this game. I guess she has many other hobbies. If you want her to like you completely, unless you have the ability to satisfy most of the other hobbies. Shengu smiled slightly when he heard this, and thought to himself. Sorry, I really do. On the lips, he replied in a jokingly boastful tone. Because I am attractive. As soon as a beautiful girl sees me, she can't help but feel good. Not only Su Ziking, but also you, Wu Jiyi, including the teacher Zhou Yang we met in the Yinzuo Mall before, which one is not Meyer Wo Celestial Immortals. But now they are all very fond of me, maybe one of them will become my official girlfriend in the future. After hearing this, Lin Mumu immediately made a naughty speechless expression to Shengu. Then Shengu said in a joke-like strike. I like you a little bit because you were loving that night and you were willing to buy bread and sausages for me. But I like you unconditionally because you didn't show shock when you saw that I could become a girl, and you didn't want to take advantage of me immediately. But other people you are talking about, because you can understand cat language, just like I think you are my master, would you rather give you unconditional love? Shengu listened to Lin Mumu's words more and more exaggerated, and quickly stopped her and continued. Hello. Are you confessing to me? But you are a cat after all, don't you feel weird to say these things to me now? Having said that, Shengu also asked a question that he had always found strange, but did not want to take the initiative to ask. At this time, Lin Mumu said that she loves herself unconditionally because she can understand its cat form, so she decided to ask this question. This morning, when I showed that I could understand your cat form, you were a little surprised, but you quickly accepted this fact. Is it because you are an elf, or have you met someone who can understand cat language before? Lin Mumu's expression immediately turned into an expression, you finally couldn't help but want to ask. Because my last master acquired the system, he relied on that system to understand me, so I also have this ability for you, so I am not so surprised. Shengu, who heard this, was immediately shocked. He never expected that besides him in this world, there was another person who had acquired some kind of system. Have you ever met someone with a system? When he asked Lin Mumu this sentence, it was actually equivalent to proactively admitting that he also had a system. What capabilities does his system have? Why did you leave him later? This series of 3 consecutive questions all seemed a little urgent because of shock. After Lin Mumu heard the 3 words leave him, he couldn't help but sighed sadly. Actually, I get along well with the previous master. I left him because he has left this world. Shengu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing these words. He asked Lin Mumu. Then how long did he live? Since you have obtained the system, you must live longer than the average person. I have to say that the reason why Shengu asked this was actually his inner subconscious, and he also hoped that because of the system he would live longer than others. It stands to reason that it is like this. When Lin Mumu said this, he sighed sadly again. But less than 10 years after he got the system, he felt that he had got everything he wanted in this world. He felt that it was no longer interesting to stay in this world, so he did it himself to let himself go. When Shengu heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. Shengu was even more surprised by the choice of the former owner of Lin Mumu than he heard that other people had a system, and soon became emotionally. It's really hard to understand. He won't be crazy after getting too much. After sighing like this, Shengu couldn't wait to ask Lin Mumu again. What system did he get? Does the cost of using the system overspend his life? Lin Mumu immediately shook his head and said. Nothing. What he has obtained is a system that can keep giving him money. It seems that by completing system tasks, more and more money will be made, until he becomes the richest man in this country, and even the whole world. Hearing the 5 words the world's richest man, Shengu immediately thought of a person who passed away 10 years ago, Dongfang Ming. Because he is so famous. This person turned from a poor student to a very successful entrepreneur 20 years ago. The Oriental Blue Ocean enterprise he established took less than 10 years and went from a registered capital of only 10,000 yuan to the world's strongest enterprise with a market valuation of as high as 10 trillion R coins. But at that time, he donated all the company's assets to the country for free. I chose to travel to the most mysterious Shenlongzhi mountain range in the country, and so far there was no news. Chapter 47. After he donated all the company's property to the country, he officially separated from me. Lin Mumu became more and more sad when he said. At the time I wanted to go to Shenlongzhi with him, but he told me that he wanted to leave the world quietly by himself. After listening to Lin Mumu's inside story, Shengu felt that this person named Dongfang Ming was more colorful than the descriptions he had seen on the internet before. After hearing what you said, maybe in this world, besides him and me, there will be people who will get the system, maybe. Otherwise, how could you happen to meet someone who also got the system that night? Shengu, who made such an analysis, weakened a lot of the sense of luck that he had previously consciously uniqueness. However, what Lin Mumu said next, once again ascension his shock ceiling. Because what she said to Shengu was. It's not a coincidence. I'm looking for you in Chendong City, he told me 10 years ago. Not only that, when he separated from me, he also added a very strong ability to me with the ability of the system. That is, no matter what system the person I found 10 years later, I can see a faint blue light on his body. So after I met you that night, I was already sure that you were the person he had asked me to find. After hearing these words, Shengu seemed to have reacquainted the woods in front of him again. He felt that the forest tree in front of him was not like he had thought before, it was a very simple, scheming cat elf. Now that the matter is over, he simply asked more bluntly. But you also said before that you like me because I have a good heart. After seeing you become a good-looking girl, you don't take advantage of you very beautifully. You also said that it was because you found that I could understand Cat's words, that I was your master, and you were willing to give me unconditional love. However, after hearing Shen Gu's questioning, Lin Mumu smiled at Shen Gushan without any psychological burden. That's because you didn't take the initiative to tell me that you have a systematic thing before. If you don't take the initiative to tell me about this, I will not take the initiative to ask you from the standpoint of considering you as the master. Because I think, when you think it is appropriate to tell me, that is the best time for us to frankly communicate this matter. After hearing these words, Shen Gu was silent for a few seconds. After that, he felt that Lin Mumu was not wrong in doing this. He knew that the intimacy between her and On had reached 99, but he had not immediately decided to tell her about the love assistance system. Not long after the other party met him, he had reservations about Dongfang Ming, which is quite normal. Thinking of this, Shen Gu felt that the acquisition of this system in his body might have something to do with Dongfang Ming. So he talked to Lin Mumu at a slower rate about the general situation of the love assistance system. Finally, I asked her if she felt that the emergence of this system would be related to Dongfang Ming, who donated all her property 10 years ago and went to the Shenlongzhi mountains alone. If you are only 10 years old now, then I might suspect that you are his reincarnation. Lin Mumu sighed quietly. But when you were born, it was about the same time as when he first acquired the system. That's why I believe that he only relied on the system to obtain some kind of predictive ability 10 years ago. It is predicted that in Chendong City 10 years later, someone will get a completely different system from the one he once owned. Then he asked me to go to this city this year to find another wonderful relationship between me and the system winner. When Shen Gu heard this, his heart suddenly moved. Then if I have the ability to help you find him in the future, even if only the wreckage is left, do you still want to find him? Lin Mumu immediately shook his head and said, No. 10 years ago we made our final farewell. He has his desire to leave this world. I was either his pet or his partner at that time. All we can do is respect his decision. Speaking of this, Lin Mumu looked deeply into Shen Gu's eyes and said, Including you too. If you decide to leave me one day, even if I can't bear it, I will fulfill you. Shen Gu already felt a bit heavy after talking about the topic so deeply. He immediately tried his best to smile and scolded Lin Mumu. Do you think I will be such a world-weary person like him? Before I got the system, I was a poor person who was so ordinary that even A-level girls treated me as a spare tire. If one day, I will be as rich as Dongfang Ming, surrounded by countless beautiful girls, then I will only invest a large sum of money and ask scientists to help me study ways to delay aging. Or it would be even better if there were products selling longevity in the mall of this system. That way we can live together for many, many years. Even if you are a cat and can't be my wife, it might be nice to be a good friend for a long time. Lin Mumu immediately smiled happily when Shen Gu said this. I hope you can always remember what you are now. She even bent the four fingers of her right hand toward her palm, and stretched out her little finger towards Shen Gu. A word is settled. Shen Gu, who felt he was willing to do it, also leaned forward to Lin Mumu and used her little finger to pull a hook with her. After this appointment, Lin Mumu, who was regaining a happy and lively state, asked Shen Gu a question about returning to his current situation. So now that you have a love assist system, you can compare the many girls with excellent conditions for a long time, and then determine the relationship after 3 years. There is no so-called emotional burden. In other words, since other girls have good conditions, they can choose you or others to be boyfriends from multiple boys. Then you who get the dating assistance system now can also choose from many good girls. It's quite reasonable to do so. After hearing this, Shen Gu nodded without hesitation. Yes. When I am frustrated, I can only be the spare tire that shed unwilling tears. After Yang Qian was found dating Jiao Huang, she was not ashamed of my questioning. On the contrary, I feel that my spare tire is not qualified to question her at all. At that time, I was in her eyes, and it was no shame to lose it. It was worthless guy. Now I have the opportunity to counterattack in life. As long as I work hard to get along with a goddess who is rated as S grade by the system like Su Ziking, there will be a day within reach. When he said these words, he deliberately let go of the volume. In fact, he knew very well that the reason why he said this to Lin Mumu aloud was to get her approval on the one hand, and on the other hand, he was speaking to On's heart. When facing Su Ziking, Zhou Yang, Wu Ji, and even more S-level goddesses in the future, I will choose more comfortably. Live up to the lucky opportunity to get the dating support system. Chapter 48. Since it is not possible to send a letter to Su Ziking to explain it now, Shen Gu simply wrote down everything he wanted to explain to her on a piece of paper. He is going to the classroom tomorrow and handing this piece of paper to Su Ziking before class. In this way, some things that you don't want others to know can be kept secret to a great extent. But Lin Mumu saw that Shen Gu's explaining paper was too common, and immediately frowned to express his opposition. For girls, both the love letter and the paper used to explain the misunderstanding should be good-looking. A good-looking letter paper can even make your goal success rate ascension 30% or more. So you should buy some good-looking stationery, and then write the words you want to write on it again. Although she always expresses her likes to Shen Gu without any secret. But in the matter of Shen Gu and Su Ziking, they are very active in making suggestions for Shen Gu. The way you are now reminds me of a book I have read. Shen Gu nodded and accepted Lin Mumu's suggestion, and told her jokingly. The protagonist of that book, Life, was in ancient times. He chased 7 wives before and after, and one of them took the initiative to help him pursue his beauty. Although Shen Gu said this casually, Lin Mumu immediately nodded seriously. I can do this too. As long as you are fancy beauty, I can help you chase it. And I don't want to be named, as long as I can always be by your side, I will be satisfied. Even if the intimacy with Lin Mumu has reached 99, after hearing Lin Mumu say such words, Shen Gu still feels that meeting Lin Mumu the cat is another divine favor outside the love assistance system. When he read that book before, he had fantasized about where he would be the protagonist. And now although he does not have 7 lovers, in fact his favorite type is already by his side. But for such a good elf, why is her number of close contacts 0? It's because her last owner thought she was a cat after all. And there are so many beautiful women around me soon, so I haven't developed a romantic relationship with her. Shen Gu, who thought so, did not speak these words to Lin Mumu either. From her previous words, I can hear that she has a deep relationship with the previous owner. So that didn't happen, there is always some special reason. If she doesn't take the initiative to say, I won't touch that restricted area either. Thinking of this, Shen Gu stretched out his hand and touched Lin Mumu's head, expressing that he was touched. Because he was going to the invitation of 3 roommates in a while, he told Lin Mumu about Wang Ning's invitation to eat with him, and let her rest in the rental room or watch TV. Promise to bring her delicious food after the meal. I won't go to the roommate party, lest your 3 roommates and their girlfriends misunderstand that I am your new girlfriend. If you let Su Ziking know about it later, you won't be able to explain it clearly. Lin Mumu picked up the remote control and turned on the TV after speaking, and stretched out after tuned to the animal channel. Just when you are not there, I can turn back to a cat and lie down for a while. Today I spend a lot of time as a human being. In fact, I am more comfortable being a cat. Shen Gu immediately thought of the women's underwear that Lin Mumu had just bought today, so he deliberately said in a very casual tone. In this case, you can also sleep on the bed in the form of a cat at night. Anyway, this is the house we rented. Don't be too careful like in a hotel. Although Shen Gu had already decided to go back to the dormitory to sleep tonight, it is inevitable that he would have to go back here with some delicious food after dinner with his roommates. He was a little afraid that Lin Mumu had already put on good-looking women's underwear, and deliberately waited for him to come back like a girl, so that he was embarrassed to look at her. "Thank you, master." Lin Mumu didn't seem to notice Shen Gu's careful thinking, and after thanking Shen Gu, he stopped talking about other things. It seems that he is ready to wait for Shen Gu to leave, so that he will immediately become like a cat. After Shen Gu went out, to see if the time was still early, he first found a stationery store near the school, bought all the good-looking colored stationery in the store, and put them in a small bag. After that, he didn't send it back to the rental house first, because he was afraid of disturbing Lin Mumu's cat time that just started today, so he took a taxi and went to the restaurant that Wang Ning sent him. Wang Ning sent him the name of the restaurant named Doi Roast Restaurant. This store has a small name in Shandong City. Shen Gu was idle in a taxi. After searching for this store on wanzhongdian.com, the per capita consumption can reach 300 R coins. While lamenting that Lu Hao's treat today is too generous, he wondered if he is so rich now, in order to improve the relationship with the other 3 roommates, whether to wait for the barbecue to eat almost, and find an excuse to buy the order first. After the taxi driver took him to the place, Shen Gu called Wang Ning before entering the shop and asked him if he had finished walking with the others. Wang Ning told him a little hastily on the phone. "We're here long ago, come up quickly. Directly tell the waiter to go to the auspicious private room, we are all waiting for you inside." This kind of rush is more strange to Shen Gu than the nervousness that Wang Ning had on the phone before. It always feels like something is wrong. After Shen Gu hung up his cell phone, he entered the first floor of the Doi barbecue restaurant, and found that there was not a single customer eating barbecue on the stand. The male waiter who greeted him came over and asked with a big smile, "Excuse me, is the guest in the auspicious private room?" Shen Gu thought of being ambushed by Jiao Huang in the Hai Zhonglao hot pot restaurant. With a frown, he made a plan and deliberately said to the waiter, "No, I'll eat it myself. Can I eat alone in a scattered Taiwan?" The slightly shorter waiter was taken aback for a moment, and he stood still and hesitated, without saying yes or no for a while. His hesitation is very abnormal. After Shen Gu made this judgment, he even more doubted that it was not easy for Wang Ning to ask himself to eat this time. Has he been bought by someone? Thinking of this, Shen Gu already wanted to leave the store first, and then call Lu Hao and Zhang Yu to determine whether they were really in the auspicious private room in the store. Seeing that Shen Gumian hesitated, the waiter had begun to slowly retreat to the door of the store, and immediately ended the state of hesitation before. He forced a smile on his face and greeted Shen Gu loudly. "Don't you go. You can eat it alone when you are in a stand alone. I'll get you the menu. Choose a place you like to sit in." The sound is loud and very abnormal. In Shen Gu's eyes, it seemed that he was going to report to someone. At this moment, 2 sturdy people suddenly appeared outside the store. After seeing the 2 people blocking the door, the male waiters who had also been to Shen Guxu and Weishe before were immediately relieved. Shen Gu recognized these 2 people at a glance, because they were the 2 great bodyguards standing in the private room at Zhou Huahei's dinner last night. Chapter 49 Where Are You Hidden? Double. At that time, it was because the 2 bodyguards were hostile to him. That's why the S-class self-defense fighting technique is on the shelves in Shen Gu's system mall. It seems that 500 coins won't work today. When this thought appeared in Shen Gu's mind, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded in his mind. "There are new products on the shelves in your mall, please check it out." Surprised, Shen Gu immediately opened the mall with his mind and saw a new product with a very magical function. Name, Wall Penetration, One-time Installation. Price, 50 game coins. Type, Unconventional Skills. Quality, Broken. Function, it can provide you with an opportunity to pass through any obstacle, not limited to the wall, at one time. Remarks, although this ability is very strong, in order to avoid unnecessary panic and attention, it should not be used under any circumstances where evidence can be left, including but not limited to being monitored and photographed. The witness should not exceed one person at the same time, and cannot carry living things. After someone sees through your bragging tactics, let us greet you here today. The two healthy bodyguards blocking the door seemed to have confidence in own skills. They were not in a hurry to approach Shengu. One of them, the bodyguard who wanted to teach Shengu but was reprimanded by Zhou Huahei at the dinner last night, even said to Shengu in a playful tone, "I heard that you are good at being able to beat a dozen of them against ordinary people. But neither of us are ordinary people, like me. I am afraid that neither of you can deal with it." After saying this, he half turned his head and said to his companion, "Last night he made me make a fool of myself in front of my boss, and he caused me to be scolded by the boss. Let me take care of him alone today. Definitely tell him to kneel down and beg for mercy." The other person was the bodyguard who guarded the private room door at the dinner party last night. At this moment, he sneered slightly, and actually asked his companion for payment in front of Shengu. "Leave it to you. But you owe me a favor. And any reward the boss gives you for this matter, you have to divide me half." After only a little hesitation, the strong bodyguard who wanted to teach Shengu quickly agreed. Make a deal. However, during the brief negotiations between the two people, Shengu had already made a choice between which commodity to buy in his heart. Not only that, he also quickly locked the location of the bathroom on the first floor. As the words "deal" did not finish, he suddenly started, handing the bag of colored letter paper to his left hand, passing by the male waiter, and rushing into the bathroom on the first floor. The male waiter also stretched out his hand in a hurry to try to stop Shengu, but his ability was obviously able to deal with it with A-level self-defense fighting skills. So not only did he fail to stop Shengu, he also severely flicked Shengu's right fist in the interlaced very short stature. Screaming and covering his right eye, fell to the ground and wailed, "Humph! Really seeking a dead end." Seeing Shengu rushing into the bathroom and closing the door, the Jianzhuo bodyguard who wanted to teach Shengu laughed instead. "I've seen the situation there in advance, except for the door. Only the small window welded down by the iron railing. Even if you are a cat, you can't escape from the window. It just so happens that I go inside to clean up you, it's more unscrupulous than in the lobby of the store." However, when he stepped forward with a sneer and kicked the bathroom door with his feet, he found that Shengu did not fork the door inside. This unexpected situation caused the bodyguard with outstanding strength to kick too hard, and for a moment his body couldn't hold back. Oops! With rich experience in combat, he immediately used his physical strength to stabilize the center of gravity, and at the same time crossed his arms forward to make a defensive action to protect his own. However, the expected sneak attack did not follow. On the contrary, the bathroom becomes very quiet. It's so quiet as if there is no one. The bathroom on the first floor of this barbecue restaurant is limited by its small area, so in addition to the standing toilet, there are only 2 squat toilet cubicles with doors. "Come out. It's useless to hide inside." The bodyguard, who was a little relieved in his heart, slowly moved to the front of the door of the 2 squat toilet compartments. His eyes moved quickly between the 2 doors, and his heart became even more annoyed by the embarrassment of kicking the door just now. Because he had previously confirmed that the outer sect of this bathroom had a sliding pin, considering it from normal thinking, Shengu who escaped in must have inserted the sliding pin to stop him. At least use it to buy some time. In fact, according to his always professional behavior, this slippage was supposed to be destroyed in advance. But the owner of this barbecue restaurant is not Zhou Huahei himself, but a friend of his catering industry in Shandong City. The reason why Zhou Huahei chose this barbecue restaurant to ambush Shengu is because this restaurant not only has a private room on the 2nd floor, but also has very strong anti-theft security installed on the windows in the lobby and all other rooms. Iron railings. Because the male waiter who was responsible for cooperating with the operation once begged him not to remove the sliding pin on the bathroom door on the first floor, because it would be troublesome to install it after removal. The most important thing is that their ambush location is designed in the auspicious private room on the second floor. That's why he kicked the door hard before, but kicked in a lonely embarrassment. Now in each of the private rooms next to the auspicious private room upstairs, there are still more than a dozen bodyguards of Zhou Huahe who are weaker than him. As the strongest two of them, he and the other person were arranged to lie in wait outside the door, just to seal the only exit of this barbecue restaurant, to ensure that Shengu did not have a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, Shengu wanted to leave the store out of suspicion before he waited to go upstairs. After Shengu entered the store, the two people guarding the door came in early and forced Shengu into the bathroom on the first floor to escape. The bodyguard guarded the two compartments in the bathroom for more than 10 seconds, but still did not hear any response or sound in any compartment. At this time, another bodyguard who was almost the same as him walked to the outer sect of the bathroom, leaned his body on the door frame, and looked at him with a sneer. He also urged, "Stop the ink, don't he come out, are you still waiting for him? Get him out quickly and beat him up again." The impatience of his companion urged the bodyguard who was blocking the two compartments in the bathroom to lose his last patience. "You won't come out by yourself. I will beat you harder later." As he spoke, he slightly raised his right foot to try to push the door of one of the compartments. Although he didn't quite believe that Shengu dared not lock the compartment this time, but with the previous excessive force, he still tried it first this time. Not in it. After the compartment door was easily pushed open with his foot, he immediately backed up slightly, and at the same time his pupils contracted, and immediately focused all his attention on the remaining compartment door. However, when he gently pushed the door of this compartment with one foot again, the door of this compartment was still unlocked by him gently pushing it open with his right foot. Chapter 50 The feeling of walking through the wall for the first time. Neither here. How can it be? The bodyguard of Zhou Huahe who only felt his hairs stand upright, his body immediately retreated. At the same time, the line of sight began to be unbelievable, but it continued to move upward to scan the roof of the entire bathroom. However, there is no roof over his head either. Although judging what means Shengu might have used to hide on his head is considered to be a great expansion of thinking, even so, there is still no trace of Shengu. What happened? The bodyguard who was guarding the door of the bathroom suddenly changed his face. Because outer sect was already close to the wall, there was no possibility that there was a Tibetan at the door. He disappeared out of thin air. Zhou Huahe's bodyguard in the bathroom was already shocked by this completely unbelievable reality and his voice began to tremble. How can this be? The other bodyguard could not believe the facts before him, but there is really no place to hide in the small bathroom. Could he be invisible? Or is it wall penetration? The bodyguard standing in the bathroom said something he couldn't believe, and looked at his companion who was still guarding the door of the bathroom with a plea for help. Even if I can believe this, will our boss believe it? Another bodyguard suddenly pulled the door beside him aside, and made a pose ready to attack at any time. But there is really nothing behind the door except the wall. The two bodyguards who had been confident that they had seen many great winds and waves were finally completely dumbfounded. Besides, Shengu, who used the ability of piercing the wall technique as an early commodity, left the unique barbecue restaurant. His mood at the moment is both enjoyable and sad. Maybe Wang Ning was caught by Zhou Huahe's people and did these things under duress. Shengu, who took a taxi back to the rental house, wanted to make an excuse for his roommate who had lived with him for more than 2 years in the car. In fact, he did this to make excuses for himself. But there is another possibility that Wang Ning took Zhou Huahe's money and was bought into this trap. If this is the case, the roommate relationship between the two will be completely broken. And not only that, he will also find a way in the future to make Wang Ning pay the price for what led him to the trap today. Compared with the use of the disposable consumable wall-through, one-time installation, the purchase of S-class self-defense fighting skill costs more game coins, but it can be used forever. But Shengu could no longer restrain his own curiosity. After all, it was an ability to pass through walls. Compared with that, what is it to knock down 2 of Zhou Huahei's men? So he willingly spent the 50 game coins, and after using the merchandise, there was a slight bluish light on the surface of his body. Wall penetration capability has been added. The host can choose any obstacles to pass through. Regardless of success or failure, the ability disappears immediately after using it once. This is what the system prompts him at the time. The hints about possible failures are related to the restrictions stated in the product remarks. And Shengu is also the first time in his life when he grows up to take the initiative to ignore the wall in front of him. What he hit was the side facing the street with small windows. What happened later was that Shengu seemed to pass through a curtain of water. He only felt a little liquid resistance when passing through the wall, and then appeared more easily in the alley behind the Douai barbecue restaurant. Fortunately, there was no one in the alley at the time, otherwise the system should determine that he failed to penetrate the wall. Of course, for this possibility, Shengu also prepared Plan B in advance. Anyway, after buying the wall through, one time, he still has 560 game coins left. He really didn't wear it. He can still quickly buy S-class self-defense fighting, and the 2 very skilled Zhou Huahei bodyguards, face-to-face confrontation. I didn't expect that I would return from the city so quickly due to danger. Therefore, Shengu didn't have time to find a good gourmet shop in the city to bring back delicious food for Lin Mumu. So he simply used his mobile phone to buy some delicious food for Lin Mumu on the online food delivery software, and he also chose some of them, and prepared dinner and ate in the rental house. Of course, he still doesn't know. The house he rented to Lin Mumu was actually locked by Zhou Huahei's subordinates who secretly monitored him. He was still in the taxi and was not on his way back to the rental house. The bodyguard at the Douai barbecue restaurant who tried to block him in the bathroom and beat him severely, has called Zhou Huahei and asked for instructions to take someone to enter the Shengu rental house to teach him. However, after Zhou Huahei heard the report that Shengu disappeared out of thin air, he did not believe that what his bodyguard said was true. He asked another skilled bodyguard to answer the phone and asked him if they were not doing well in the real situation, and Shengu ran away. But the other bodyguard also witnessed the fact that Shengu disappeared in the bathroom. And before his companion and Zhou Huahei called to report, the 2 even let the bodyguard's ambush on the 2nd floor come down just in case. Together, I checked every inch of the bathroom on the 1st floor again. Is there a secret passage in that bathroom? It's just that you didn't find it. Zhou Huahei didn't want to believe it after making this guess, and muttered to himself on the other side of the phone. But I chose this location. My friend never told me that there was a secret tunnel in the bathroom on the 1st floor of his store. And even if there is, Shengu can't know it. At this time, the bodyguard who had been guarding the door of the bathroom also denied the possibility of a secret passage while speaking to the phone. He reluctantly said to Zhou Huahei, "Boss, just now more than a dozen of us conducted a carpet-like search on every part of the bathroom. The entire bathroom has an exit to the outside world. Except for the outer sect and the small window where the iron fence is still welded down, there are only 2 squatting toilets left, only the sewage hole with the thickness of the arm. Even if he can shrink his bones, he won't shrink so small. Let's run through the extremely dirty sewer." When Zhou Huahei heard that his subordinates had spoken to this point, in addition to still suspecting that they might not tell the truth about Shengu's disappearance, he also temporarily denied his subordinates' proposal to raid Shengu's rental house. He shouldn't know yet. We already know where to rent the house. I heard Feng Yuan report that in addition to having a relationship with Wu Ji, this kid also cheated a school flower in Chendong University. Not only that, he rented this rental house for another beautiful girl. This kind of scumbag can peddle so many very high-quality boats at the same time. Even if the student files in the school indicate that what he said at the dinner party that day may be big talk, we must not take it lightly. The bodyguard who listened to the phone heard Zhou Huahei say this, and immediately asked for instructions. Then what is your consciousness? Zhou Huahei said with a cold face. Anyway, he will definitely go to school tomorrow. You should go and wait in an ambush near the rental house in the morning. After he leaves and enters Chendong University for a while, he will raid his rental house and control the beauties hidden in his house first. Set up an ambush again, and wait until he comes back to clean up him.